everybody? We are here live. We're going to be going live soon. We're going to start off with a little music while I get ready for the live. We're going to go over some current drama with Keffels, and then we're going to go ahead and jump into some Second Story R, some Star Ocean. First, we'll give Rifty Beats. Shout out Rifty Beats for the awesome lo-fi music, DBZ Lo-Fi at Rifty Beats, RIFTI Beats. Check them out on YouTube if you're not subscribed. Go ahead and subscribe. For now, we're going to listen to a little bit of beats, and then we're going to go ahead and get into some drama and some video games.
Kakarov's success was like a demon in my head. How could he be a Super Saiyan when I, the Prince of all Saiyans, could not?
if anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting cancelled. Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and today's video is one that required quite a fair bit of research, and it's one that I should have released a few weeks ago. It's a video that might be one of my most controversial videos, but one that required looking back years upon years of internet history to come to an actual conclusion of one of the most dangerous people on the web, an international transgender activist that some of you all may know as Keffel. Now, Keffels is not necessarily a popular activist. They're an online transgender activist known for fighting against the controversial website Kiwi Farms. Her campaign saw mainstream attention after a highly publicized swatting, where she alleged mistreatment by the Canadian Police Services. The online harassment escalated until she was forced to flee her home country to escape. With the media and an entire community backing her, she raised over $100,000 on GoFundMe to recoup her losses and pursue legal action against law enforcement. This is the story the public heard all the way up in 2022. Turns out her entire career and almost everything she said is a lie. Join me as I take you down a journey that involves SWAT teams, misgendering, do-it-yourself hormones, cat boys, and a scam many have tried to expose, yet for some reason almost no one is talking about. Before we get into the real meat and potatoes, I should probably explain a bit more about who Keffels is. Her name is Clara Sorrenti, first rose to prominence in a community of another left-wing political streamer named Bosch, garnering a following by posting memes on Twitter. With this notoriety, she began streaming video games on Twitch in March of 2020. Her focus shifted to politics later that year after a wave of anti-trans legislation swept through the United States. She went on to raise $200,000 for a campaign for Southern equality to protect trans youth. By the end of the year, her Twitter surpassed 10,000 followers, and while most were on board with the activist, others grew very critical of how she used her platform. Clara regularly directed her chat to brigade targets by ratioing them. Ratioing, for anybody who's not terminally online, is when you try to get more likes than the original post in a quote tweet or a reply. This amounted to coordinating with her chat on stream, and even if you blocked her, she would just use alternate accounts to achieve this goal. It was through this that she got into her first real internet beef in early 2022. On March 22nd, 2022, Clara had a spat with online notorious agitator Ian Miles Chong. Their back and forth continued for hours as she commanded her viewers to ratio him. Then at around 4:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, her chat was brigaded with hateful messages. Despite the timing, one of her mods would end up blaming someone else, another streamer named Destiny. Destiny is a kind of progenitor of the entire online leftist streaming space. His stream is where both Vosh and Hassan Piker got their start. These people used to be friends, and nowadays, not so much. And that is reflected in their communities. The only evidence implicating Destiny was a quote tweet where he called her cringe. Ooh, the shock! It was posted 2 hours after the raid. Despite this, Clara and her community insisted it was his fault. Once again, there was no evidence he had any involvement, yet she used it as justification to deplatform him. Her first response was to try to get his Twitter mass reported and banned. She set her sights on his Twitch channel, launching what can only be described as a full-fledged character assassination. There are countless examples of her legitimate slander and flat-out lies about Destiny. He detailed the worst of her behavior in an extensive document he published back in 2022. And I'm only going to touch on a few examples because this video is going to be as long as it is. The first thing to point out is she was successful in depriving him of one of his main sources of income. She painted Destiny as transphobic for not supporting trans women competing in sports with cis women. Even if you disagree with this, that doesn't necessarily make Destiny transphobic. It's a fringe pressure point of a much larger, broader issue. It's a highly specific, contentious issue and an unfair characterization of his broader catalog. Regardless, her labeling garnered enough support to get Destiny banned off of Twitch within 24 hours for hate speech. She immediately took credit, gloating about taking away his primary source of income. Hey Steve, I just took away your primary source of income. Please leave me alone and stop bullying trans people for content. He picked a fight with me, he got banned, I won. This behavior was not only encouraged, but rewarded with 30,000 new followers that week. An important thing to remember is that if you're banned off Twitch, you cannot appear on the site at all. For the longest time, you couldn't even show his face on screen without getting in trouble. Now that he couldn't defend himself, she spread even more blatant falsehoods. The same day, she baselessly accused Destiny of stealthing, which is secretly removing a condom during sex without the partner's consent. This is generally considered a form of you-know-what, which Clara brings up in her accusation.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of... Insane. Insane shit.
To this day, there has never been any evidence or even an allegation made towards Destiny about this. She walked it back shortly after, which shows just how callous she is towards claims of such a serious nature. But because he was deplatformed, she was able to further a false narrative to her chat as well as tens of thousands of people on Twitter. They all either assumed she was being honest or didn't care she was slandering him because they had already disliked Destiny. In retrospect, her behavior paints a clear picture of how she would conduct herself in the future. It wasn't long into this drama that Keffals got noticed by the site Kiwi Farms, who started a thread about her on March 26, 2022. Clara quickly tried to guilt Destiny by association, claiming he used the forum and was even friends with the owner. And what was the reasoning? Well, because apparently he has an account is because he was a target on the site since 2017 with his own board. All his posts are arguing with trolls in his own thread. He was also never friends with Null, who is the owner of Kiwi Farms. He is also gone on record to wish him death several times. Null, by the way, wishing death on Destiny.
And this is while he's out, I guess. And it's just like he's super gross, and sometimes he says things which are funny or agreeable, and it's like, I wish I could like you, bro, but you're creepy and gross and weird, and your brain's all up, and your shit's all and you talk like a so we can't be friends. And I kind of think the world would be better off if with you.
Clara knew this, but intentionally spread a lie that they met 10 years ago on the game StarCraft. When confronted, she admitted, I know, I wanted him to respond to the accusation, it was bait. At this point, I should probably take some time to explain exactly what Kiwi Farms is. Kiwi Farms is an online website dedicated to discussing internet it was bait. At this point, I should probably take some time to explain exactly what Kiwi Farms is. Kiwi Farms is an online website dedicated to discussing internet figures. Okay, you probably heard about internet lolcows, people like Chris Chan, Boogie2988, or Daniel Larson, who has his own legal problems of late. The website's composed of various threads where users effectively congregate to document and follow individuals with a negative lens, okay? Now, we have to acknowledge that Kiwi Farms does allow doxing, okay? On the site, it's permitted to post the personal information of anybody being discussed, including full names, phone numbers, home addresses, hell, even blood type if you can find it, and most other forms of personally identifiable information. It's also a site where anything goes, okay? It's like the Wild West of the internet. You ever try to look up me on some of these threads? You'll probably find Indian and poo in the loo and crazy stuff all day, every day. Kiwi Farms was made back in 2013 by Joshua Connor Moon, also online known as Null. The original purpose of the site was to document internet figure Chris Chan. After they covered Chris Chan initially, it started to change itself and rebrand into a general purpose online gossip wiki, so to speak, where they started to cover various individuals like Darkside Phil, Boogie, Wings of Redemption, who all actually have threads. And the site does have a propensity to make threads about transgender individuals. Anti-trans sentiment is banned on a lot of major platforms, and as a result, the site has become a place for those opinions to effectively congregate. Now again, I want to start off by saying I don't endorse or support that behavior. In fact, I outright condemn it, alright? There's no reason to have any form of hate on the internet. That being said, alright, whatever goes on the site does fall under free speech and is entirely legal, okay? It's somewhat of a misnomer online that apparently doxing somebody is against the law. It is against the law to hack someone's accounts and breach their privacy to obtain their personal information, but that behavior is not encouraged by the site, and of course that behavior is punishable by law. But technically, it is not against the law to post someone's address against their will. As shitty as that sounds, most controversial internet figures have threads on this site. That sounds, most controversial law to post someone's address against their will. As shitty as that sounds, most controversial internet figures have threads on this site, where they not only document their personal information, but they collect any piece of content, tweets, and documents that they post online. So early on, Clara blamed the thread's creation on Destiny, saying he was the reason they found out about her. Later, she admitted it was her constant instigating that actually caught their attention.
How did the Kiwi Farm stuff even start? They noticed me because I started doing Twitter ratios. And they went from getting mad about Twitter ratios to digging up every single thing in the last 28 years of my life, looking for more reasons to be mad at me.
Again, hypocrisy and misstatements are going to be rife in this video. After Destiny got banned from Twitch, the owner of Kiwi Farms discussed their feud on their podcast. The episode was streamed live on March 25th. Clara reacted on Twitter, calling him the final boss of transphobes, and proclaiming she wouldn't back down. I have done nothing wrong, nor will I be going anywhere. Her thread was created the next day, racking up page after page scrutinizing her early life and online history. That included rumors of embezzling funds from her local Communist Party chapter for opiates, and a supposed Discord server called the Catboy Ranch. It was posted alongside her and her family's personal information, which understandably made her very upset. Clara spoke out about this, which led many people who'd been similarly targeted to join her in solidarity. This began what eventually became #DropKiwiFarms. #DropKiwiFarms was a movement to get the site taken off the internet. They specifically went after service providers like Cloudflare, who provided DDoS protection and mitigation services. They argued Kiwi Farms was a stalking and harassment site that bullied people into taking their own lives. However, this largely picked up after her story received widespread mainstream coverage. For a while, her focus stayed on trying to bludgeon Destiny with their reputation. On July 18th, Keffals announced a tell-all about Destiny's association with the site. This backfired because her thumbnail used a picture of Destiny's face, violating Twitch's policy on banned streamers. Her channel got banned before she could even start, forcing her to stream on YouTube instead. The attention only incentivized Kiwi Farms to keep prodding, and a week later she fell victim to an attempted swatting. The incident has made public on the 9th of August in a video titled, "My Life is in Danger, I Need Your Help." Clara explained that 4 days earlier, on August 5th, she woke up to police services pointing an assault rifle at her face.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face.
A letter had been emailed to every city council member in London, Ontario, threatening a mass. Clara was arrested, booked, and held in custody for 11 hours. They searched her apartment and confiscated several devices. They allegedly misgendered her and even booked her under her dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth. This worsened an already traumatic experience she considered a hate crime. The video is posted alongside a GoFundMe with the stated intent of helping Clara recoup her losses, move immediately, and build a legal fund to protect her rights. It received widespread media attention, bringing in over $100,000 in donations. Even with their support, however, it seemed like there was no escape. Trolls kept figuring out her location as she was forced into hiding, and her battle against Kiwi Farms continued. Even after fleeing the continent, eventually she was successful in getting the site dropped by Cloudflare, who cited an imminent threat to human life. Without their protection, Kiwi Farms became vulnerable to illegal denial of service attacks and was forced to shut down. Now this is the story that the public was led to believe. Concluding a successful campaign, Keffels reiterated over and over that the site had been shut down. It only became more difficult to insist as time had gone on, given it's obviously not true. Kiwi Farms is up to this day, and by all metrics, it has way more stability than ever before. And what many of her supporters don't realize is that this is truly the beginning of the web of lies that make up this entire ordeal. Almost everything you've heard about this whole situation is a lie. And that's why I'm going to explore in depth in these next two sections. These are two very important aspects to the story to address: her portrayal of the swatting and how exactly the money was spent. When it comes to something as serious as swatting, it's important not to downplay its severity. This is a crime that's taken innocent people lives. But curiously, her story began to change as time went on. The narrative set forth in her initial video is one of terror. Clara says on the 5th of August, she is awoken by police services pointing an assault rifle at her face. This specific detail is referenced in her video several times.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face at my home. When I was woken up by police officers and saw the assault rifle pointed at me, I thought I was going to die. I feel traumatized.
Her story then changed to an encounter in the hallway. The exact phrasing is that she went into the hallway and then saw the weapon.
The email, Sorrenti says, had given out her real address and resulted in police with guns at her doorstep and her being arrested.
When I went into the hallway and then saw that assault rifle, I screamed and I thought I was going to die.
A month later, she admitted that they didn't enter her apartment until after she was in custody.
They did not go into my apartment until after I was in custody, and they had a search warrant signed.
These next few clips are of Alex, her fiancé at the time. Alex confirms she didn't wake up with a gun in her face and reveals Clara wasn't even the one to answer the door. They spoke to Alex first, who was already awake, and gave Clara enough time to put on pajamas.
So it wasn't quite that they knocked on the door and I answered. Rather, I was getting ready for the shower and there was a tremendous pounding. And so, yeah, someone did not wake her with a rifle pointed 3 inches from her face, but essentially as soon as she woke up,
Was I in a state of undress? I was naked, and I had to put on a pair of pajamas that was like on the floor before I could even go out to see the police officers.
See, the story has already morphed significantly from Clara waking up to guns in her face. To seeing guns in the hallway, to police never entering the apartment at all. The lack of consistency is concerning, given she was supposed to be taking legal action against them. And I mean, Keffels went so far as to compare herself to a victim of police brutality. Every time I see another story involving an innocent black man being killed by the police, I think back to last month when I had an assault rifle. Dog, whatever you think about the interaction, it is by no means comparable to what happened to Elijah McClain. And the fact that she can't keep her story straight just makes this so much more Elijah McClain. And the fact that she can't keep her story straight just makes this so much more worse. Clara also claimed police were transphobic and booked her under a dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming again refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth.
During the arrest, the police officer referred to me by my dead name. I was booked in the station under my dead name. The police, when talking to my mother, referred to me as her son. The fact that a fake email led to London Police Services booking me under my dead name reveals the prejudice that many police have towards transgender people. This is despite the fact that the email contained my real name before ever even mentioning my dead name. This is one of the property bags returned to me after I was released from custody. All of the property bags returned to me have Roberts written on them. Roberts was my last name until I legally changed my name first to Kaylee Sorrenti on January 25th, 2012.
On August 11th, London Police Chief Steve Williams put out a statement regarding some of her accusations. He states that all activity in the holding cells is monitored by audio and video equipment. They reviewed the footage and found no evidence of Miss Sorrenti being addressed by her dead name and gender. Williams concluded her dead name was used on property bags due to the existence of a prior police report, explaining that it was literally for tracking purposes. He apologized and ensured a solution would be implemented to prevent any of this in the future. Claire responded to the statement by reiterating her dead name was used during the arrest. She even speculated the timing may have been intentional so they wouldn't get caught.
It's important that he said, "While I cannot confirm any conversations which might have transpired during Miss Sorrenti's initial arrest," and that's when it happened. The activity in the holding cells is monitored. And I never made a statement about any bad things that happened while I was in custody. I would absolutely assume that when the police know that these things are being recorded and can be part of public record, they would be more careful with how they go about their business. I don't expect them to acknowledge how bad the situation actually was. And there's no way of verifying it besides first-person testimony because there's no body cams in the London Police Service.
Her own partner then contradicts the claim that she was dead named during the arrest, though alludes to unspecified misgendering that occurred. Once again, any instance after the arrest should have been captured on recording.
And they yelled at Clara while she was in bed. So she got up. They were saying Clara Sorrenti. Note that they did not use her dead name at this point either.
As far as I know, is there anything I missed, Alex?
I think that's really the main gist of the arrest portion, which was really the most traumatic in terms of, having the guns pointed at us, the misgendering that occurred. Yeah, that whole arrest. That is how it happened. It wasn't straight up dynamic entry. They didn't.
The absence of evidence means that this only remains a he said, she said scenario. But it's hard to take Clara's word at face value given her complete and total lack of credibility. Another key part of her story was that police had confiscated their devices, resulting in significant financial damages.
They seized both my personal and work phone, as well as the work computer that I broadcast on Twitch from. Not only that, but the police seized my fiance's cell phones and laptop, as well as their external drive, which contained the only copy of their PhD thesis and other important university documents. Because of the negligence...
Tell me my mic was been muted this whole time. Are you serious? I was sitting here talking to you lovely people, and my goddamn mic's been muted for 40 minutes. Ah. I'm so angry at myself right now. Hold on, I have to go grab a drink and we'll finish watching this. This is... We're not even going to mute the mic anymore because I'm afraid I might not put the goddamn thing back on. Oh my god. didn't even realize my mic's been muted for the first 40 minutes of the stream. I am sorry. I didn't even notice that. Oh my god. But anyway, yeah. All I really said is that, you know, everything Mood has been saying pretty much. Like, it's just crazy. But it's crazy that they did take all her and her fiance's devices, knowing that she's like a streamer. That does put like a damper on things, and that sucks.
Of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones.
And this was one of her justifications to launch the GoFundMe, to recoup her losses.
I started a GoFundMe to move immediately, recoup my losses, and build a legal fund to protect my rights.
But there were no losses to recoup. The devices were returned after 3 days.
I eventually got my stuff back in like 3 days and got an
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow, she got all her shit back in 3 days.
apology from the chief of police.
That's nice.
So,
And
yeah, that was really nice. Not nice how they responded to the situation, but I'll take it.
Now, if we're to believe that she meant 3 days after the swatting, that would place it on August 8th, a day before the GoFundMe started. There's also footage of Clara picking up her belongings from the police station, where you can see this property bag. It heavily resembles the property bag seen in her initial video. A close-up of one of the labels shows us a date of August 8th, 2022. This again implies that she got her stuff back before the video and GoFundMe ever even went live.
Oh, wow. She got all her stuff back. And then said that that was going to be used in the GoFundMe for that stuff that they took and she didn't get back. Like the stuff they took. Well, she got it back before she even did the GoFundMe.
And knowingly lied about needing to buy a new cell phone and computer. Even if you don't want to make that assertion, at best, she got her stuff back the next day. Because this upload is dated August 10th. There is no way to reconcile these statements. And either way, it was dishonest to never update that campaign to reflect this.
Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones so our lives aren't completely destroyed by what happened to us.
Now, Kevels launched her GoFundMe on August 9, 2022 with an initial goal of $20,000. The page claims that if this amount was exceeded, the funds would be allocated to a legal fund to protect herself against ongoing and future threats to her safety. However, this was later changed to, I am keeping the GoFundMe up, but all donations are going directly to my legal fund, which I will be using to seek justice. Now, this is a very, very important distinction, because it means all the donations past the first 20 grand were explicitly for legal action.
Fees, yeah.
See, Clara gradually kept raising the goal until it reached over $100,000 on the 20th. If you want to be technical, it actually never ended, because she's still taking donations to this day. In fact, there wasn't even a fixed amount, which is odd, as it makes it seem like her goal was to basically raise as much money as possible rather than afford an intentional expense.
Yeah.
Naturally, with her effort raising over $100,000, there were questions over how the money was spent. Claire's tried to poison the well numerous times by calling anyone who asks this question bad faith. I'll never do a GoFundMe breakdown for bad faith actors who neither support me nor
I will never do a GoFundMe breakdown for bad faith actors who neither support me nor contributed to the fund in the first place. Everyone who donated to the GFM has a refund button they could choose to use at any point, but have not. Concern trolling me over this is so lame. So if I go donate money right now, Keffels, were you getting a phone call or were you getting a Discord call with me and explain all that shit to me? Will you do a GoFundMe breakdown? I'll even sign an NDA. I won't even talk about it. But let me see the GoFundMe breakdown. I'll come and donate to you right now. If you can legitimately give me a GoFundMe breakdown, and I'll sign an NDA and won't even talk about it. It'll be for like my eyes only kind of thing. But we can do that personally. Just me and you. Just more what? A2.
contributed to the fund in the first place.
I'll go fund you some money. But you got to get on a call with me. I'll sign an NDA electronically, and we can go over the GoFundMe breakdown.
Well, what if I gave money? Am I now allowed to ask? Ooh, that's a question we should bring up. You have to
There you
remember,
go.
this was a story that
That's
got
what I'm talking
mainstream
about.
coverage.
I'm talking about. Am I allowed to ask if I go and throw some money at you?
There were over 150 articles published about the situation, including The Guardian, NBC, CNN, Bloomberg, the Associated Press, and Canadian state-funded news outlet CBC. Popular politicians like Jagmeet Singh of the NDP party took a stand by her publicly. Normies were led to believe a series of events that did not occur. And there are regular folk out there who don't have the time or capability to ensure their funds weren't misused, especially when there is a limited amount of financial support for at-risk members of the trans community.
Right.
There is nothing wrong with questioning for transparency of where this money had went.
I had left this for almost a year, accusing me of scamming people out of $100,000 with no evidence. I was advised by my lawyer not to speak until I actually filed the human rights complaint. There are abusive people who want an acceptable target. They act
In
like
fact, more
fascists.
people should actually be asking,
Yeah, like, where did the money go? Where did it go, Kef Kef? Where did it go, Kef Kef? That's us. This is us chasing after your GoFundMe money to wonder where it's going. This is us chasing you. Where is it? Where did it go? You just play your VR, little baby. Don't worry about what Dad's streaming to all these lovely people out here. Where did it go, Kef Kef? Where did it go? I wonder. Like, even if you just, like, fucked off with it, just tell us you fucked off with it. Like, I don't think anyone's gonna care that gave you money if you just fucked off with it. Just be real about the shit.
where this money even went. Clara posted this photo in her Discord server, which was enough for trolls to bombard the hotel with pizzas. The next day, she uploaded a video declaring things had escalated and she was now in hiding. If you recall, another goal of hers was to move out immediately after someone hacked her Uber Eats account and sent $500 worth of food.
So what happened? I woke up and I got an email that the Uber the email for my Uber Eats account was changed.
With the Uber Eats outside.
And then I looked outside the door and there was like at least $500 worth of food ordered with my hacked Uber account. So I got doxxed again. Except this time I also got hacked.
She expedited an already planned trip to Europe. Her rationale was,
"Hi, Uber support. My account was hacked and had the password and email changed. Hundreds of dollars worth of food showed up on my doorstep. Remove my payment info from the hacked account and get reimbursed." Is that worth hundreds of dollars? That don't look like that's worth hundreds of dollars.
That London police didn't have the resources to stop online trolls.
Got some
And then she
Subway
went live
in there
to
and
provide
shit.
further details.
Are you moving to Europe?
I fucking love Subway.
I'm gonna be living there for a while, but I'm not moving there. My fiance is staying back in Canada, and I'm gonna be in the UK on my own for a while. I think that the current plan is that in 2-3 weeks of my stay, my fiance is going to be coming over, and we'll stay together for a while.
That never ever happens.
On
It's just
Monday,
like
I find
that's
out if
always
I
like
got approved or not.
That's always like the other significant other's way of getting rid of you. Like, oh yeah, go ahead. I'll catch up later. Look, Dad, if my girl was like, yo, I'm moving out of the country, I'm going with you, like, right away. Like, we're going to do this shit together, you know what I mean? We're going to do that shit together. It's just the other person's way of, like, getting rid of somebody. I think.
For the new place that I want to live at,
I think it is.
which will give us a really good time frame of what we're gonna do.
Her fans begged her to stop giving out information.
Stop giving out details. Stop
Yeah,
telling me what
right?
to do.
Later that day, Clara
Stop telling you what to do. It's not telling you what to do. If you're running away from, like, being, like, if you're running away from, like, true, like, harassment, like, really bad, true harassment that you're trying to get away from, don't tell people shit on your stream. Don't go on stream and be like, hey, this is where I'm gonna be. Catch you there. It's just fucking stupid. Like, why are you doing that? You shouldn't be.
tweeted, "Do I have
You
any
shouldn't
followers
be,
in
Kev.
Europe? Let me know if you want to meet up." Her first stream back revealed she was in Northern Ireland.
See? Do I have any followers in Europe? Yeah. Come and meet up. Stop telling people where you are. It's that simple. Don't tell nobody where you're. If you're that worried that these people are, like, hounding you and harassing you and sending you death threats, and if they're assaulting you and, like, stop telling people where the fuck you're at, you dumbass.
So, I'm okay. I am currently in Ireland. I am staying
See, I'm currently now. I'm running away from all the people that are assaulting me, but hey, I'm in Ireland.
with a friend. I'm safe. Things are good. Don't tell people what country. It is completely fine. Do you know how dense Ireland is?
It don't matter. They're gonna find you.
Very dense country.
Why is she on stream telling everybody where she's at?
I do not think it's gonna be a problem.
She was staying with a friend named Ellen. Her ex-fiance never moved over for reasons we're
Told you. Every time it's, hey, go ahead and I'll catch up, and that's just a way of getting rid of somebody.
actually going to discuss later. Ellen had already been doxxed months prior, and their apartment was found within 24 hours. And a
That's
troll took
all
this
that
photo
is.
outside their building. They were able to find her location just by using a doorknob. To be clear, I'm not endorsing any of this behavior or doing it, or even saying if you're careless, you deserve that this happens to you. My argument is that if you're willing to
don't know.
leave a
If you are,
continent
though,
to another
don't you
continent to
deserve
escape
some of
trolls,
it?
there is a lot you could do for less to mitigate the
joking.
risk
I'm
of
joking.
doxing.
I'm
For example,
joking. Don't-
not buying equipment
don't-
specifically for
kill
IRL
me now,
streaming and
people. I'm
announcing
joking.
where you're going to be in advance. At one point, Ellen revealed they were going to go to visit a poutine truck in Belfast. The owner received bomb
But
threats.
that's another thing. Why are you buying IRL streaming equipment if, you know what I mean? Like, why are you buying IRL streaming equipment? You shouldn't even be IRL streaming at all. There we go. Just had to readjust my mic, that's all. Shit was getting a little messed up there. But yeah, why are you buying IRL streaming equipment if, like he said, like, if you're being, like, stalked and shit and, like, harassed, why are you even going out in public? Why are you buying IRL stream shit to stream in public while you're walking around so everybody can see all these locations of everything around you and where you're at and then find you easier?
Which Clara used to tease an IRL stream on Twitter. Hey, maybe it's a one-off mistake, right? A day later, Ellen publicly fielded suggestions for future IRL stream locations in Ireland. I want to reiterate,
Yeah, you see?
if you are in hiding, why would you buy new streaming equipment specifically for streaming in the public? And then also
Why would
share
you?
where you plan on going in advance? By her own admission, she wanted to stoke the flames in order to maximize publicity.
By intentionally making myself a lightning rod so I could make
Mhm.
kiwi
See, there it
farms
is.
more vicious and attack me to the point where Cloudflare had no choice. Because every time they attacked me, I publicized it. One of the things that I did intentionally for the success of the campaign was make myself a lightning rod. I egged
Why?
them on. I egged Kiwi Farms on.
Why?
I wanted them to attack me because by doing that, I was able to show the world how fucking vile they are.
In the past,
What?
streamers have been punished for similar behavior. Ice Poseidon was notorious for being a constant target of swatting.
What?
He was ultimately banned after streaming
You
and getting
purposely
swatted
wanted
inside
them
an
to
airport.
attack
And
you,
while
but
it
then
wasn't
cried
his
on the
fault,
GoFundMe that you're
at a
being
certain
attacked,
point,
you-
he was clearly feigning ignorance
no.
and enabling his trolls'
I don't
behavior
know.
for content. What makes Clara's behavior different? And what actually prevented her from staying in Canada? Well, if you think it's fucked up for me to question it, don't worry, because Keffels has since admitted that this entire cover story was all a lie. Nowadays, her explanation for leaving the continent was not to escape online harassment, but to escape her ex-fiancé, Alex, who she now accuses of being abusive. To not get too deep into it, this is after her ex-fiancé called her out for leaving to cheat on her with Ellen.
This is where I need to admit something. Last year, I was in the papers. This was on CBC, Canada's biggest media outlet. Twitch streamer and trans activist says she's leaving Canada for a while due to harassment. Earlier this month, Clara
that's what real-
Sorrenti was the target of a swatting
See, now it
incident
don't feel
and
like
has
it's
been
real
doxxed and
harassment when
hacked.
you, like,
And there was
said
a
you egged
criticism
everybody
that
on
I
to, like,
frequently got throughout that
purposely
time. How does
make
moving
yourself
to
a
a
lightning
different
rod.
country help you with online harassment? And as we found out,
Fucked
it
up.
didn't. Because once I landed
Mad
in
fucked up.
Belfast, I had people showing up, making threats outside of where I was staying. And I knew that no matter where I went in the world, I would not escape online harassment as long as I was an online figure. And the truth is, I left the country because of my ex and because I was scared of my ex. Because my ex was abusive and abused me emotionally and yelled at me and consistently coerced me into sex. That's why I left. But I couldn't tell anyone. I didn't want it to be a big thing. I didn't want it to be in the papers while all the journalists were circling around and writing their stories. I didn't want that to be known. I didn't want any of this to ever be out in public. So here's
Her escape basically amounted to a paid-for vacation across Europe, evident by a leaked post from her closed Twitter circle on September 14th. Clara reveals she was staying in Ireland until the 27th, then heading to Spain until the 11th, before moving into her apartment on the 12th. Now, the dates imply
Damn,
that
must
she
be
had already
nice.
just bought tickets, but she ended up in London instead to watch a play. Clara then briefly returned to Ireland before flying to the United States to attend TwitchCon. Not only did she stream the event IRL, but she even antagonized Destiny's ex-wife for being married to him.
Kevels went to go, and she went up to Melina.
Big shout out if you don't know who this is. This right here is Chud Lodick. Chud Lodick? This is Chud Logic. He's a British streamer. And a very good one at that, actually. I like his videos a lot. I'm subbed to him. I watch his video. Honestly, between Chud Logic, it's true. Between Chud Logic, Nicholas Diorio, Lyrics, and pretty much because of Destiny too. Like those couple guys, they actually got me into streaming. Like I've always been online. I've always had an online presence somewhere. I was real big in Gears of War. Like I was even like in the Emergence Day tournaments and stuff for Gears of War. Like I've always been around and in gaming and stuff, but I never really streamed like that a lot. Like or at all. Just until recently, this last like month, I've been streaming. But it's because of these guys. People like him got me like super into streaming. But yeah.
And she was shaking. Like it was like she was so anxious or so angry she was shaking, right? And she said, "Tell your husband, if he doesn't stop coming for me, I'm going to get his YouTube channel deleted." No memes. That happened, okay?
So
Crazy.
Keffels moved into her new apartment on October 12th and used some of the
Crazy,
GoFundMe
crazy,
money
crazy,
to pay for a
crazy,
full
crazy.
year's worth of rent in advance.
So just a quick update. I have an apartment for October. I'm moving then. I have it. I've already paid. I'm putting it, like, I'm using the GoFundMe money to pay an entire year in advance.
Now, which is not something she ever said she was going to do, and a huge departure from just moving. Clara moves into a luxury apartment, and
That's
with a low
crazy.
approximation amounting to $28,000. So far, Clara has admitted to
That's
spending the money on new
crazy.
devices, as well as equipment for IRL streaming. She traveled across Europe, planning to visit Spain from Ireland, but ended up at a play in London instead. She then flies to TwitchCon in the United States before getting an apartment in Canada and then paying an entire year's worth of rent. There, she bought even more equipment to build a professional set with studio lights. While it's difficult to make an exact calculation for this, the gaming chair alone, her gaming chair, would have cost over $2,000.
I had to take extra caution with the set that I made. It's not even a set, it's just like part of my home. But it is basically a set. I have like studio lights, I have like whole camera thing, it's very professional. So I had to go through all of this as soon as I got back from TwitchCon to make sure that I could just like return to my life before I was swatted.
But see, that wasn't the only thing she admits to spending some of this GoFundMe money on. Clara also says she contracted a security company in September to keep herself safe.
I consulted with a security company and they made all of my devices hack proof and they gave me tips on not getting doxxed again. They also helped me with a whole bunch of other stuff that I can't talk about because I signed an NDA, like a non-disclosure agreement. I already hired a lawyer, and all of the information between me and my lawyer is privileged and confidential, and I can't talk about it. So the money towards a legal fund is being utilized, but until the point where I can actually talk about what I'm doing, I can't say anything. So I use the money to find a place, to contract a security company to keep myself safe, and to hire a lawyer.
This raises an interesting question on what the security company was doing beyond making her devices hack-proof. That same month, she confronted a prolific member of the Kiwi Farms thread. Keffels tried to intimidate the user with their personal information, claiming to have hired a private investigator. I know the PI will get me more, though. He's still talking to the family and school officials. This didn't work because they doxed the wrong person. The user mocked her and asked if she paid for the PI using her GoFundMe. Clara responded, "No, the GoFundMe is currently in savings until I need to use it." In case you doubt the authenticity of these messages, Clara has confirmed that they are real several times. And I don't know about you, but hiring a private investigator so you can confront trolls with bad info doesn't sound like the action of someone in fear of their life. Her messages also contradict a tweet where she says $50,000 was already put into the legal fund. The final thing Clara mentions in that stream clip is using the money to hire a lawyer. What's interesting is that by her own words, she already had a lawyer and was consulting two more. The day after the GoFundMe had launched. It was one of her earliest responses to criticisms over reportedly raising her goal.
Yes, I'm using these funds to move, but more importantly, once I'm safe, the rest of those funds are going to be used for legal expenses. Because I'm not just moving, I'm also taking legal action. I already have one lawyer, and I'm consulting with two more. I'm going to get justice for what happened to me, and for every other marginalized person in this country who has been victimized. Legal fees are incredibly expensive, and I feel very fortunate that I was able to raise this much money, because I would not be able to take legal action if it wasn't for that.
This is strange in retrospect, as only 12 days later, she made it very clear she was holding off pursuing legal action against the London police.
After it first happened, I was very mad at the police, and I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as
Put a
possible.
little tip
I wanted
goal
to
down
even
there if
potentially
anybody wants
pursue
to
legal
donate
action
to the
against them.
stream. If anybody wants to donate, you can over at Streamlabs. It's in the description if you want. I put a little tip goal up there just because, you know, why not? Not shilling, but chilling. But that's about all. Let's get back to the video.
But they've taken the threat against my life very seriously, and I want to see justice.
See, I don't know.
There's a lot of leads right now, and they might actually be able to catch the person who swatted me. And with what is going on and the connections to Kiwi Farms, knowing that they're monitoring the thread, we might actually see something happen.
Now, at around the same time, she told the Kiwi Farms user the money was in savings. She claimed she never said she was going to sue the police.
Yeah, that's all I said. I never said that I was going to sue the police. I wanted to be very careful with the language that I used because I don't know exactly what the plan is. I know that I'm eventually going to take legal action in some way or another, but I don't know yet. And I can't talk about the different things that have been discussed between my lawyer and I.
Now, going back to Destiny's manifesto, this was scrutinized on a much wider scale, which led many to start asking for a breakdown of expenses. Clara refused because I'm not providing a product to investors. I won't be sharing expense breakdowns. I've been advised by lawyers to keep everything close to vest for legal and safety reasons. Clara rebuked that there was a legal fund. She got an apartment and was now processing the entire event. Now, you're probably wondering, if she wasn't planning on suing the police, why did she hire lawyers and what was the point of the legal fund? Well, if you read between the lines, some of you might be able to infer what actually happened. On October 2nd, 2022, Clara posted a client engagement agreement to prove legal action was underway. If you look at the bottom, you can see the document reads, "We have concluded a review of our records, and we confirm that we have not identified a conflicting interest in representing you in this matter. We searched the following names that you provided to us as being relevant. The terms they searched for were Clara Sorrenti, Kiwi Farms, and KiwiFarms.net. Now, this proves she was paying money to consult lawyers about a lawsuit against Kiwi Farms, but not the London police. It's dated August 10th, the same exact day as her stream, stating that she'd consulted a lawyer. There isn't actually even a good explanation of why she did this. Kiwi Farms was never mentioned as the intended target of her legal fund. The only entity named in the GoFundMe was the London police. So this took place around the same time she claimed she never intended to sue the police. And if you're wondering why it didn't go anywhere, for as much as people hate Kiwi Farms, the website is entirely legal. There are countless examples of attempted litigation that demonstrate this and why it never actually came to fruition. One thing I also want to address is some people have said, whoa, did you get some of your evidence on the Kiwi Farms? Even if I did, that doesn't make the evidence inadmissible. A lot of the Kiwi Farms evidence is actually cataloged on archive websites that capture a snapshot of a web page and tweets and whatnot. This is to ensure that nothing that I'm showing you is actually altered and it was as it was originally posted. This makes the evidence admissible. It's kind of like saying, wow, did you find that perfectly good piece of evidence sitting in the middle of a neo-Nazi compound? Yeah, trust me, I get the whole building surrounding it is pretty shitty, but that doesn't mean the evidence is inadmissible. It's still perfectly good evidence. I just wanted to address this point because it's a common deflection and one that I absolutely need to nip in the butt.
Suing Kiwi Farms was actually something that I previously considered and was consulting with lawyers about doing that. And I basically came to the conclusion after looking into it that it's not worth it. There's little I can do as a Canadian to benefit from doing a lawsuit against Kiwi Farms. The only possible lawsuit being a defamation lawsuit, which there is little to no benefit for me to do.
3 days after posting that letter, Clara admitted on a private stream that she hadn't even started yet. Her unnecessary traveling is blamed for keeping her busy, which to me is an admission that she wasn't all that interested in consulting her lawyers.
But now I'm going to be focusing more on the legal things because I'm settled down, I'm back in Canada, and I have time to work on this now. Consulted quite a bit with my lawyers, but we
Start out
at the
small.
time were, especially during the campaign, basically unsure of how to go forward, especially because my availability was kind of all over the place.
And that's because this will be a very important issue later. She was still in the process of collecting evidence.
But the problem is right now is that I'm still in the process of I have to collect all the evidence. One of the first steps that you need to do is collect evidence. And if you announce prematurely who you are taking legal action against, it gives that party an opportunity to try and destroy as much evidence as possible. I'm not even going to publicly comment on the party either.
Now, for this to make sense, you kind of have to assume she wasn't talking about the police. In that case, we already know what proof does or does not exist. Her recount can't be proven, and even if we're to believe her, it's hard to argue the police acted out of prejudice. This is brought up by Nicholas Diorio, who got some interesting answers out of her on stream. The first clip is Clara stating she was still engaged in legal action against the police.
I wasn't aware you were still engaging with legal action.
I think she should just give a breakdown of all the GoFundMe. That's it. Give an actual breakdown of where all the money went.
Please.
I am. It's
That's what
just
I would
like there's been so much shit that happened, and then like immediately after like getting back from everything, I had to move, and I like just got unpacked like 2 weeks ago.
Clara
relying on
describes
taking
specific
this off
incident in
the
which she
ground
was
right
dead
now.
named
Got
while being
laid
put
off.
in handcuffs. However, she admits it could have been an honest mistake,
Hey,
and the officer
I'm
didn't
really
know what a
broke.
dead name was.
Now, there are questions as to the dead naming.
Another good one, Nicholas Diorio. If you're not subscribed, go subscribe to him. He's got a bunch of followers, whatnot. He does a lot of good drama videos. Bo Blacks, if you're not with Bo Blacks, go Bo Blacks. Krista Nark, Chud Logic, Lyrics. That whole community they're all fucking awesome guys. They all do really great work, especially when it comes to like the drama. If you're looking for good drama tubers, they're probably they're probably some of the best drama tubers out there right now. So give them all a good
Taking
like
place.
and follow.
They claim they have
don't
no
already?
footage of you being dead named once
Give
you
me a like and follow if you haven't already.
get back to the precinct. And you claim there was dead naming. So the only time that could have happened is during the swatting itself. Is that still something that you claim?
Yeah, that was something that happened with the constable that arrested me, like when I was actually being put in handcuffs.
Look, I don't have a problem with spicing up the story a little bit, but and I understand the like how this upset you and your family, but it really does sound like you kind of slandered those cops. Like, I
don't think I slandered them. I mean,
if we're
like,
taking them at face value, right? For that they thought when they were going into your
kinda good,
house that they
though.
were like potentially dealing with somebody who was planning to shoot up a like public office building or something like that with like politicians, then like it's totally possible that they thought that was your name, like that you went by that name. So
I
that's
know,
my
because
biggest
the email,
problem.
did you read the email?
Yes, I did read
The
the email.
first sentence of the email is, "My name is Clara Sorrenti."
But then it was signed with your dead name.
It said, "My name is Clara Sorrenti," and then my dead name is blank, and they put the dead name.
We all know you're
So they made a decision at that
We all
point
know it.
that they thought that my name wasn't actually my name and dead name was a real name. The officer that actually like arrested me said she did not actually know what a dead name was.
Now, this is where the story starts to take a very drastic turn. In the same private stream, Clara states that she had 2 years to take legal action due to the statute of limitations. Her plan was to start sometime in December or January of 2023.
A timeline of how things are happening. I have a total of 2 years to take legal actions. That's a statute of limitations. I want to start before this year ends, ideally. Like if I can kick things off in December or in January in the new year, that would be ideal. That's what I want. I talked to my lawyer today.
Why not just go ahead and do it now? Like,
it's looking like January is the month.
What's the problem with
where I'm going to be filing against the London Police Service? Well, once the video is out, everyone will know like all of the details of the case going forward. I've already been told that the case that I'm about to start could take up to 5 years.
This never came to fruition, with the activist drifting away from politics and stoking the flames of online drama. She started fighting with people like Keemstar in her own community, to the point that Drop Kiwi Farms officially denounced her. Her self-destructive behavior drew a lot of concern, which eventually led people to discover that she'd actually relapsed into addiction. It was leaked publicly on February 19, 2023, and a few days later that Clara admitted herself to inpatient rehab. Now, I'm not here to shame Keffels about her addiction. It's important for people to take recovery very seriously. But the timeline of events also can't be ignored. The relapse occurred after the attempt at swatting. Clara says after settling into her new apartment in October, she began drinking excessively. And at the start of 2023, she started doing full-blown Colombian. And I'm not talking about no coffee.
Talking about that white girl.
Boy.
I got really depressed.
She's talking about skiing. Hitting the slopes.
I lost interest in politics. I lost interest in basically all of the things that helped me build a platform in the first place. And around the end of 2022, I started drinking, which made me spiral. It was around the time that I was in fights with Keemstar. I started drinking, and then as more and more shit started happening, I started doing cocaine at the start of 2023.
Near the end of the month, she went on an 8-day coke bender before finding out that some of that coke was, I guess, cut with meth.
8 days into a cocaine bender, I found out that the coke that I was...
There's where all your GFM money went, folks. That's where all the GoFundMes went. The GoFundMe went to her 8-day ski resort.
Doing was cut with meth. So for 8 days straight, I was doing coke and meth.
This took place a few days after she had said the dreaded R word, ooh, which she later blamed on withdrawals, apparently. Her spiral worsened as she started doing coke, meth, benzos, while attempting to buy H on the dark web.
Started doing coke and meth and benzos, and I was planning on ordering him from the dark net.
After the backlash, Clara went into rehab on February 22nd. In the next few days, I will be admitted to rehab. The doctor said that because of the drugs I'm addicted to, without medical supervision, detoxing will kill me. Now, I'm inclined to believe her on this, given that she didn't return until about a month later.
Okay.
Clara later admitted that she spent more money going to rehab than she ever had on actual drugs.
I was in rehab for 34 days before I discharged. I went to the Addiction Rehabilitation Toronto facility, and it was one of the best decisions I think I've ever made.
While Addiction Rehab Toronto doesn't have prices listed on their site.
That's awesome, though. I mean, granted, she did use the money for a lot of nefarious shit and, like, shady shit and doing fucked up shit with it, like ski resorts and stuff. At least she did try to get some rehab, get some help. I mean, anybody out there that's fighting addiction, yeah. I mean, I have my addictions, although be no hard drugs like that. That's, I mean, that's good, right? I mean, but you know, everybody struggles with a little something. Be it, dumb things you can even have an addiction to dumb, like addiction to certain food or cigarettes or marijuana or alcohol or I mean, I don't partake in like drinking and all that other shit. I don't partake in any of that stuff. Smoke a little marijuana here and there. But I don't do anything else. I'm not into the little pill thing. I don't even drink. I think alcohol is gross.
It's aggregators like
everyone struggles a little bit something. If you choose to go to rehab and get help, that's commendable and respectful. Like, I really respect people that do that.
Recovery.com price a 30-day stay at the facility at 20,000 Canadian dollars. And that is a fourth of the entire dollar amount. It's hard to believe that expense, on top of buying enough drugs to end up there in the first place, had no bearing on how that GoFundMe money was used. One of her mods admitted the habit went a bit into the fund money at the end. However,
buying legal defense and counsel, buying therapy for the trauma Kiwi Farms put her through, the addiction started after she started streaming and making money again. The drugs were almost entirely cut out of her streaming income. Then went a bit into the fund money at the end. Oh, see?
Bit is, we might never know. Her relapse began right as she was supposed to initiate legal action. That, by her own admission, hadn't even started.
See, I don't know.
Remember, she was apparently collecting evidence to beat the statute of limitations. And after a vacation across Europe, new stream equipment, TwitchCon, hiring a private firm, security firm, and private investigator, consulting lawyers about Kiwi Farms, and paying an entire year's worth of rent because fuck it, why not? She spiraled, necessitating a month-long stay at a rehab facility that cost approximately $20K USD. Sorry, hold on a minute. I'm having a little brain fart. Canadian dollars, okay? Big difference. With the latter beginning in the exact time frame she claimed to finally take action against London police. Now, of course, there is one last hope for the GoFundMe money going towards anything vaguely resembling those initial stated goals. In April of 2024, Keffels' lawyer, Justin Anisman, filed a complaint against London Police Services with the Canadian Human Rights Tribune. The application hereby argues she is the victim of discrimination by London Police Services, referred to henceforth as LPS. Now, of the 5 examples given, 3 of them discuss her dead name being used in their records. This is true, and acknowledged by London Police in their first statement. The complaint further alleges LPS officers used her dead name and gender. During the arrest, this cannot be proven as no body cam footage exists. In a private conversation, she explained pushing body cams was one of her main goals. If I could get one thing from all of this, it would be body cams, since the police didn't even have them in my hometown. There is no evidence where she is well aware of, hence why her last point is actually kind of bizarre. The complaint introduces an entirely new accusation and has somehow gone unmentioned so far. Clara alleges that an officer groped her breast and said, "Yeah, it's a she." The fact that we haven't heard about this...
You feel like that's something that you would, like, make clear, like, right away. You know what I mean? Like, while you're talking about how they dead named you and all that other shit, you'd be like, and one of them grabbed my breast and said, "Oh, yeah, it's a girl."
Before is insane. It completely changes the narrative. This realistically should have been her leading story, since it's also at gunpoint, apparently. If true, the interaction recontextualizes every claim of dead naming. It also makes her behavior afterward much stranger, given that she seemed to forgive LPS in favor of pursuing action against Kiwi Farms.
Lawyers. Yeah, that's all I said. I never said that I was going to sue the police. I've basically had to make peace with it. Like, after it first happened, I was very mad at the police. And I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as possible. I wanted to even potentially pursue legal action against them. But they've taken the threat against my life very seriously. And I want to see justice.
Now, this is in stark contrast to the reduced feelings and security described by Clara as a result of her inability to trust LPS. This impacted her ability to earn a living. In the 6 months since the events at issue in this application, Ms. Sorrenti has seen a reduction in income of more than 25%. That document further alleges that their treatment of Clara left her unable to leave her home. By the way of example, she feels incapable of leaving her home or socializing productively with friends and family out in the community because of fear that...
If that was the case, why shouldn't she just say that? Why not just say that then?
LPS will continue to discriminate against her.
Like,
this is patently untrue, given that the time frame is...
The cop, like, grabbed my titty. He was like, "Hey, look, it's a girl. It's really a girl." Hey, come on, I don't fucking think the cops did that. I don't think the cops are just feeling her titties up, being like, "Yeah, this is a girl." This is for sure. She's for
when
sure.
she traveled
girl.
across the world. It also doesn't make any sense to blame London police for that reduced income. And it only gets crazier when you realize the complaint seeks $125,000 in damages. Accordingly, the applicant seeks the following remedies: a declaration that the LPS discriminated against the applicant contrary to Section 1 of the Code, in order for damages of the injury to applicant's dignity, feelings, and self-respect in the total amount of...
Damn, I get my self-respect. Man, my dignity, feelings, and self-respect get hurt every single damn day. I don't get no money for it. Can I start applying for money for it?
$75,000, and in order that LPS compensate the applicant for the loss of income suffered and other special damages incurred as a result of the discriminatory plus interest therein in the amount of $50,000. Now, I can't claim to know the intricacies behind the actual lawsuit over here and the Human Rights Tribunal. To be honest, I've tried researching this and I've called around as much as I can, but obviously information on a case, if it's pending and ongoing, isn't going to be shared, nor is a status really something to be handed out about. But at the end of the day, I'm not a lawyer, so me digging into this isn't necessarily going to do much more than you would expect. But that being said, okay, with all of this brought up, this is, I guess, the only last Hail Mary that we have. And if you ask Keffels, the reason they decided to go with the Human Rights Tribunal rather than a lawsuit is because the Human Rights Tribunal has unique powers that a civil suit does not. In Canada, if they were simply to do a lawsuit, all they would get is money. They are apparently pushing for police body cams, which is the complete goal right there. And papers...
I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I do think that all police should be wearing body cams because sometimes cops can mistreat the people that
process, and they're awaiting dates to appear in the tribunal. And I'm told this could take a minimum of 2 years at best, and 6 years at worst, depending on if this gets escalated to a higher judicial body. So again, I'm not an expert at the HRTO, and this section might be pending, and because Keffels is, I guess, quiet these days, I'm blocked, so I wouldn't really know. There might be updates to this, there might not be, okay? But to end this section off, to recap, Keffels deliberately tried to raise as much money as possible. None of her reasons make any sense. She didn't need to move, and used the money for a vacation in Europe, it seems.
No,
she didn't just use the fund for moving expenses, but a full year's worth of rent, something she never said she was gonna do. And as far as we can tell, she had no tangible losses. All of her possessions were returned within days, and the legal fund was for a nebulous lawsuit that has changed targets twice. The closest we saw to any actual legal action was that HRTO complaint, which doesn't even require a lawyer and is completely free. It's unlikely to go anywhere since she apparently has no evidence, no credibility, and seemingly no actual legal standing. Okay, so now that we've covered the swatting and her GoFundMe, let's talk about her campaign to drop Kiwi Farms. An important thing to recognize is that this is a public discussion forum. You can see what people are saying, and it also means it's difficult to prove something was their fault if they didn't.
GoFundMe. Where is it? I don't know. It's on the... I don't know, it's on Twitter. Muda showed it in the beginning of his video, too. It's like a document. It's like a document that said, it was like a conversation. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yep, I got it right here. Right here. It says, feels really bad watching the GFM deplete. The rest will cover a year rent, my psych fees if I talk to a psychologist once a week for the next 11 months. Ellen tried to comfort me, reminding me it was an emergency fund. Arif, whatever his name is, said, oh, Ellen's right, but I definitely understand that feeling. Whenever I've had a windfall that I wasn't originally planning on having, I still felt bad when it depleted. Said I keep trying to think of how it depleted so fast, the GFM. And it's just so many little things. Travel, replacing furniture, helping my friends out, buying new streaming gear, and new clothes. If anyone ever finds out how I spent the GFM, I am definitely getting canceled. LOL. Anyway, sorry for venting. I'm going to go and head to the dingle, whatever the fuck a dingle is. But
didn't
She
brag
even
about it
stated
on the
out her
site.
own mouth
To be
that
clear, they're
the
not
money was
innocent whatsoever. They're not
inappropriately
entirely innocent. They
wasn't
collect and
used
organize
for
personal
the shit it
information.
claimed to, because
And I would never
if it
argue
was,
that
then
they
why would
don't
you get
harass people.
canceled?
We can prove Kiwi Farms
Why would you
users
get
doxed her
canceled?
old house and
You
one
know
of the
what I mean?
hotel rooms.
If you use the money for
However, they
everything you
weren't
claim
the
to
main
use the
culprit.
money for, you
There is a
wouldn't get
completely
canceled.
different site that
You
actually
wouldn't get
took credit for
canceled.
the harassment that veered into actual criminality.
You know.
For the sake of not promoting it, we're going to
It
be
just
referring
is
to
what
this
it
website
is.
as Website Zero, like others have before who've covered this topic. If you've read the thread closely, you'll discover Kiwi Farms users don't find out about the swatting until after her GoFundMe. On August 21st, Clara's Uber Eats account was hacked and she blamed Kiwi Farms. The next day, a post was made on Website Zero taking credit. She showed a receipt for the order as part of the docs. This post also included phone numbers, accounts, addresses, emails, and passwords belonging to Sorrenti, as well as many of her family members. The doc stayed pinned from the date it was created until September the 4th. It was being worked on publicly since March 28th, and with users actively calling for others to track her down. Despite this, Clara continued to blame Kiwi Farms instead for hacking her account, her Uber account, even directly calling for Cloudflare to halt services in response to the hack. From here, she makes a decision to move to Northern Ireland to flee online harassment. And it's important to know that Kiwi Farms was down from August 26th to August 29th. Website Zero identified her location on August 26th thanks to that doorknob. Keffels blamed the Kiwi Farms, calling them out by name on the 29th. The same day she claimed a Kiwi Farms user had identified her location and threatened to show up. She claimed to have identified the user and
finding her
forwarded
information because she keeps publicly posting it and showing it and telling people where she's at.
their information to the police. And this is true. If this is true, there's no reason for her to believe this individual had any association with Kiwi Farms. The user had been very active across 4chan and the rest of the internet on a variety of easily identifiable accounts. And they've also explicitly stated that they had no connection with Kiwi Farms. She already knew that this person was from 4chan, even showing the original threads in one of her tweets. When we spoke about his plan beforehand, he left comments on Website Zero, and Website Zero was never mentioned once in her account. Clara later claimed that this resulted in another swatting, stating the same thing repeated itself, except Northern Irish police did not put a firearm, did not pull a gun on her. Apparently, the police were called to investigate a made-up stabbing. She noted they were very friendly.
This followed me. I leave Canada, now I'm in Northern Ireland. The same thing repeated itself.
Yep.
Except Northern Irish police did not pull a firearm on me, so that's cool. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, no, someone called in saying that there was a stabbing in the apartment I'm in, and they just sent 2 police officers and they were knocking at the door. Compared to what happened in Canada when I got an assault rifle pointed at me, that's...
I want Keffels to talk about this, interview. I want Keffels to come and do an interview with anyone and just explain herself. Because I would really like to know what happened with all that money.
Nothing. Cops are playing with the cat here.
That's interesting that the Canadians are also so militarized, the police there. I didn't realize.
Police were calm during this incident because Keffels was not swatted. It was a wellness check from someone afraid she was in danger. The person who contacted police reached out to Destiny to explain they were worried about a stalker. They specifically refute the idea they called in a stabbing. On the H3H3 podcast, Keffels stated that the swatting had mentioned a stabbing, but that there were no guns when they visited. This link shows the Armed Response Unit, which is deployed for when someone reports a stabbing in an active situation. There's a picture there that shows a dynamic entry. Someone with Ellen's background wouldn't realize that Northern Ireland does actually have a history of armed violence, and the PSNI response to what that violence is equivalent to the United States of America. The evidence strongly supports that the story Keffels gave on the H3H3 podcast about being swatted here is utter horseshit. And if you recall, law enforcement began actively investigating the people harassed.
See, she's just so disingenuous. You can't call me and everyone else transphobic because we're calling out a transgender person for misappropriating funds, fraud, and just generally lying and being disingenuous. you can't just call me and everyone else transphobic for that shit. Like, you can't. Like, I haven't once during this almost 2-hour stream now, have I once dead named Keffels and or called her out of her pronouns. It's not transphobia. It's just holding somebody fucking accountable for doing something fucked up. That's all it is. So, if I blow up and then I do some ignorant shit, am I just going to tell everybody, oh, you're only coming at me because you're fucking fat phobic? It's not because I'm a fraud and a criminal. It's just because you're fat phobic and I'm a big dude, so everybody wants to come at me for it. No, you just be calling out the bullshit I'm doing. Like, that's it. There wouldn't be nothing racist, fat phobic, transphobic. It wouldn't be nothing like that. We're calling out somebody for fraudulently asking for a donation and then fraudulently spending that money on other shit. Like, she went on coke and meth benders. She paid for the rehab. She paid years worth of rent. She gave money to her friends. She bought new streaming gear and new clothes and new this and that. And none of the shit in the GoFundMe. The GoFundMe was originally $20K for her to move, which is moving expenses. And then she bumped it up to $100,000, talking about all these legal fees she would need because she was going after the police in Canada or whatever for the one cop apparently grabbing her breast and saying, yep, it's a girl. First off, I don't even think that fucking happened. To be honest, there's no proof of that even happening. It's her word versus theirs. And then, secondly, if you're going to use the legal fee aspect after the $20K, anything after the moving expense should have all went to legal fees. So the other $83,000 she had from the GoFundMe should have went to legal fees, and nobody's seeing no lawsuit, no legal fee for anything. Like I said, she said that she doesn't want bad actors she doesn't want to give a detailed breakdown of the GFM to bad actors. So if I donate money, would she explain it to me then? Like, would she give me a detailed breakdown of the GoFundMe? So if anybody is, like, honestly donated money to her, ask her for a detailed breakdown of what she did with the money then. Because then you're not necessarily a bad actor and or someone that didn't support her. You supported her, you're not a bad actor, and you just want to know where your money went. That's what I'd be having questions up and down if I gave her any money. I'd have questions as to where it all went. I'm shocked that nobody else does.
As it turns out, they actually caught them. The harassment.
And then when we do say we want to see it, we're bad actors, we're transphobic assholes, we're, what did they call Muda's? They call Muda's wife a neo-Nazi, so we're neo-Nazis, we're transphobic, we're all these things just because we want to know where all that money went.
Was largely perpetrated by a...
And mind you, this isn't like a new thing, asking people to show where the money was, like the money went to the appropriated places. Anybody that has done a GoFundMe for lawsuits, I've seen, not saying say everyone, but I've seen a lot of like content creators that did GFMs. They actually posted in detail on live streams or on, you can go find them on VODs, like breakdowns, because GoFundMe will give you a sheet where all the money was sent and how all the money was used. And they would get that from GoFundMe, and then they would show it live on their stream. Like, yeah, we got 97,000, but look, here's like 67,000 of it went to this, 10,000 of it went to this, 5,000 went to this, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. You know what I mean? And they show you a breakdown, detailed list of where every penny of that GoFundMe went.
Now defunct.
So it's not like we're just like, oh my God, we're transphobic, and just because you're transgender, we need to know where the money went. No, they've done this to a lot of different people. What was the last dude? The gamer guy that people thought he was like scamming charity or whatever.
Group on website Zero, known as Vile. Vile doxed several people related to hashtag Drop Kiwi Farms, including Keffels and the owner of the DIY HRT directory. This is easily proven as their signature is present in the pastes themselves. Some of their known techniques include using fake emergency data requests to impersonate government officials. They also use stolen passwords from law enforcement officers to subpoena companies into sharing private information. That info was then used for extortion. This criminal activity is only known because 2 members were arrested and charged in March of 2023. Now, while the group is defunct, as demonstrably law enforcement did their job, the important distinction here, though, is what Vile did was criminal. There is legal recourse for extortion. Amongst the many crimes they committed, Kiwi Farms, on the other hand, is still entirely legal, which is why she has to poison the well against them. Her motivations are especially curious given this DM from August 4th, a day before her swatting, where she flatly stated,
is so important as a public online figure who gets a lot of negative attention. I don't really want to do a public conversation because I don't want to talk about Kiwi Farms anymore. It's a site filled with old porn of me and my dead name and photos of me when I was 15 to 16 before I started my transition. It's a place people go to get information used to harass me. I just kind of want to take down everything I said about Hunter and move on and hope he can do the same for our conversation. Once I realized that his chat was brigaded by Kiwi Farms users in order to ratchet up the conflict, I realized he was being manipulated, and so was I. They wanted us to have this.
She didn't want to talk about Kiwi Farms anymore. Later on, Clara admitted she targeted the site not because she was in fear of her life, but because it was opportune timing.
All of us are here talking about like Website X. We're all talking about how bad it is, how it's like a secret, how we don't speak the name of it, but everyone knows it and everyone's worried about it. And it's like, it sounds like the perfect website for a campaign for them to get dropped by their fucking service provider. Like, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think the momentum is there for that, though. Like, with the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign, it was just really opportune timing. I had all this media attention on me, and journalists were, like, following every fucking thing I said and did.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even know about the second website until they went after me.
Yeah, but when you describe it as like a worse version of the same website, but whoa, please don't talk about it. That's crazy.
Well,
it's very revealing that when a site exists embodying the very thing she accuses Kiwi Farms of doing, her reaction is completely different. While it's reasonable to not want others to find it, that doesn't justify blaming Kiwi Farms for the actions of another separate community. It's her refusal to acknowledge the actions of Website Zero as the actions of Website Zero that necessitates its mention. When asked, she fails to address this in a satisfying way.
Question, Kaffles, to you. So basically, if there's another website that's doing things as malicious or more malicious than the Kiwi Farms post, I'm wondering, like, why not draw attention to that website in particular if they seem to be more inherently dangerous?
I don't think they're more inherently dangerous. They also don't have as many active users because the people who, on the other side...
Website Zero is, in comparison to Kiwi Farms, is atrociously damaging. Like, that could shit, that's, I don't even know why she would say that.
The people who do it, they're more technically skilled in what they do. But also because they had more extensive documentation of my family, and I didn't want to put that out there. I think that's reasonable, right? Like, I don't want my family to get hurt.
Sure, if you don't want your family to get hurt, that's fine. But the opposite of what you're saying right now was your justification as to why you have to go after Kiwi Farms. Like, this place is doxing you. This person's posting tons of your information.
Why do you defend Kiwi Farms so much? I think
it makes you wonder if she wasn't willing to go after the site because she was actually afraid. Why did she target Kiwi Farms in the first place? Why continuously lie about the site being down to your followers? Why accuse anyone with genuine criticism of you as having used the site? Is there something that she was trying to hide? So 47 minutes in, you probably know that I have to address the big, massive elephant in the room, okay? Horton hears a who, boyos. The reason for this is because I don't even think we can begin to have this conversation without showing now definitively that Keffels, as a narrator, cannot be trusted. The conversation surrounding the subject has been intentionally warped and obfuscated, and even questioning it will get you labeled a transphobe, okay? So, and I'm not a transphobe, I'm bringing this up, okay? This is a very, this is a minefield I'm walking in, okay? When we talk about the harassment from Kiwi Farms, it can't be understated that they are transphobic. It's true. There is truth to the idea they'll call just about anyone a groomer just because that they're trans. However, this has allowed Keffels to absolve herself of responsibility of her own actions and pretend as if there's nothing she has personally done for people to distrust her character. Not only that, but she'll discredit any criticism by associating it with Kiwi Farms, the big bad farms. At the end of the day, if documentation exists, then regardless of that source, it speaks for itself. Keffels will hide behind her identity as a shield, accusing anyone who brings up her genuinely questionable behavior as pedo-jacketing. In reality, this is little more than an excuse to avoid accountability.
Shouldn't be acceptable for people who are supposedly leftist or progressive to pedo-jacket trans people. We are already the target of that by the right. Incredibly disappointing to see from people who should know.
And it's finally time to talk about do-it-yourself hormones and Catboy Ranch. In June of 2022, Clara began sponsoring the DIY HRT directory. For a myriad of reasons, hormone replacement...
I'm proud to announce I am sponsoring the do-it-yourself HRT directory. Healthcare is a human right, and no one should be denied gender-affirming care because anti-trans extremists in office deny trans people their rights. This directory has saved lives and will continue to in the future. Has it, though? Like, has it saved lives? Because everything I see about it says that maybe it doesn't. But let's continue watching.
Replacement therapy is often inaccessible to many trans people. The directory intends to teach people how to, quote unquote, safely obtain HRT without a prescription. While some are legitimate pharmaceutical grade medications simply imported from other countries, the site also offers a number of homebrew sources. They are colloquially referred to as bathtub estrogen, in reference to the actual practice of brewing your own HRT. This guide in particular is linked to Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals, which is also listed on the directory. Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals is extremely controversial, for reasons that will become very self-apparent. The packaging is covered in sexualized depictions of young boys cross-dressing. Again, I have to blur this out because it is actually a violation of YouTube's TOS.
That is crazy. Their packaging is of young people cross-dressing. That is fucking horrible.
TOS, with text on the box that reads, "Keep out of reach of parents."
Wow. And then it even on the box says directions for use. Use 0.18 milliliters every 5 days. Keep away from direct sunlight, heat, and moisture. Keep out of reach of parents. That's horrible.
Parents. It's disgusting and clearly falls under the category of Shota or Loli, which Keffels has given her own opinion of.
If you like Loli, you like John Child, which means you like Child, and this shouldn't be a controversy. Yeah, I'm saying if you like Lolly, that's my take on it. If you like Lolly, then you like drawn PDF. And if you like that, that means you like actual PDF and you are a PDF-phile. It's not a controversial opinion. That's like a widely accepted
in the past. It's already questionable to endorse what are effectively unregulated drugs. It's even worse to explicitly advocate for their use by minors. Keffels bragged about donating thousands
Yeah, that's what's crazy. I'm donating thousands of dollars a year to a resource so people affected by hysterical anti-trans laws can access hormone replacement therapy before the age of 18. I do not give a single shit what you think. So this is essentially her just saying that anybody under the age of 18, anyone underage, can go and get hormone replacement therapy. That she gives money to people that do this bathtub estrogen shit. And it's just It's like really gross. Even, I mean, even the packaging to depict young boys cross-dressing as girls, and to even have text printed on the fucking box that says "keep out of reach of parents." Wow, like that's fucking bizarre. Like to just make sure, like you,
of
it's
dollars
just
a year
all
to the
fucked
site
up,
to
man.
help people get access to HRT.
Especially if you read the WPATH files. That's you should know why giving all that shit to a minor isn't just okay. Like it's not just like, hey, everybody's bodies react the same, so let's just fill them up with all this shit. It's not the same, man. Like that's why there's like actual doctors that advocate against that shit.
Before the
Because
age of
it
18.
shouldn't
She
be a
said, I
thing.
do not.
Some of them do. Most of them are in this like cult that like they're just like, yeah, who cares? Money is money. So if this boy wants to be a girl or this girl wants to be a boy, who gives a shit what happens to him in the long run? Let's get that money now. You know what I mean? Like, and
Not
that's
give a
just sick.
single shit what you think.
Fucking sick.
I am doing nothing wrong, nor will I ever back down. The directory was even added as a link to her website, with an accompanying chat command. By then, she was marketing her community as a safe space for teenagers. As a former trans kid who is now a trans adult, I want to say to all the young trans people who follow me, I love you, I care about you, and I will fight for you. We will win. There is hope for people like us in this world. They cannot and will not keep us down.
She's advocating DIY HRT to minors, and then gives money to groups that specifically deal in giving bathtub HRT to minors.
No opposition to providing safe access.
That's crazy. Like what is the Otokono Pharmacy or whatever it is that prints the shit on their box to keep out of reach of parents. I just think that is fucking. I know I said it a couple times, but I just think that is fucking bizarre. Like you are like, what? Usually the general warning is keep out of reach of children. But you literally change that on the packaging to keep out of reach of parents.
To HRT for trans people who need them, right? That's just
If you think any of this is okay, you're just as fucked as Cuntfuls is.
thing. If doctors can come in and there's a way to safely do it 100%, get the proper people involved, not me, not Keffels the activist, both of us are clearly not doctors, sure. But it is dangerous to condone questionable individuals with shady histories like Keffels and deceitful messaging to illicitly offer these treatments online, especially to minors. The directory was created by an individual known as Bob Posting, or Chloe. Chloe and Clara have a long history of friendship together. Chloe thanked Keffels for her sponsorship and even got brought on stream to promote the site. She would reply to Clara on Twitter, 1,000 minors on HRT. Her association sparked backlash after people began to notice her bizarre fixation on secretly sending HRT to minors. I've unironically helped like a half a dozen minors acquire bat bathtub estrogen. No one tell him I've held more than one minor order. I don't groom children. I just show dozens of kids every every week how to buy bathtub estrogen with cryptocurrency and how to hide it from their parents. What are you talking about? The directory does, in fact, take cryptocurrency, and at one point even instructed minors on how to buy Bitcoin. If you're a minor,
this is
get a
just
trusted
crazy. If
adult
you
to
don't think
purchase
that any
Bitcoin
of this
for
is,
you,
like,
or go to your
wrong
local
in any
BTC
sense of the
ATM.
word,
Chloe has also referenced minors in relation to an act
horrible.
known as pink pilling, the act of convincing someone that they are trans on multiple occasions. Pink pilling minors is based, actually, if they reach out and express a desire for HRT. I have unironically pink pilled like half a dozen minors, and by pink pill, I mean point them to HRT resources after they reach out. So when this was brought to the public's attention, several changes to the site were made. They removed Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals and implemented a site-wide age warning. This seems to contradict their explicit advocacy for minors to use the site. 2 days later, Chloe announced she would no longer be involved in the directory. Keffel similarly distanced herself and her sponsorship vanished. She has tried to downplay her accusation ever since, and this is what she had to say earlier this year when questioned about the directory. I gave a wiki site $500 a month and they put my website link in the banner. This was the extent of my involvement. I have never produced or distributed or even purchased DIY hormones. I didn't sell anything to trans minors and I wasn't involved in production or distribution. Claire didn't just endorse it, she was friends with the creator who openly gloated about pink pilling minors. She even joked about it with Clara on stream.
I wanted you on the stream because I have a lot of trans youth who watch the stream, so you gotta like chill your pink pilling stuff.
Wow, I have the perfect resource for you. So I am pretty well known for those who don't know. People know me for like being knowledgeable about DIY HRT and how to, access DIY HRT. And so I have this site, which people already sending the link in chat, is DIYHRT.github.io. If the mods want to like plug that, that would be amazing.
So while Chloe has since disappeared from the internet, there was actually a new development. It was discovered that shortly after retiring, she was convicted for robbing a bank in 2020. On February 14, 2020, on about 7:18 a.m., an individual wearing a surgical mask walked up to the counter at the Scotiabank branch located at and handed a note to a teller. It read, "This is a robbery. You are not in danger. Call the police 30 seconds after I leave the door. Give me all your money, no bug money." The robber handed the teller a box. The teller placed cash in the box, and the robber then left the bank with the box of cash. The teller locked the door and told her manager what happened. The police were called. This individual was identified by police as Chloe. The teller placed a GPS tracker device hidden between four $20 bills. And when she discovered this, she tried to hide it beneath some snow. It was quickly found, reported to police, and they retrieved $5,190 in cash, and Chloe was convicted in 2023. Though currently her sentence is unclear, the Criminal Notebook, a free resource on Canadian criminal law, says the average sentence in Alberta for this exact type of crime is 4 years and possibly a fine. And while it's unclear who owns a
Wow, so you only get 4 years in Alberta, Canada for robbing a bank
directory
unarmed?
now, it's still around to this day. In fact, they recently added back Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals. In fact, they even added back that filthy Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals, clearly waiting for that public backlash to die down. Needless to say, pharmaceuticals, clearly waiting for that public
Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals, OTKPH.com. Ships internationally from Brazil, $20 USD international shipping. Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals is run by a trans woman in Brazil. She sells home-brewed estradiol injections and some other products, including transdermal gels, estradiol pills, bicalutamide, among other HRT. So it's all just home-brewed HRT. That's all they sell.
backlash to die down.
Okay.
Needless to say, everyone involved in this entire situation has exhibited suspicious behavior at best. So, one in this entire
hell was
situation
that? Why did
has
he-
exhibited
Why
suspicious.
did he
Needless
flash
to say,
that?
everyone involved in this entire situation.
What did he flash this for? That's weird.
has exhibited suspicious behavior at best. So,
Weird.
one surprising development that actually kicked in while
Vanafarm is UK domestic source of homebrewed injections and transdermal estrogen. Why is everybody just allowed to sell bathtub estrogen?
I'm sitting in my hotel room right now, is apparently one of the actual pharmaceutical groups that was listed on
Vanapharma?
the DIY HRT directory,
Oto-
vanapharma.com, which, by the way, ships domestically
Otokonoko
only within the United
Pharmaceutical
Kingdom,
and
accepts
Vanapharmaceutical?
cryptocurrency only, blah, 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 has actually been hit with a pretty bad letter in this regard. So,
This is formal request for the suspension of domain names listed below. Here for the reasons: the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency (MHRA) are the executive arm of the Department of Health and Social Care and Law Enforcement Agency in the United Kingdom. We investigate the criminal supply of illegal medicinal products, and during one of our investigations to the following domain name website has come to our attention: https vanapharm.org. Internationally, every jurisdiction has their own laws and regulations. Frequently, there is a degree of uniformity across all nations pertaining to the drug safety, pharmaceutical, or pharmacy practice laws, regulations, and standards. The listed website has been identified as facilitating the commission of criminal offenses relating to one of the most applicable regulations of the Human Medicines Regulations 2012, which consolidates law in the Kingdom. Regulation 46 of the Human Laws, blah, 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 blah.
for this is from the Medicines and Healthcare Products
So it's because they
Regulatory
market,
Agency in the United
certify,
Kingdom.
and
if we look
traditional
closely
herbal
over
registration,
here, you
and
can
it's
see
like
that
they
we
gotta just
investigate
like they make bathtub to HRT and send it out to people. So yeah,
the criminal supply of
That's why the
illegal medicinal
MHRA is,
products.
like, shutting that
And
shit
during one of our investigations, the following domain name has come to our attention: vanapharma.org. Internationally, every jurisdiction has its own law, blah, 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 blah. So what they actually were hit with over here, the violations
Person may not
is
sell or
Regulation
supply
46,
a
where person
prescription,
may not
only
sell or
medicine,
supply
except in
or
accordance
offer to
with
sell
the
or supply
prescription
a
given by
medicinal
an
product
appropriate
otherwise than in accordance with the
practitioner.
terms, okay? And of course, Regulation 214,
So
which is
they're
a
not even
person may not
appropriate.
sell
Regulation
or supply
279 of the Human
a
Medicines 2012, a person
prescription-only
may not
medicine
publish an
except in
advertisement
accordance
for
with
a
a
medicinal
prescription
product
given
unless
by an
one of the
appropriate
following is enforced to
practitioner.
the product.
And of course, Regulation
Blah, blah.
279, which is a person may not publish an advertisement for a medicinal product unless one of the following is in force of the product. So yeah, they got hit with something, and again, before anybody in their camp
Because they're not practitioners and they're trying to offer up DIY HRT to minors.
says whatever they were
It's not
doing.
like they do this shit to adults and everyone's just like, oh my god, fucking don't be giving adults that hormone replacement therapy. No, it's just because you're doing it to minors.
But the
You
DIY
shouldn't be
HRT
doing
directory
that.
was
Like,
legal. This is a
minors should be talking to their parents, maybe with their parents to go to like a psychiatrist, see a psychiatrist, talk to them about how you're feeling and the ways you're feeling, then go like with your parent to an actual practice, like licensed practitioner, talk to them about it, get the information from them of what it's going to do to you long term, short term, all this other. That's how you go about it. You don't just go, hey, here, I mixed this shit up in my bathtub or in my sink or whatever, I'm just placating here, that's all. But wherever you mix it up, it could just be like you could have like a legit setup in your house, like, and you're really like chemist type shit mixing all this stuff. It don't matter. You're not a licensed practitioner, and you're doing it without the consent of their parents. You're doing it behind their parents, and you're even like letting them know to keep it away from their parents so that their parents don't find out. Because if they found out, then it'd be lawsuits on top of lawsuits on top of lawsuits. I mean, it's just the way that it's the way you're going about the things. You know what I mean? It's not the thing you're doing. It's what it's the road you're taking to that thing. You know what I mean? Like, you're going about it all wrong. The end might be okay, but everything you're doing doesn't justify that outcome. That's all. So stop doing that
clear
shit.
example of how what they were
Stop doing it. It sucks that there's not enough gender-affirming care for minors. Yeah, it does. But that's neither my place nor anybody else's place to start feeding that shit to people's kids and injecting people's kids with shit when, you know what I mean? Like, It's just
was actually not, and it required
just
governmental
messed up.
intervention.
It's
And
just it's wrong in every sense, and if you don't think it is, that's weird that you don't think it is.
this is a clear example of government regulation kicking in and proving that what they were doing wasn't exactly above board. And it's understandable why many would be dubious of their intentions.
They also say, I guess one of their problems is that you are supporting young people, young trans people who didn't have access to hormones. You are telling them how to make homemade hormones.
Oh my god. No, I don't know how to make homemade hormones. I noticed the new thing is they're saying that I'm teaching people how to make hormones in their bathtub, which just sounds insane.
Keffels?
She might not be teaching, but she's like guiding them to people that will teach them how to do it. You know what I mean? She's like, "Oh, I'm not teaching them. I'm just reaffirming that they can be a different gender, and then I'm sending them in the path to the people that can do that."
Calls anyone who questions her behavior, past or present, transphobic, accusing her critics of pedo-jacketing and groomer libel. When Ethan Klein called her out for defending Bosch's horse folder, she poisoned the well. You had me on your show and called me a hero for fighting.
Vosh's horse folder. Vosh's horse folder. Which was, that shit was crazy in of itself. It really was. Like, I like how everyone, even like Vosh, tried to be like, well, I didn't know. I didn't know what was in the folder when I downloaded it. That's bullshit, bro. You knew.
Fighting against a far-right stalking forum that made multiple people themselves. Now you are using out-of-context clips sourced from the same website to attack people. What's truly disgusting about this is something like pedo-jacketing actually can be a real problem. It would be dishonest to act like baseless accusations of pedophilia against the LGBT community don't actually exist. But once again, Clara uses all of this to avoid accountability for her own actions. Clara, Keffels, your identity is not a shield from criticism, okay? Every time you do this, you actually throw the entire...
I hate that shit. I hate how, like, trans people, like, think that because you're calling them out for something, you're implicitly fucking just transphobic. Like, you're immediately a transphobe if you try to say it shouldn't be accepted for people who are supposedly leftist or progressive to trans people. We are already the target of that blah, blah, blah.
Community you're supposed to be advocating for under the fucking bus. And that takes us to the tale of Catboy Ranch. For the longest time...
Now, I'm not too familiar with the Catboy Ranch thing, but... I don't even know. I don't know. Let's find out.
Keffels used to block anyone who referenced...
I didn't watch the whole video, so I don't even know. I've heard about the allegations of the Catboy Ranch, but I don't exactly know what the Catboy Ranch is all about.
Catboy Ranch. It was actually mentioned in the letter that caused her initial swatting, but journalists declined to include it. Clara later used this to justify why no one should look into it.
It's legitimately incredibly f***ed up. When I was swatted, the swatter mentioned Catboy Ranch and giving children Catboy collars in the email where they impersonated me and said they were going to shoot up City Hall. It was all Kiwi Farms misinformation. Now H3H3 fans are regurgitating it.
When I was swatted, the swatters mentioned Catboy Ranch and giving children Catboy collars in an email where they impersonated me and said that they were going to shoot up City Hall. It was all Kiwi Farms misinformation. Now H3H3 fans are regurgitating it. The problem with this argument is that ultimately the documentation speaks for itself. Nothing on Kiwi Farms should actually be taken at face value, which is why they find it so important to archive everything. That ensures that the original source exists and allows you to verify the information for yourself. With how much misinformation and perhaps disinformation has been spreading about what Catboy Ranch really is, it's about time we look at the facts and try to understand what it actually was.
I've heard of it. I've heard of the whole Catboy Ranch allegations, but I don't exactly know anything about it. Like, I knew more about the Keffels, like Bathtub HRT. I knew about the GoFundMe and like her misappropriating the money and all that other shit. Like, I knew all that stuff, but the Catboy Ranch thing has always, like, I've never really understood.
When I first mentioned the subject on Twitter, she posted a link to the supposed Discord in
By
question.
the way, the server is still up. I'm sorry getting the surgery has deprived you of being able to ride my... Keffels, that was funny. That was funny.
By the way, the server is still up. That is not the original Catboy Ranch server. In fact, it was created in response.
Keffels formally announces the return of the Catboy Ranch. Yes, you read that correctly. The infamous Discord that Keffels always tried to wave away their involvement in some fishy thing started to leak out of its returning. Ooh. This time is a Discord solely for people who pay Keffels money. It's going to be cozier. And Keffels is going to be active in it for that reason.
Long after, in June of 2023. The story of the actual Catboy Ranch server starts with a Twitter account she owned by the same name. It was created in 2020. The plan to create a Twitter meme page directed at femboys so I can herd them all into my ranch. It was somewhat gimmicky with close ties to Vosh's community. Most of the posts were submissions made by either Clara, her friends, or people in her DMs. And the page was overtly sexual, and she did public calls for submissions and invitations. Like this tweet if you want to be added to the Catboy Ranch group chat. It was by any metric an adult space, with pornographic art posted on the account and used as the Discord banner. There are endless, and I mean endless, tweets that are very explicit in nature. For example, my biggest regret about getting bottom surgery is that I never had the chance to nut in a Catboy. I am coming out as someone who likes to get their prostate slammed
Never had
slamming
the
someone
chance to
else's
get their
prostate. I really wish I was
Catboy.
for Catboy until he starts crying right about now. The account reached
Damn. Too bad I got the surgery, so I couldn't. And a Catboy?
8,000 followers by early 2021. It was around this time her page got marked as being adults only. A recurring theme throughout her posts was the idea of ownership, which is when things get really strange as we approach the Discord. Was the idea of
Why
ownership,
are you washing
which
your
is when things
face
get
after I on it? You're mine. How are the other girls gonna? I don't know. That's
really strange as we approach the Discord server. The Catboy Ranch Discord was created in December of 2020. Within 3 weeks, the server amassed over 650 members.
Catboy
partially
Ranch.
because she promoted it under her viral tweets. While it doesn't appear any archive.
Using the fact that this tweet blew up to plug my Discord server, go join it, because I steal all my memes from there anyway, so technically it's funnier than me.
Of the chat exist, what is public has raised a lot of eyebrows. At one point, Clara shared photos of 2 callers given to members of the Discord.
At Allie Market, type Catgirl property at Catboy Ranch, at Femboy Finance property at Catboy
Clearly
Ranch.
engaging in some form of roleplay. These individuals are adults, and I'm not alleging otherwise. My point is that it's clearly a space for adults, and minors should have been kept away as far as possible. Keffels has reiterated that the server has explicitly 18 plus and required photo ID to join. However, she also stated that photo ID was only required for the not safe for work sections. These are 2 very contradicting statements. And ignoring the fact that she shouldn't have been interacting with minors on Twitter either, Win, also known as @FemGirlVR, was followed by Clara on both of her accounts. On September 28, 2021, Clara replied to Win calling her very cute. A month later, Win tweeted at Clara complaining she couldn't post nudes because she was 15. Then in November, Catboy Ranch replied to Win acknowledging her age. You are 15, your skull hasn't even fully developed. Win later proclaimed herself a proud member of the cult of Keffels. I just can't get over how much hope you give me. I should be able to start HRT before I'm 16 or once I'm 16. So just knowing that there's the potential I could pass like you does give me hope to keep going. Thank you. Maya, or Femboy Mats, is another minor Clara interacted with on Twitter. Maya claimed to have been a member of the Catboy Ranch Discord whilst underage. Maya said, "Hey, I'm the person involved, there was no grooming." Someone replied, "Who said there was? You were still a minor in Catboy Ranch, which had ID verification." Maya then confirms that only the NSFW sections did. Maya was 16 years old when she began interacting with Keffals. 5 days after she turned 17, Clara replied to her selfie with a meme. "Damn ya ass fat, what's your pronouns?" Clara later tweeted a meme at Maya about taking estrogen and getting erections. In one
These
thread,
people are
Catboy Ranch
wild,
interacts
bro.
with both Maya and Princess
Wild.
Emily, who was 15 years old. Now, these are highly inappropriate interactions for someone to engage in on their adults-only
15?
account at the age of 27. And this is only what we're able to see publicly. It's also worth noting Maya has since argued in favor of underage people lying about their age to people online. Maya turned 18th in January of 2022 and made an NSFW account to post nudes 3 months later. Now, this is where the story gets even darker, because we have to look at Maya's interaction with another user named Danny. Username is SynthIsHere. Danny publicly bragged about getting Maya on DIY HRT when she was a minor. About to start bragging that I got Maya on HRT when she was a minor, Maya began ordering from Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals a month after turning 17. I'm about to take the pink pill, still cis though. This all was with assistance from the DIY HRT directory. A year later, she was so unhappy with her results, she actually called out and blocked Chloe on Twitter. What happened? She got pissed about her hormone results? I mean, that wouldn't be Chloe's fault because that's not something
She got pissed about her hormone results. I see. I mean, that wouldn't be Chloe's fault, though, because that's not something she can control. Everyone reacts different to the stuff. Also, there's different doses and such, right? Maybe she's taking estrogen too low of a dose.
she can control. Everyone reacts differently
This
to
is what
that
I'm
stuff.
saying. Like, this
Also,
is
there's
no-
different
This
dosages.
is all just not like, you're not like going through an
The
actual,
two would end up
like,
having an argument
licensed
about the specifics of
practitioner to
HRT.
do all this. Like,
Chloe
what the-
calls Maya an idiot, and Maya says
going
this: "Fuck DIY, fuck all of this. I don't know how this happened. My regimen didn't change since my last test. I am so done with listening to these quacks online who pretend that they're better than actual doctors." As Maya herself stated, these people are not doctors. And someone like Chloe should not be allowed to posture herself as some kind of authority on the subject. No one without any proper credentials should. Not me, not Chloe, not Keffals, not anyone. Maybe it would be less of an issue if everyone involved in the situation was a legal adult. But as we've demonstrated in the last 5 minutes, they are not. Clara explicitly advocated for the DIY HRT's directory's use by minors, while clearly aware of her friend's activities, behaviors, and history. That only compounded by her constant lies surrounding Catboy Ranch, when even what we can prove already paints an incredibly unsavory picture. There is simply no good justification for why Keffals, while being overtly sexual, was interacting with and befriending underaged fans.
And the only place they really feel safe talking about being trans is on the internet.
And so where do you guys do this? Is it like a Discord or something, or like a community?
Oh, it's like a Twitch stream.
Oh, just on Twitch?
Yeah.
So it's all just out in the public?
Yeah.
Because they make me it sound like you have some kind of secret or some community spot that's not publicly seen where you're talking with kids and stuff, but that's not even the case.
No.
Wow, that's interesting. They really are just straight up lying, huh?
Now, there's a lot of misinformation surrounding Catboy Ranch, including the circulation of several alleged screenshots. And to be clear, these aren't from a server Clara owned, but an acquaintance named Femboy Cooking. Femboy Cooking is infamous for saying this: "It's not a choice. We are not asking you. We are telling you we will turn your kid gay." On June 23, 2021, a Twitter thread was made exposing Femboy Cooking's Discord server. A user named Sorrel called it an outright den of grooming. The server had roles to identify both adults and minors, and in spite of this, he caught an adult openly flirting with a 13-year-old and calling them a cute little bottom catboy. When confronted, admins defended the server's practice of allowing underage users. Why would we bar minors from the server on the off chance that they'll...
Why would we buy buy? Oh. I'm going too dark on them now. Why would we bar minors from the server on the off chance that they'll be groomed? Don't you think there are better ways to fix the issues of grooming and on the internet than just barring children from using the internet?
How if they've been taking... How if they have been talking about having with men, you can show me where, but your sexuality is a part of you. There's nothing wrong with it. You're kind of the one introducing the adult-oriented element. It's kind of weird. Keffals admits that she was in this server and called the screenshots disgusting. I have absolutely nothing to do with that Discord, and I think that is disgusting. I'll warn people about the Discord. Someone replied, by that you mean you'll leave the Discord. And she said, already did. I wasn't aware or active about any of this until now. Bruh, I was joking. I didn't know you were a part of it. That changed after the person who made the call out got suspended. Clara celebrated the thread's deletion, even though she admitted it had evidence of an adult flirting with a minor. Those are her own words. Just wrote an entire thread seething about me from behind a block and tried to get his followers dogpile my tweet and then got suspended. About me from behind a block.
Whoa! See, I didn't know anything about this Catboy Ranch shit. This Catboy Ranch shit is wild.
Dogpile my tweet. And then got suspended. People combed through Femboy's Cooking Discord and discovered an adult flirting with a minor.
People combed through Femboy's Cooking Discord and discovered an adult flirting with a minor and decided that I am somehow guilty of this, and one of Dimitri Monroe's friends started writing an entire thread about me and then got suspended.
I am somehow guilty of this. Once again, suspended.
Whoa!
This is stunning admission that she helped cover up an adult flirting with a 13-year-old for her own convenience. And there's also no proof that the person who made that thread is a P-word. Early into Drop Kiwi Farms, Clara promoted an artist named ZR Kalo. Kayla is known for running the account Transphobes Posting Their L's.
Crazy.
She faced backlash for knowingly associating with actual zoophiles, including a moderator on @Transphobic L's. She also is known for drawing what would some describe as necrozoophile art. Keffals defended her purely on the basis that she had a thread on Kiwi Farms.
Crazy.
But the thing is, like, I know they lie about literally everyone, so why would I believe their claims? Like, they're calling Zerkalo a necrozoophile, and it's like, they call everyone everything. Nothing they say is truthful. I have no reason to believe that.
I mean, there's a lot of reasons.
Look, I personally think that that's kind of weird. However, I don't think you did anything wrong. I can just choose not to look at the part of the internet where people post things like that. As long as no one's getting hurt, I do not care.
Then she calls out every person with the thread on the site to band together. It's probably a good time to bring up that Kiwi Farms has actually put criminals in jail. Put actual criminals there. Most recently, putting a prolific animal abuser behind bars. I'm not saying every user or thread is virtuous. Even if you hate the site, you gotta admit, some people deserve to have their actions exposed. Keffals' campaign eventually took her to Chris Chan, who she brought on for an interview right after Chris got out of jail for allegedly having relations with their mom. Hilariously, she had to keep up the lie that Kiwi Farms was still down. A lie she maintained for years. What are you talking about? At this point, I need to pose the question: what goddamn moral high ground does Keffals have over Kiwi Farms?
What you think I'm bullshitting?
Critics, as well as innocent members of their family. It can't be cyber stalking. She got ousted from her own community for trying to gather dirt on who she called a prototypical lol cow. It can't be some belief of criminality. The whole point of getting Cloudflare to drop Kiwi Farms is making them susceptible to illegal DDoS attacks. And when the site was hosted in Ukraine, she posted the address to the servers publicly and then accused them of supporting Russia in some weird hopes that I would imagine would be retribution. Her entire MO is exploiting other people for her own benefit. Every time she claims people are criticizing her, it's because she's trans. She undermines the actual hate directed towards trans people on the basis of their identity. And what about her cynical use of other people's death, from James Somerton to the victims of Kiwi Farms to bringing up Tony?
My bad, I started going into Twitter.
Ethan Klein.
She starts this motherfucker off with "in memory of Tony Winchester, who was the RS
Why?
Glory and Gold."
Why bring him up? What the hell?
He, first of all, I'm speechless with that one.
Yeah.
How many deaths do we have to watch her weaponize until we all get together and can agree invoking someone's name in this way is just really fucking disgusting? And
Right?
finally, to top it all off, there is no transparency surrounding the GoFundMe. She seems to keep inventing new details about her swatting, and many of the criticisms thrown in her face over the years are rooted in reality. If there's anything to learn about all of this, is that Clara Sorrenti has no morals. She will completely disregard the truth
None.
for her own gain and profit. There is no scenario where you can take
And
her
that's crazy too, because a lot of her fan base don't think that.
at her word, because she is shameless in her attempts at manipulation. If you are someone who felt sincerely invested in Kiwi Farms being taken down, then she has failed you. The site is stronger than ever, and they've raised over $150,000 for their own litigation fund. They've already seen results in getting a company to retract their libelous claims. Dropping Kiwi Farms proved to be a terrible business decision for Cloudflare, who stated it caused a loss of potential customers and significant adverse feedback. And now everyone knows exactly what she was trying to hide after all this time.
Out of all this though, like the GoFundMe money, who cares about that? Like she spent some fucking money on some drugs and traveling, and who cares what she spent money on? Who cares what she does in her personal time? Who cares what anybody does in their personal time, honestly? It's just, why don't push do-it-yourself HRT shit to some kids? Like, that's just fucked up.
Now, this
Like, that's
final
just
section of the
wrong
video,
in
I have
every
to
sense of the
preface with
word.
some
Who
caveats.
cares?
When I
Like,
first
it
announced I was
is.
going to be working on this video publicly,
It is.
several former friends and
You
editors
shouldn't get
reached
kids
out.
involved with nothing. Like, that's it. Point blank, period. Not unless it's like kid stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't be like promoting that kids do anything
offer their
that's-
perspective.
That's weird, and without parental consent, without like an actual doctor, like a licensed practitioner, and you
They
shouldn't be doing
expressed
any of that
feelings,
shit, man.
disillusioned
Like,
by her
it's just-
behavior,
that's just
and provided
weird.
what appears to be pretty damning screenshots, one that I started this video off in the beginning, as you can imagine, regarding what Clara did with her money. The reason why I waited to introduce this is at the very end is because I wanted to show that you can make a strong case with what is already publicly available. I have also been very honest about the extent of my knowledge regarding this evidence. Okay, I have to be very honest here. Keffels has fake DMs in the past, even doing so on stream before posting them as if they're real. Keffels and her camp have demonstrated being actual disinformation agents and
See,
having
that's,
to
that's crazy. Even showing on her stream that she'll like fake some shit.
vet screenshots are actually a serious concern. This is why I say I never believe an actual message until I open up the server myself, hit refresh, and see it with my own fucking eyes. I don't just believe any screenshot thrown at me. With all that being said, this is what I was shown. The first is from a screenshot from
Exactly.
a private group chat dated November 30th, 2022.
This is the one I was showing you guys on the earlier. This is the one I want to know is if it was 100% real, and if like anybody actually has like something in defense to say to it.
Feels really bad watching the GoFundMe deplete. The rest will cover a year's rent and my psych fees if I talk to a psychologist once a week for the next 11 months. Ellen tried to comfort me by reminding me that it was an emergency
This was like the most damning piece of evidence right here.
fund. I kept trying to think of how
Is
it
the
depleted
fact
so
that she
fast,
says
and it's just so many little things. Travel and replacing furniture and helping my friends out, buying new streaming gear and clothes. If legitimate, this is an admission that the GoFundMe had greatly depleted after just 2 months. It also calls into question if she actually did buy new clothes and equipments for her friends. That isn't even remotely covered by any of her stated goals. Claire seems to understand this, going on to state, if anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting canceled. And these messages were deleted, 7 minutes later? If you recall, in September of 2022, Clara mentioned hiring both a private investigator and a cybersecurity firm. This conversation, dated November 12, 2023, appears to shed further insight as to why. The source first sent a tweet from YouTuber Bat Empanada, who had criticized Keffals in the past. Clara responded by sharing his full name, date of birth, and home address. When asked how she obtained this information, Clara gloated she was insane before revealing the name of another
I've seen this
YouTuber
one. She
named
said that she
Second
was,
Thought.
I'm insane.
Does Kiwi Farms have this info? No, I did it myself. I never published this info. It's just like a game for me. Clara continued.
Look at that. I never published this info. It is just like a game for me. Like
More
it's
soon,
a game
I paid
to,
for
like,
another
dox
information
people
request from
and
an
shit? It's like a
Argentinian
game
PI
to
firm.
you?
Honestly, my dream
Come
is to
on.
retire from streaming and be a
Come
PI.
on.
Dox people professionally. The
His
lady who
mom and
wants
him
to
in
drop Kiwi
court.
Farms, ladies and gentlemen, use the
I'll have
money
more
raised
soon.
under
How
false
long have you
pretenses
had
to
this?
indulge in her
I paid for
fantasy
another
of
information
being
request from
a
an
professional doxer.
Argentinian PI
Allegedly.
firm.
Given the nature of these
10-minute
screenshots,
found
we
it
have
on
to be
Google,
very
to be
careful about their
honest.
legitimacy. However, I did end up
You
reaching
are a
out to
master.
both of the
Honestly, my
YouTubers
dream
targeted
is
to
retire from
verify if
streaming
the
and be a
information was
PI.
legitimate.
Dox people professionally. You seeing that?
And unfortunately, I did not get a single response back, as sad as it
Don't
sounds.
though. I need the streaming bag still. I would hire you if I was suspicious my wife
I think at
is
the end of all
cheating.
this,
Thank
the
you.
real
I'd do
harm
it
that
for
Keffals
free.
has done is not
Wow.
necessarily just to herself, but for the people that she
Dox people professionally.
quote unquote wants to advocate for.
A professional
Look, throughout covering this
doxer.
video, I've learned that the trans people that I've talked to just want to exist, and in most cases, they're just average
And then we'll get
people,
into
and
how
their
they
identities
responded
are
to all
just
this.
their
'Cause
identities.
how they
That's it.
responded was
They actually
even
have
fucking
lives
worse
outside
than the
of
video.
what their trans identity usually is. And a lot of those people I talked to have all disliked Keffals, and they've all disliked him because, as far as I can
I'm neutral. I don't hate Keffals. I don't like Keffals. Like I'm just coming at this from like
really
a
tell you, this person
outside the box narrative, like an outside the box perspective.
person's like the Jesse Jackson of trans people, okay? They will use this as a shield. They will constantly try to be an activist, and I feel that Keffals' behavior has made her the perfect controlled opposition for making trans people just look terribly bad. So the end of all this, ladies and gentlemen, Keffals is in fact a liar. They are evil, they are malicious, and they're at great harm to not just themselves, but the community they quote-unquote claim to represent. That said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
All right, so I don't know. Essentially, the way it boils down is she's a very disingenuous person. Kristen Ark is actually live right now. Damn, so is Lyrics. But yeah, that's seems to be the gist of it. But then, like, in order to like cover it up, they started going after this, the cover art. They started saying that she was drawn in a transphobic light, so that Mudahar is now transphobic and all this other stuff. But what was really funny to me, right here, I was just informed that Keffals now using my sweaty wash art. Actually, Just a Worm. Let's give a shout out to Just a Worm for all this art. Just a Worm is a great artist. I don't know if he's back. They did cause. I know that there was so much shit going on about him being transphobe because of the picture he drew about Keffals. This art right here. They tried to say he's a transphobe and all this other stuff, and that he shouldn't be, like he's transphobic for having this picture commissioned of Keffals by Just a Worm. But Just a Worm draws everyone like that. Shout out Just a Worm. Just a Worm's great. But she was using, see, here's Keffals live. She was using Just a Worm's art photo of Vosh. But then when somebody commissioned her, she wanted to throw a big ass fit about, like, the art being used when it really wasn't shit. You know what I mean? Like they said it was a transphobic caricature, but it really wasn't a transphobic caricature at all. She was even using it in her. She was using it in her Keffals live stuff. So it's not even like she's like against just a worm. She just got mad because the picture was of her.
Well, it's been
But, I did cover the baby reindeer stuff. We can get more into this one because I haven't watched this video yet. And they're talking about the case going forward against Netflix and Richard Gabb because the actual girl, I think her name was Elena Mir Harvey, but then she changed it to Elena Harvey. The real girl, I think, she tried to say that it was all bullshit and it was all a lie. We watched Pierre's video on it. Not too long ago, just the other day. We watched this one. This is where she was saying that he's psychotic and he made the whole thing up and probably like faked all the stuff. And then we watched this one about the panel thinking whether she was lying or being truthful. I think it's a mixed bag. I think some of what she was saying was true, some of what she was saying was false. So, but let's see.
Well, it's been an extraordinary global reaction.
Actually go forward.
To my interview with Fiona Harvey, the real Martha from Baby Reindeer.
That's what we're doing.
More
We're
than 10
doing
million
current
people
events.
have so far watched the full interview on our YouTube channel.
Everything.
More than 30 million more have seen it on our other social media platforms. Many seem to have enjoyed it, and inevitably many did not. The backlash is centred on whether I was right to give Fiona Harvey her right of reply at all, and to the assertions made in our panel that Netflix could have a serious legal challenge on its hands for making her so easily identifiable, and claiming emphatically it was a true story. So you've seen the interview, you've seen my verdict, we've had one debater about it, and now we debate the fallout. To discuss, I'm joined by the social commentator Iman Ayton, defence barrister Chris Daw KC, and stateside Officer Tatum from the Officer Tatum YouTube channel, and Popcorned Planet's Andy Signor. Well, welcome to all four of you. All right, Iman, I saw you on another show I used to grace. Good morning, Britain.
All right, love.
And here's what I thought. I thought you raised a good point, okay? And that's why I wanted to get you on today, get you back on Uncensored, because the point you made was...
She's got like this little funky fucking attitude about her, huh?
Felt that there were ethical concerns about having her at all on a platform as big as this one globally. So explain to me why.
Okay, so I think you went wrong in regards to a moral perspective. And this is where I think the conundrum lies in this kind of issue in terms of understanding what is actually happening with this dynamic. So we've got two things. I basically think at the heart of this conversation, thank you, at the heart of this conversation is a moral perspective versus a capitalistic perspective. So I'll just break it down. Just so you know, those two things can be true, work together at the same time, but they often clash. So for you, in regards to a moral perspective, you were completely and utterly wrong, Piers. The reason why is because you decided to exploit a situation in a way.
I don't think he was exploiting it. She contacted Piers to do an interview of her. I don't think he was exploiting her. I think he wanted to genuinely hear her perspective on whether she was really like that crazy.
A way that is deemed to be unfair and underhand. Why? Because with all of your expertise, with all of your intelligence, you decided you was going to, and I'm talking to you right now, but I'll let everyone know, he decided he was going to capitalize off of a situation in a way that isn't okay. The reason why is because he knew with his expertise that he was, I don't know, or she was rather, potentially a compulsive liar, that's the truth, potentially mentally unstable and unwell. And in spite of knowing that, with all of your expertise, you decided to continue with the interview. And this is why you morally went wrong. But I will be fair, because I'm a centrist. I'm not left, nor am I right. I am a centrist. From a capitalistic perspective, because that's what we're talking about, morals versus capitalistic perspective. From a capitalistic perspective, Piers, I believe you were excellent, fantastic. This is why it's annoying, because he does really well. He saw an opportunity, he utilised it, and he decided to lead the way and blew every single person out of the water. So in terms of a capitalistic perspective, he was right. He was accurate.
Okay, Okay.
So you are right, you are wrong. Both things can be true at the same time, and therein lies the conundrum. And this is the conversation we are here to have.
Well, that's
today.
exactly the
Thank you.
conversation we're going to have. So here's my response. Before I go to Chris Dorr next, my response would be this. Obviously, we gave it a lot of thought before we interviewed Fiona Harvey, because I, like many millions of people around the world, I'd watched the Netflix series. And it was a very harrowing series. It's very funny in parts. It's shocking. It's moving.
Yeah.
It's all of those things. It's very honest. If you believe that Netflix, when they say this is a true story, are telling the truth. But the real issue came that once Fiona Harvey's identity became known very, very quickly, thanks to internet sleuths, and it wasn't difficult. They chose an actress who looked like her, and they made her sound like her. They revealed it was a North London pub where she'd been in, and then they revealed all the choice of messages, which could be easily tracked back to her own social.
Yeah, they said like, was it 40,000? 40,000 emails, like 300 and something voice messages. It was like a lot
media.
of shit.
So this took about 10 seconds for the sleuths to work it out. Once her identity was out there and she was being written about in the papers, she was furious at what she saw as an unwarranted invasion of her privacy, because no one on Netflix or Richard Gadd, of course, the writer and the star of the series, had bothered to run this past her or check if it was okay that they did this to her. No duty of care, she felt, by Netflix or Richard Gadd or Clark and Well Films, because she was so easily identified. So they claim to be protecting identities of those in the show they depicted clearly wasn't true and clearly was useless and ineffective.
Exactly. Like I said, I don't think it was exploitive. I think it was she wanted to get her side of it out, because she wasn't like, it's not like anybody went to her and asked her or talked to her about it or anything like that. People just watched Baby Reindeer and took it for what it was. Nobody really second guessed. Maybe she didn't do that. Maybe this is made up. Maybe not all of it is true. Maybe she did stalk him to a certain extent, but not that greatly. Shit like that.
But thirdly, that she felt very seriously that she was being exploited for massive financial gain, that people were making a lot of money out of this story, and the story was not, as they claimed, the true story, but was a false and irresponsible mischaracterization of the truth. Now, I don't know where the truth lies.
No, you do know. You do know.
Now, hang on,
Don't
hang
ever
on.
say that.
Now,
again.
hang on,
Don't
Mark.
ever say that again.
See, I knew she had a little fucking stank fucking attitude about her. You could tell right from the beginning.
Iman, I don't know. I don't. Well,
nobody knows. Nobody knows but Richard Gadd and her what really transpired between the two, what really happened. Nobody knows. You won't know until if she takes him to court, and the discovery part of the trial is when you'll find out exactly what proof there is, exactly what's going on. But until then, or until somebody comes out like Richard Gadd himself and shows like hard proof, there's really no proof to say whether any of this actually happened or not. So
You do know.
Don't interrupt.
I
don't,
will.
Okay, but you haven't let me finish.
Okay,
We
go
don't know
ahead.
because absolutely
she's acting like this is her show and he's a guest on it or something.
no journalist in the world.
I'm sorry. I fucking hate people that just got stank fucking attitudes like that. Like the moment you say something that they don't agree with, they immediately start getting like this. Oh, that's like a fucking... Oh, if you're ever looking to severely piss me off, that's the way to piss me off.
Has yet been able to establish that this lady, Fiona Harvey,
Perhaps you're not good enough.
has a criminal
Perhaps you're
record.
not good enough journalist.
Can you stop interrupting?
You see what I mean? Perhaps you're not a good enough journalist. Perhaps you're not good enough. Man, fuck you, you stank bitch.
I'm going to interrupt you. You
Fuck
spoke.
you. I bet you a dime to a fucking... I bet you all the money I got in my bank account right now. Probably just a dime. That this bitch right here is definitely not a good enough journalist. Not close to the journalist peers is. I can promise you that.
Because
No, it is. Continue.
Okay.
Continue. You got this. You got this.
Nobody, including you, has produced any evidence that she's even been in a
Haven't
courtroom
spoken
or charged with any offence.
And that should be easy. That should be easy. If she wants to call into question the kind of that maybe he's not a good enough journalist, well, maybe you're not either, bitch. Because You're not over here being like, well, look, here's the document right here in your face that she went to fucking court or like she got charged with that 9 months, because in the show and him are still claiming that there is a 9-month prison term that this girl has was found guilty and served time, yet nobody can procure that information. Not one journalist can procure information that she's actually been in jail or not. So while you're sitting here dogging on him, where the fuck couldn't you just bring something on the show with you that you could have done some amazing journalism and showed some proof? Because nobody has yet.
Or been convicted, let alone, as the Netflix show shows, her confessing to a crime which led to an 8-month prison sentence. And that, if it's not true, to me, massively discredits the Netflix series and massively contradicts their claim it's a true story. So let me
take a sip of the water, bitch, because you don't have no proof.
Bring in Chris Dorr, KC, a King's Counsel, so a top lawyer. Chris, I know that you've spoken today to Fiona Harvey.
See, she's that bitch. I didn't mean to scream like that, but god damn, she's a fucking bitch already.
Having spoken,
who is this bitch? Is that her? Emer is a 31-year-old South Londoner who came to promise her in the Black Lives Matter protest. Oh, okay, that's why. We could just stop it there. We could stop right at the Black Lives Matter shit. We could stop because you're just an atrociously fucking gross person. Become a motivational speaker and racism thought leader in the process. Here's a good thing. Here's something to think about, everyone. How about we all just stop talking about racism? Because guess what? If we all stop talking about it, it would cease to exist. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that racism is a social construct? And that if we'd all just shut the fuck up and stop saying, oh, well, that's racist, or well, this is racist, or well, this is racist. You know, if we didn't talk about it, it wouldn't exist. Did you guys know that? Just a quick little food for thought. Little food for thought. You know, that if we wouldn't sit there and scream racism all the fucking time, it wouldn't exist. Racism is a social construct. So, fuck that. And fuck her. She's just an asshole. Look at this shit. You are a fucking performing arts major. What the fuck do you know about anything? And I can't say that because I can say that about me too, yeah, but I'm not out here saying dumb shit and acting like an asshole piece of shit bitch. So.
Spoken to her, having watched my interview with.
Someone wants to come into my chat and be like, "You're cooked. You're cooked. You were on somebody else's stream and said something, and you're cooked." Get the fuck out of here. Because I'm a streamer, I'm not allowed to go on someone else's stream and say something. Yeah, I can. Yes, the fuck I can. I can go do whatever I want. If I want to go on to another stream where there's a girl showing her ass, and I'm like, here, I'll throw you $5, shake it. I'm allowed to do that. What do you think, like, OnlyFans is and shit? Just because I stream doesn't mean I'm not allowed to go anywhere else into anyone else's communities and make a comment or say opinion or just say some off-the-wall shit and then leave. I'm allowed to do that. Damn right I'm allowed to. Anyone can. That's the beauty about being online. You could just do that.
Having been aware of the global...
Like that, you know what I mean? Like any one of us can go do anything. And he wants to come into my chat and be like, "You're cooked. You're cooked." Get the fuck out of here, you loser.
Noise around the series, obviously. What is your view about the legal issues involved here?
Well, I think I agree with your analysis a few moments ago. If this show had been presented as a work of fiction or semi-fiction, and if that had been made crystal clear as a disclaimer at the beginning of the show and in the at the end credits, I think people would kind of understand that there is artistic license in that process. But I looked myself today at the Netflix press release for the show, and I think it described it as a true story at least 5 times.
Yeah.
Yep. It doesn't say that there's no, like, this is going to be sprinkled in it or that's going to be. They labeled that as a 100% actual, factual thing that happened.
And in fact, at one point, it describes the predictable, the source material for the show as being, quote, real life. So throughout Netflix's marketing of this show, and in the presentation of the show,
they painted it as an actual real life event that occurred, and they're just retelling the actual facts.
Online on the Netflix platform, it's presented as being true. There's no caveat to that. And the problem with presenting something as truth when it is untrue, and would be knowingly untrue to Mr. Gad, the creator of the program and of the script. The problem with that is that if the person involved is readily identifiable, as here, as Fiona Harvey clearly is, then that person has a legitimate grievance. And I've spoken to her today, as you say, and she rightly feels extremely aggrieved at what's happened to her and her reputation.
And she's allowed to because, like you just said, they've labeled it as a true story. So when you write the script, you're writing the script under the pretense that this person really did all this shit and said all this shit. So she didn't, and then gets outed as being the person that they're talking about. She definitely is within her right to come out and feel however she wants to feel about it and talk about it if she's the one that's being characterized in an unfair and unjust light, like they say she is.
Reputation.
And to be clear, I think there were a number of times personally in my interview with her where I didn't think she was telling me the truth and where what she was saying stretched the boundaries of credibility. However, I do think it's really significant that Netflix had this big denouement scene in the final episode. And I can show a little bit of this. We actually show Fiona, the real Fiona, watching Martha, who is based on her, and this scene from the final episode. Let's take a look. There's one key point in the drama that has Martha's character pleading guilty to intimidating Richard Gad in court. And
because nobody's come out and said that, like, yo, here's the evidence. Like, yo, here's, like, she really went to court. She was served. She went to court. She served time. Here's the paperwork from, like, the stay at prison and whatnot. Nobody's showing any of that shit. Nobody. And that should be some, like, for a journalist, that should be, like, super easily.
You're charged with the stalking of Mr. Donald Dunn between the dates of the 14th of August 2015 and the 22nd of March 2017. Are you guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You were charged with the harassment of
So you're
Gerald
saying that
Dunn
this lady went to
and
jail for
Eleanor
this
Dunn
shit?
between the dates
So
of the
she
6th
did.
of June 2016 and the 22nd of March 2017. Are you guilty or not
So
guilty?
that girl, Imran or whatever, came out and was like, "Oh, you're wrong, Pierce. You're wrong." Oh, what? Well, if he's such a bad journalist, maybe he's not a good journalist. Well, if he's such a bad journalist, you're such a good one. Why couldn't you dig through this and find anything out yet?
Now, again, there is obviously a resemblance between...
Do you think so? That's hardly flattering.
Well, I don't mean to flatter you or not flatter you. I just think there is a resemblance, having met you, and you both speak Scottish people. Yeah. But the fundamental point of this is, did you take part in that? So did you go to jail? Did you have a trial?
No, of course not. Of course not.
Have you ever been to prison?
No.
Have you ever been charged with a criminal offence?
No.
Never?
No.
Nothing?
Nothing.
So that scene is completely invented.
That's completely false.
Chris, from a legal perspective, I would have thought it's not difficult to establish whether she has a criminal record. There are ways of doing this, aren't there?
Yeah, there's the Disclosure and Barring Service, which issues certificates, criminal records checks, as they're more commonly known, and anyone can apply for their own disclosure and barring service certificate, and that will reflect whether someone's been convicted in court. And there, of course, there are court records. If it's suggested that this is a true element of the story and that she did appear in a criminal court, was convicted and was sentenced, that's a matter of public record, and whichever court that happened at would be able to release that information to the press. So it's either true or it's untrue, and therein I think lies the problem for Netflix and the creators of this program, because I have yet to hear, by way of defence, that there is a court record showing that Fiona Harvey pleaded guilty to a crime and was sent to prison. And you would have thought they'd be shouting from the rooftops if any such record existed.
Yeah, I mean, I think, but we would have it by now, no question.
Sorry, can I interrupt? I'm sorry, I'm really annoyed.
Yeah.
Chris, you know better, you're a lawyer. Oh, sorry, am I correct in saying you're a lawyer?
It's a KC, it's a King's Counsel.
Okay, perfect. Right, so you should
Extremely
know better.
senior
Right,
lawyer.
if you did your homework, you would have realised that Richard Gadd made it very clear that Netflix fictionalised the story. Let me repeat.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. They said
No, the fuck, nobody said that the fucking story was fictionalized.
They made it very clear, and yet you're saying you want facts.
No, you're wrong.
They you would have realised.
KC is a King's Counsel.
Okay, Chris, you know better, you're a lawyer.
I think, but we.
And you would have thought they'd be shouting from the rooftops if any such record existed.
Yeah, I mean, I think, but we would have it by now, no question.
Sorry, can I interrupt? I'm sorry, I'm really annoyed.
Yeah.
Chris, you know better, you're a lawyer. Oh, sorry, am I correct in saying you're a lawyer?
It's a KC, it's a King's Counsel.
Okay, perfect. Right, so you should
Extremely
know better.
senior
Right,
lawyer.
if you did your homework, you would have realised that Richard Gadd made it very clear that Netflix fictionalised the story. Let me repeat.
No, they didn't.
Yes,
They-
they
That's all I can keep seeing. That he played a fictionalized version of himself named Donnie Dunn. But anything else, Richard Gadd's real life experience with the female stalker, there are differences between the true story and the fictionalized version. They didn't say it was fictionalized. There are through the story they told and the real story, there are differences. But when you watch Baby Reindeer, it is told to you like it is like first-hand account of what he went through with this crazy ass girl. That's what it is. That's what it is. Because when you look at it anywhere, it says Richard Gadd, a Baby Reindeer, addressed his toxic empathy problem when discussing his real-life stalker. Everyone concluded that this was real life. He said it. Netflix said it. Nobody said that it was fictionalized. He said that he played a fictionalized version of his character. He didn't play his actual character, Richard Gadd. He made the dude's name Donnie Dunn just to change the name so people wouldn't get it all. Like, because Netflix has a duty of care if you're telling a real life story to not, like, have it easily be named to the people you're talking about or that you're portraying on the show. There's a duty of care that Netflix needs to uphold so those people don't get found out. That's it. So he played a fictionalized version of him, but he said everything that transpired in the show was actually real life happened to him. Netflix put it off as it being a real life show, like a real life instance and occurrence, something that happened really. And it didn't happen like that.
They did. They said it. They made it very clear, and yet you're saying you want facts.
No, you're wrong.
Fictionalized it. So what are you talking about?
The Netflix series says this is.
What talk about? This bitch doesn't even know what the fuck she's talking about because at no point in there did they say it was fictionalized. If they said it was fictionalized, I guarantee not that many people would have gravitated towards it. Like, literally, the only reason me and my girl watched it is because it was a true story of some crazy stalker bitch. So we were like, shit, like, oh, everybody's saying that this show is good because of this. Let's watch it. So we watched it. girl is just a moron. Moron. She's at work and asked me what asked me what worm gender. They're talking about transgender shit. She asked me what worm gender was. Worm gender was.
Is a true story, and in fact, further than that,
hang on,
Eman, let me finish. Further to that, last week, a senior Netflix executive appeared in Parliament and under oath stated the following.
Okay, go ahead.
It's an extraordinary story, and it is obviously a true story of the horrific abuse that...
Let's go back and hear that again.
Under oath stated the following.
Okay, go ahead.
It's an extraordinary story, and it is obviously a true story of the
obviously
horrific,
a true story.
abuse that the writer and protagonist Richard Gadd suffered at the hands of a convicted stalker. We did take every reasonable precaution in disguising the real-life identities of the people involved in that story.
So he said out of his own fucking mouth it was a true story in front of Parliament. I mean, come on now. You can't say that they're over here saying that, part of it's fictionalized, part of it's this, part of it's that. No, the fuck, they're not saying that.
So,
so let's see what her cocky fucking ignorant ass has to say now.
Repeat, there is no evidence she's a convicted stalker.
May I interrupt?
Which means it's not a true story if that is the case. And they clearly did not do their duty of care to protect her identity.
No, lie.
Because she was identified within seconds.
Lie? How? If it's a lie, how did they fucking find out? Like right after people watched the show, like virtually hours after the show was like on Netflix, people had already figured out who it was.
Lie. May
What do you mean
interrupt.
lie?
May interrupt. It's your show. May interrupt.
What are you talking about? May you interrupt? You're screaming lies and interrupting already, you fucking idiot.
I'll just say it really quickly. Richard Gadd and Netflix made it very clear that this is a fictionalized story.
They've literally just said it's true.
Don't interrupt. You see, you want to get aggy. You're getting aggy.
You want to get aggy? You want to get aggy? You want to get aggy with me? Like, they just literally in front of Parliament said it was a true story. She's going to come out and be like, they said it's fictionalized. Bitch, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. They went in front of Parliament, a body of government, and said that it was true.
No,
you're interrupting me.
You haven't listened to what I've just played.
No,
What is
stop
this
and listen to what I'm saying. Richard Gadd and Netflix made it very clear that this is a fictionalized story. Richard Gadd also made it clear on This Morning and many other... No, in fact, it was just this morning and a few articles that I read, that he was trying to make it clear that he wanted to express a story that was based off of nuance in regards to the human experience, and it was fictionalized.
No.
Fictionalized for...
No, that wasn't that. No, that's not what was said in his interview at all.
Netflix, as in they made it a bit more entertaining and salacious.
Listen,
your styly, your thing, right?
Iman, with respect, that is simply not true.
No, it actually
I've literally
is. What
just
are you
played
talking about?
you a clip of a Netflix
And I'm giving you the nuance and giving you both ends.
There's no
of the
nuance.
spectrum.
It's
Yes,
either
there is. There's always
fictionalized or it's
nuance.
not.
No, there's always nuance. Don't ever play that game. There's always nuance, and you know this, Piers.
There's no
You're an intelligent man.
Let me-
You know there is always nuance in life.
Okay,
Don't ever say that again in your life.
Let me go.
Please.
Let me go to Chris Law again.
I don't know about anyone else, but I hope that you guys just think that this woman is as dreadful as I do.
You can be into nuance as much as you like, but when you have an executive
Yeah, it's
saying,
called being a good human
can you
being.
let Chris respond, please? When you have somebody under oath in Parliament saying what he just said, I mean, that seems to me prima facie they are saying it is a true story and she was a convicted stalker and they protected her identity. None of that seems at the moment to be true.
If I can come in, Piers, it's not true. I'm looking at the press release. I told you this is the press release from the 15th of April when the show was first launched. And this is Netflix's own press release. And what it says is, while this type of storyline might seem familiar, it's important to remember that this isn't just a story, it's true. And they say it's true without any caveat, without any reference to it being...
See, no caveat, no hey, but still it might, no, but hey, it's still, no. They didn't say that at all. It wasn't, no, they said flat out that it was a real story.
Being in some way partly true
No
or
fiction.
nuanced.
Sorry, Chris, only at the beginning.
It says that repeatedly.
I'm going to shut up now.
It
but only at the
repeats
beginning.
itself.
And
It
then they
says
justified
here.
it with
Can I
interviews
just quote
and said
this for a
it's
moment?
fictionalised, just so you know.
Well, there's no
Just so
point.
you
If your
know.
contributor's just going to interrupt, we're not going to get anywhere.
Sorry, you're right. I'm
Let
going
him
to shut up
speak,
now.
please.
You're right, Chris. Sorry.
Let him speak,
You're right. You're right.
There is a massive headline.
Oh, she's so fucking insufferable. Oh my God.
In the...
Oh my God, this bitch is insufferable. The woman on the panel is more of a narcissist than the stalker. The first woman who spoke on the panel said absolutely nothing. Her eyes roll, rude behavior is ridiculous. She's horrible. Exactly. Iman. Oh, he said her name wrong. Iman is obnoxious. Those smug expressions. How rude is that woman? She potentially great debate. Woman is so disrespectful, rude, and childish. Bad choice to put her on. Yeah, she's fucking horrible.
Press relief. Is baby
Horrible. What's your fucking name again? Iman Aiton. You're a fucking horrible human being. You're fucking rude as fuck, and you're ignorant.
a true story, and the quote is, "It's true," says Richard Gadd.
Yes.
Yeah.
Without any, it's true on an emotional, nuanced level, and maybe not entirely accurately true. I can tell you now, the only reason...
That's what he would have said. He would have said something to put some other like spin on it, saying that like, yeah, it might have been like exaggerated, but these things really do happen, and it's sad for it's sad for the person that's doing it with their own mental health and doing it, and it's sad for the person that it's happening to. And he didn't say any of that. He didn't say, hey, with the emotional nuance, it's a little played up, but this is what people go through, and I just wanted to shed a light on the shit that people go through, like from both sides of it, like the stalker side, like with the mental health issues, and then the person that it's happening to and the things that they go through. So I just wanted to put like a good emphasis on these types of things that happen to people like this. No, he said that this shit is 100% true. And then Netflix came out and said it's true. And then they went in front of the parliament, the body of government of the UK, and said, hey, guess what? This is a true story, and we tried to keep everybody's names out of it, but they found out. We're sorry. We did the best we could to do.
Why Richard Gadd and Netflix have been coming out with all this rubbish in the last few days is because they are defending themselves against an almost inevitable...
Yeah, but now you want to come out when the girl comes out and says, hey, I might just sue the fuck out of you for, you guys portraying me completely wrong. Like, now Netflix might want to come out and be like, well, some of that was fictionalized. It wasn't a complete true story. Yeah, well, then why the fuck did you guys paint it like that then? Because now you got a real person who's getting fucked with and looked at like she really did this shit, and she really didn't do all that. Like...
libel claim.
Yeah, that's what I feel. Let's bring in the two other guests. We've been watching and listening patiently. Officer Tatum, you've been all over this baby reindeer. What do you make of it? I mean, it's an extraordinary story. It's gripping the world. I mean, the numbers we've been getting for the interview, for the debates, everything about it are like almost unprecedented. What do you make of this? What does it say about us? And do you believe Fiona Harvey?
Well, I'll say this, the reason why the story is so compelling is because it's supposed to be a true story. I mean, me and my wife watched the docuseries and we were blown away that this really happened. I mean, it was,
like that's what I thought. Like when I watched it with my girl and I sat back, I was like, holy shit. Like, yo, that is fucking crazy that somebody would go and do that. Like 40,000 emails, all those fucking voicemails. Holy shit, that is crazy as fuck, that's what we thought. We thought the shit was crazy as shit.
Or at least stated that this woman was absolutely insane and out of her mind. How could you send thousands of emails and messages she couldn't spell? She was kind of dumb. She lied about her story. You know, she was an incredible stalker. I mean, I felt, you know, some type of way, and I didn't even experience it. And the only reason that anyone could feel that way is because it said at the very beginning of the documentary that this is a true story.
Yeah.
So like to know that like somebody had went through that kind of fucking mental torment from somebody and like that crazy stalker shit, man, like that's insane. Like that's why it made you feel a certain way watching it, because like, damn, this is true. Like this, like these fucking this lady really did this shit to this poor man. Like holy fuck, man. Like that's fucking crazy. Wild. But I gotta take a piss. I will be right back. Do good? Did he do good? All right, come on, buddy. You served your purpose very well, Mario. Thank you. All right. Unfortunately, I'm back and Mario's back on the desk. Let's get back into it.
And so I watch your interview, and it had millions of views. And the reason why it had millions of views is because the implication of this young lady. And she actually comes on and does an interview with you. And my basic point is this: when it comes to her interview, she made a lot of claims in your interview that if any of those claims are true, that this is a huge problem for Netflix, because she said things that can be readily provable.
Yeah.
And if Netflix did not approve any of these things, they're in a huge amount of trouble.
Oh, yeah.
She says she's never been to jail.
Yeah.
She
she's
said
claiming
she had
that
never
never
bashed
happened.
anything at the parlor there, at the bar.
She's
She
saying
claimed that
shit
she had never
never
assaulted
happened.
him, raped him, or whatever they want to call it. She claimed that she had never done any of those things. And if she's done none of those things, this documentary should have never been made, or they should have clarified.
One
that
extreme
this
to
is
the
not
next, with all due respect, and I know I keep interrupting, but I'm going to do it anyway. With one extreme to the next. I already said this, and I hear you, and I appreciate you, because I've seen you, and you talk a lot of sense. So I'm going to be respectful, okay? And a lot of nonsense. And a lot of nonsense. All right, balance. So, they already made it clear
This bitch
that
is
it was fictionalized,
insufferable.
which I said earlier. But you know what? What
Not
you're all
true.
saying, wait. What
It's
you're
not
all saying,
true.
wait.
It's not true.
Wait, can I finish,
You can
please?
keep
What you're
saying
saying-
it,
You're
but
the
All right,
only
so
person
change
that's
up. I'm
saying
going to give you
this.
something different.
You're the only
different.
person on
I'm
planet
gonna
Earth
I'm gonna give you
that's saying
something. My one bullshit lie ain't working. That they said it's fictionalized. So hold on. I'm gonna give you something different. I'm gonna give you a different bullshit lie to castrate me over.
Gentlemen, allow me to finish.
You can't just
please.
keep saying the same thing again and again.
So,
Why even let her finish? That's all she's been doing is lying. She keeps saying that Richard Gadd, Netflix said that this shit was fictionalized, and it wasn't. They didn't even say one iota of the fucking show was fictionalized whatsoever.
fictionalized.
Can you
what
let
you
us
want,
talk?
what you want,
The only
gentlemen.
thing they said is that he gave a fictionalized representation of himself, and that's it. He played his own character. That's literally it. That's all. That's it. That's the only thing they said was fictionalized.
Caption at the beginning, a true story, but was fictionalized. So you want a true story. You want
Well,
the
yeah.
full sentence. You want the full sentence.
This
true
docuseries-
story, but fictionalized.
This
I already told you it was
docuseries is
fictionalized. They did
pointless
it in the
if it's not
interviews, and yet
true.
you don't want to hear that. And class it as
They actually did not say it was fictionalized in any interview. Like, even if you go and watch interviews like I have of Jessica Gunning and Richard Gadd. Jessica Gunning was the girl that played Martha in the show. Jessica Gunning and Richard Gadd, through their advertising of the show, never said it was fictionalized. Never once said that there was like a nuance to the show. Never once. Never once is that said in an interview.
untrue. That is a lie because you are an extremist.
not
You
have
are all
gotten
extremists.
any
I'm the
We're all extremists.
centrist.
All right.
I get down to the nuance.
Let me. All right. Let me.
Richard Gadd was trying to do with this story.
Come on. Let me bring in Andy here. Andy, look,
kicked
it's
their
not
ass off
true
the show.
that they said it was fictionalized.
Lies.
You can call it lies. It's actually a lie to say that they said it was
No,
fictionalized.
you're actually being inaccurate, and you know this.
No.
And you know this.
All right.
'cause I've
It's,
already
it's a
explained.
pointless argument because you
Right,
clearly.
so then don't say that because you know I'm going to argue with you. So don't
Okay,
say that.
let me bring in Andy.
Start again.
Andy, from a pop culture point of view, your area of global expertise, how big a phenomenon is Baby Reindeer now? Do you think?
Oh, it's massive. And I hear the argument she's making about you of, oh, should you have had her on? Of course you should have.
Don't let me down,
I bet
sir.
she watched the interview too. We all watched the interview because we wanted to see if this person was real and if she had a case. And I think all this just comes down to the fact of, are those emails real? Did she really stalk and
No, it
send
doesn't
these
come
things?
down to
As Officer Tatum just said, she made a lot of claims on your show.
It does come down to that because you claim that you have 40,000 emails, 350 voicemails, all these other fucking shits, these DMs, tweets, Facebook messages. You had all this shit. That's all evidence you're saying that support the fact that this girl like super obsessively stalked you. Yeah, that does fucking matter. That does matter. What are we in a day and age where people don't have to show evidence for anything? Last time I fucking thought you needed a receipt. If you don't show a receipt, well then you're a fucking liar. That's just it. You're a fucking liar. I need to see visual fucking evidence in order to support something. If I don't see that, I can't support it. That fucking simple. That fucking simple. If nobody else fucking operates that way, then I don't know what to say because I do. I operate that way. When you make a claim about someone, you better come equipped with some fucking receipts because if you ain't got them, I'm going to think you're bullshitting. Especially when you're making a claim that big. You're claiming that somebody has been tried for this and found guilty and is a convicted stalker, and you had this convicted stalker obsessively stalking you and ruining your fucking life. Yeah, if you're lying about that, then yeah, you're an asshole, and that show should have never even been made. And if it was made, they should have said something about them fictionalizing part of the story. Or yeah, most of this is a true story. It's based on true events, but that details might have been conflated you know what I mean, to give that, like, you know, everybody knows what I'm saying right now. You would have said something and like, this is based on true events. It's not all true, but it's based on some events that had happened. That would have even been okay, because then you could be like, yeah, he did have a stalker. They didn't just do it the way that he is saying that they did. But nobody said that. Nobody said that any of this was conflated or fictionalized or anything like that. He's saying that he legit has them. 106 handwritten fucking letters where she said she didn't send that many.
show of things that aren't real. If those aren't real, she has an absolute case. I think Netflix made a real error when they didn't clean up some of the lines from the show. I mean, she was easy to find because you could look up, I need you to hang my curtains badly on Twitter. And it was literally to Richard Gadd. This is a massive error on Netflix side. So you could keep interrupting us and saying whatever you want, but there absolutely are fair legal debates here.
I agree.
And there's absolutely...
I agree. Let him finish speaking. No, I'm going to say I agree. It's a compliment. I agree.
I don't care.
Sir.
I want to talk.
I agree. No, I'm agreeing.
Let him speak,
I'm agreeing, sir. Please.
See? Oh, yeah. Pierce better never have this bitch on again. She is just a gross, bad faith fucking person to have on the panel.
Please be quiet, Iman. Let him speak.
Shut up, Pierce. Go, go, go. I've got you, sir. Let's go. You are.
Oh my God. How do you do this, Pierce?
Go.
I was trying to say, I think Netflix isn't a problem. But if Fiona's, I don't think she was telling the truth. And if she is, and Netflix was hiding some of this, it's bad. But I wanted to add, sorry, I got distracted by interruption. I think it's important to say, look, morally, should you have had her on? I've wrestled with that myself.
Yes.
She chose to come on. She chose, but wait, ma'am. She chose to put herself out there. She chose to keep her Facebook public. She chose to talk and do interviews.
No, she's entitled to.
She's just as bad.
I had a psychologist.
She's entitled.
Pierce ain't bad. She's entitled. Like I said, if somebody makes a true story or a true event document, true to life documentary or show about you, and people find out it's you, you have a right to come out and tell your side of it. Yes, you do. You don't just immediately just be like, no, bringing her on is, you're exploiting them. What about Netflix and Richard Gadd exploiting her to make a fucking show and make millions off it? How about that, you fucking idiot?
To tell her story.
Yeah, of course she is. That's
yeah,
the right reply.
I had a psychologist say, "Is this someone that it seems like it's narcissistic personality disorder potentially? I'm not a doctor, but as experts I've spoken to, that's where it is, and that doesn't mean you have a lack of awareness or that you're unable to know right from wrong.
Right.
So the question for me is she is so mentally ill that we shouldn't be talking to her? If she's done the things she's done, yeah, we should be calling her out. Yes, we should demand accountability. And I think the funniest thing about all of this, the one part apparently that's not true about Netflix, is her not taking accountability in court, which is not a good look for her. So I think if the emails and all of that are inaccurate, she absolutely has a case, in my opinion, because she was so easy to find. And I hope a judge. I would love to see that case, and I encourage it.
Pierce, I want to jump in real quick. Can I say something, please? I just want to say, Pierce, I thought it was an incredible.
Why is she acting like this is her show? Like that's I'm getting that feeling like she's acting like that she runs the shit, like she's like the top dog on the panel or something, and you're just a fucking idiot. You're a fucking performance. What is she performing arts major? Or whatever the fuck that is.
Opportunity. If the woman didn't
a dance major, fuck out of here.
Not do any of
She's
the
just being super bad faith. I don't care about her background like that. I mean, anybody's allowed to talk about anything that's in the public. If you have an opinion on it, that's okay. I'm not going to say that she doesn't deserve to speak on something because you do, but fuck, man. Don't be an asshole. Don't be a rude fucking asshole. Because that's what she's being. This fucking bitch through this whole thing. This Imran, whatever the fuck her name is. Miss Aiton. Imran Aiton.
Things that are in this.
She's just a fucking asshole through this whole thing, man. Like, she's just it's right from the get-go. Right from the jump. We're at 21:17. Right from the jump.
Andy Signor. Well, welcome to all four of you.
Wow,
all right,
here.
Imam, I saw you on another show I used to grace. Good Morning Britain.
All right, love.
And here's what I thought. I thought you raised a good point, okay? And that's why I wanted to get you on today, get you back on Uncensored, because the point you made was you felt
right away,
on a platform...
if you didn't see the beginning,
I think you went wrong in regards to a moral perspective. And this is what is actually happening with this dynamics versus a capitalistic perspective. So I'll just break it down. Just so you know, those two things can be true to a moral perspective. You were completely and utterly a situation to let everyone...
Look at her face. Watch. And other people talk.
This is why it's annoying, because he does really well. He saw an opportunity, he utilized it, and he decided to lead the way and blew every single person out of the water. So in terms of a capitalistic perspective, he was right. He was accurate. Lies the conundrum, and this is the...
Chris Paul, the Netflix series. And
Yeah,
it was a
she's
very
just a gross
harrowing
person. If you've
series,
been
very
watching, I
funny
just
in
wanted to go
parts,
back
it's
just to
shocking,
show how she's
it's
been
moving.
a horrible
Opportunity.
person
If
this
the
whole time.
woman did not do any of the things that are in this viral documentary, she deserves a platform. And I think it was incredible. Let me
See, now she's in the back going, yeah, she deserves a platform if it didn't happen. Well, then why don't you let her come out and say her piece without calling Pierce bad faith and saying he's trying to exploit her?
finish. I think it was incredible because the people who have watched it have built an opinion, and she's either going to confirm that opinion or she's going to expose it as a lie. She deserves to have a platform and reach. I needed to watch that. Everybody who watched this docuseries needed to see, is this woman really crazy? And if she's
really
not,
crazy
if
like
Pierce
that?
had not brought her on, she would not have a voice whatsoever. She could
and
not clear up
everybody
any
would just be still thinking that, yo, this bitch is a wild ass, crazy ass stalker chick. And that's what everybody would be thinking about her right now.
of these lies, because this docuseries is so viral. There's so many people talking about it. It was #1 on Netflix. There has to be tens of millions of people who are watching this, and her character, her her whole existence will be destroyed forever if all of these things that were put in this documentary were untrue.
Okay, let me bring Chris back in. Chris,
Can I just say one sentence? One sentence. Please indulge me. You can tell I'm ready to go.
We've been indulging your sorry ass this whole time. And if you're ready to go, fucking go.
Yes, every single person on this planet has the right to reply, but not every single person is afforded the opportunity. And this is why, in regards to morality, peers...
Okay, but if somebody is speaking negative shit about you and untrue shit about you on a huge platform and millions and millions and millions of people are seeing it, then yeah, you deserve to be on a platform and have a voice on a platform that has millions of viewers that you can connect out to, that you could reach out to and be like, hey, listen, this didn't really fucking happen like that.
went wrong because he decided to platform someone. Just so you know, there are only 5% of stalkers in this country. I lied. It was more than one sentence. There's only 5% of stalkers in this country that are actually convicted. So Pierce decided, with his expertise, intelligence, platform, and provenance, he decided he was going to platform an accused stalker. 5% of stalkers are convicted. And there are 700,000 victims of stalkers in this country.
Okay, but that's not the point. We're not saying that, oh, he gave a stalker a platform and not many stalkers are convicted. They said in the show that she was convicted of it. Is this bitch that stupid?
And yet Pierce decided to delve into Fiona. And this is why I'm Aggie, this is why I'm animated, and this is why I keep interrupting with my black style.
Okay, let me bring
black style. You see that? You see that? I was just screaming that race isn't nothing until you make it something. It's a social fucking construct. And that's it. If you stop talking about it, it ceases to fucking exist. She didn't have to say that. That's why I keep interrupting with my black style. You didn't have to say it like that. You didn't. You didn't. By saying that, you bring race into it where it don't even fucking belong and didn't even have a fucking into the conversation, but you bring it in. Everyone always fucking screams that shit. Oh, it bothers me so much.
The docuseries exposed her. It wasn't hard to see. I mean, the actor should win an award. The actor should win an award for how closely related
How did she exploit herself? The dude did the show without even saying anything to her. He didn't fucking ask her if it was okay if I fucking slander the shit out of you right now. He just made it. How did she exploit herself?
Netflix put Fiona Harvey out onto the global platform.
Not Fiona. Fiona Harvey didn't put herself out there. Netflix and Richard Gadd fucking put her out there. So how did she exploit herself?
A character in their series which could only have been her, which is why she got recognised within 10 seconds when people referenced the messages that were put in the show. Can you please let me finish?
But you knew what you were doing then.
No, I knew I was platforming a woman who wanted to have her say.
And also is potentially a compulsive liar and potentially unstable and unwell. And
you are unstable and unwell right now. She's acting more unstable and narcissistic and unwell than Fiona acted on the fucking show. If she's truly that narcissistic and stalkerish, and outlandish, she acted with more fucking poise and fucking respect than your sorry ass is. You look like the unstable fuck.
You knew that with all of
well,
your
the good thing is,
and your journalistic
the good thing is you are proving right now that I do platform people who might be unstable.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, there we fucking go, Piers. I was just saying that, and this ain't a pre-watch. I didn't pre-watch this shit at all. I waited for you fine folks, and it just came out like not that long ago, didn't it? Or are we looking at something that's like mad old? Yeah, 51 minutes ago. It just got posted 51 minutes ago. So yeah, I was just saying that. You're acting fucking unstable and unwell.
the thing is, you are proving right now that I do platform people who might be unstable.
Yes.
So let's just be clear about that.
Also conscious.
Now,
So yes, you're right. You're right. It's a joke, but he's right.
Let me bring.
It's a joke, but he's right. You are unstable.
Unstable, but I can also be very conscious, pragmatic, logical.
No, you're not.
It's a joke, but you are fucking unstable.
Let me bring Chris back in. Chris, like I said, you spoke to Fiona. As a result of that, will you be taking?
Hold on, that shit was funny. Oh, I like when Piers calls people out like that. Like when he was sitting there talking to the one girl, and she kept saying something. He was like, "You could try that bullshit all you want."
Taking her case up?
I thought that was great.
I'm in discussions now with a law firm in London with a view to taking the case forward.
And would that be a pro bono situation?
I'm not going to discuss the terms of engagement. All I can tell you is this, Piers. I think that there's a degree to which the main point is being missed here. Netflix have chosen to make vast money, huge amounts of money, from promoting this program as being a true story. And they have done so without telling the public whether, in fact, now that Fiona Harvey has challenged them on that key detail of her being a quote-unquote convicted stalker who was sent to prison, repeatedly and multiple times sent to prison is the allegation made within the programme. Before and after Richard Gadd, she was supposedly previously convicted and imprisoned and then pleaded guilty and imprisoned again, according to the programme. Netflix have not come out and said one way or the other whether they are standing by that allegation that she is a convicted stalker with a criminal record who's been to prison or not. If it turns out, as a result of our inquiries into her criminal record background, that she has no criminal record, Netflix will have a legal case.
No, they said it was fictionalized. Chris,
They didn't say it was fictionalized. If they said it was fictionalized, it wouldn't be that big of a story. The reason why it's so big is because they didn't say that.
No, Chris actually knows.
It's not good enough. It's not good enough to just say
Iman,
fictionalized.
show some respect to a
It's
king
not
counsel,
good
please.
Come with lies, I'm going to correct you.
Yeah, you're the one lying.
Unfortunate.
You are the one
And very
lying.
uncomfortable and annoying, but you know what? And let me get the camera.
I don't find you uncomfortable or annoying. I just think you're lying.
I said that to your guests because I've interrupted 3 of your lovely guests who
Right.
came on today, and I just
Can
want
you
to
let?
apologise.
Well, you have to apologize.
And you should actually be ashamed of your behavior.
Okay,
Yeah, she should. She should definitely be ashamed of her behavior during this.
So let me come
You
to
end
you.
up having to correct.
Please stop talking and let Officer Tatum
Right, you're
talk.
done. You're going to get what you wish for.
Officer Tatum.
I'm surprised that she wasn't in that movie, that docuseries, because she's absolutely out of control. But let me just say it
unstable
like
as
this.
fuck.
I think it's incredible, and because you cannot say that it's fictionalized, you have to also act in good faith. You cannot say, well, I don't want to name anybody, but you have a character that probably did the best acting I've ever seen in my life, because as soon as you brought on the show, I thought that was the person who was acting. This was the real woman who was being accused. That's how closely related the actor was to the actually accused. And so you can't just say in an interview one day, it was fictionalized. No, every sign and symptom of every creation of this documentary made it seem like it was real, all the way down to the characters. And they portrayed a lot of other people who could easily be exposed. There's tons of people that worked with him, many people that knew him, many people would have known of her. It's not reasonable to think that they could not be discovered. I think it was incredibly sloppy for them to then throw out all of this information that can expose every single person that he was really referring to, and then say, well, I hope nobody searched. This is the top docuseries on Netflix. Yeah. This is huge. People are going to search. Yep. Why would anybody not? Everybody's curious.
When you're saying that it's a true to life thing, that it truly fucking happened that way. When you're saying it like that, people are definitely going to dig into it and definitely see if they could find the people that you're really talking about.
Did this woman really do this? She is one of the craziest women on planet Earth, if this in fact is true. And people are enthralled.
Hands down, easily the craziest stalker I had ever seen in my 39 years of living.
With the docuseries, which is kudos to them.
I totally agree. Let me bring in Andy. Andy, I mean, where do we go from here, do you think, with this?
Well, I have a question for you. All the internet wants to know, and I'm sorry if I missed your answer. Has she stalked your producers who reached out? I feel like it's relevant.
Actually,
other journalists she's interviewed have said it.
To be honest, she's had a couple of slightly intemperate messages, but nothing particularly out of the ordinary.
That's a yes,
but she's also today had a very good conversation with two of my producers and was in a pretty good place about it all. And look, I think anyone like Fiona Harvey who is suddenly propelled into the global public spotlight, albeit willingly when she came on this show, but anyone who does that, you know, you lose your anonymity in a flash. But of course, the reason she came on was that her anonymity had been shattered by what Netflix did. And as Chris Daw rightly says, the key
question. This Imran bitch in the background needs to just take a fucking hike.
Question, aside from the abject failure of duty of care, the key question is if you say somebody is a self-confessed, by the way, because she was seen pleading guilty, if you're a self-confessed convicted multiple stalker and it turns out none of that is actually true, I think it's a prima facie open and shut legal case, whatever Netflix say. Right, I do know, by the way, that Netflix in their private briefings to journalists so far have produced zero evidence of any conviction, and yet Richard Gadd has been going around. And listen, I've nothing against him. I think he's a very talented guy. He's had a massive success. He was at the BAFTA Awards last night, and good luck to him. I think he's a very talented guy. But something has gone wrong here, both in the duty of care process and in the legal process, because for a company as big and powerful and rich as Netflix, with all the infrastructure they have to avoid this kind of thing, for them to stamp on every episode at the start, this is a true story, when the culmination of that story may apparently be completely untrue and incredibly damaging to the person they make it about, then I think this becomes a big problem for them, as Chris has rightly said. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. Yeah, sorry, Andy.
It's incredibly frustrating. I was just going to say, it's incredibly frustrating as she keeps talking about, well, no, they said it's fictionalized. Not everyone saw the follow-ups.
Yeah.
Like, we can't have every audience member, all the 100 million people that watch on Netflix, watch everything they produce. They're watching the show, and the show says it's a true story.
Yes.
That's what legally matters. And that's why I was asking you, because I'm curious. I think it was the Daily Mail or someone said that she was being very aggressive and verbally mean and calling him names after the interview. You haven't experienced that.
We have not had that really at all. I mean, I think she's a volatile person. I personally believe she did send all those messages because I do believe that Netflix and Richard Gadd must have evidential stuff about those. I also think she wrote him 106 handwritten letters and she admitted sending one. You just compare the handwriting and there's probably proof there. But that's to be decided, frankly, by a lawsuit. And actually, even if she did send all those messages, that might indicate an unhealthy obsession with this guy, although he, by his own admission, both in interviews and in the series, has said that he was very screwed up at the time. He was taking a lot of drugs, had a very wild sex life, and so on. He may not be deemed to be the most reliable account of his own story, from his own memory. So all these things are to be established, I think, in a proper manner. But it just seems to me, Chris, I mean, there are two things
all of it
here,
needs to be looked
ultimately,
at, really.
One is the duty of care issue, which I don't think should be ignored at all, because I don't think
the duty of care issue is the biggest thing. The duty of care. I mean, besides all the lying, like if they did lie and she didn't really do all that, that's huge too. But the duty of care issue that Netflix just didn't really do what they should have done to keep everybody's identity hidden. That's the whole goal. When you're telling a true story, whoever's producing, so like Netflix has what they call a duty of care. If you don't know, you probably do, and I'm probably explaining this, and you guys already know. There's like a duty of care to a show if they're telling a true story to not, unless the people want to be named and shown, usually ain't the case. There's a duty of care to make sure that you hide the identities of the people you're talking about. So, like, they had a duty of care for us not to be able to find out that Martha was really Fiona Harvey. Like, they have a duty of care to her to not allow that to have to do as much as humanly possible to not allow people to figure out who these other people are. That's really all the duty of care is.
A company like the BBC, for example, would have ever let this go through in the way that Netflix has allowed it to, for legal reasons. But secondly, ultimately, if you call someone a convicted stalker and they're not, that is a serious, serious defamation.
No, it's not. When it's fictionalised.
Sorry, please be quiet, Iman. Even if it turns out you did send the messages. Am I right in thinking that really would be almost irrelevant to the central point?
Yeah, I'm not. It's not necessarily irrelevant. Obviously, if you're looking at a libel action, there will be examination of what the person has and has not done. But I think here, I agree with you. The real surprise to me as a lawyer who often is involved in media projects of one kind or another and advising on whether something is potentially defamatory or not, is that no one ever appears to have reached out to her for any form of comment of any kind.
Yeah.
And most importantly of all, nobody put at the very beginning of the show, this is based on a true story, but significant elements of it have been fictionalised and shouldn't be taken literally.
Exactly.
And if that had been put at the beginning...
They should have done that, and they didn't.
Of the program as a health warning, as it were, I think many fewer people would have watched it.
Yeah.
And Netflix
See, that's what I said.
Its cake and
that's
eat
what
it.
I said. Had you would have led people to just believe that this is just a regular ass show like any other TV show that you see that's just completely like made up and the whatever. None of the shit is based on true real life events to these people or anything like that. That's different. That's completely different. To just be like, yo, this is all real, and then we're just supposed to know, like, that it's just a nuanced take on stalking and the human condition, and get fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. If you're not saying that to nobody, they're gonna think that it's real, and if they're gonna think that it's real, it's gonna draw in a lot of attention, and people are gonna want to watch it more than they would a show that wasn't real.
Can't be a network.
It's true.
Or a platform.
But a show not being real doesn't make it like, oh, it's going to be a stupid show. It's like, I mean, there's a lot of shows that aren't real that are not like based in real life that are awesome. But this wouldn't have been one of those. The reason why it garnered so much attention is because they said that it was, that it was real.
Which bases its marketing on true crime.
And they didn't come out and say this is a fictionalization or fictionalized. No, they didn't say none of that. What that bitch Imran is saying, they didn't say none of that.
And true docu-crime.
I haven't seen that in a single fucking interview that Richard Gadd or Jessica Gunning did. That they said that this is like a nuanced take into the human condition. No, I didn't see that anywhere. They did say that, he did say he wanted to like make the show so that people understand like what it's like to go through, like what somebody that's stalking you goes through and what the person on the receiving end of that stalking goes through, to shed more light onto like the human condition and how people can be. But they never said it was nuanced. They never said it was fictionalized. He said that these are actual things that have happened to him.
And it all being true to life, which is spread across Netflix on almost every... half the programmes claim to be true stories, either documentaries or dramas based on true stories.
I've had some of my own crime documentaries.
Well, exactly,
on
but you
Netflix.
can't have your cake and eat it. You cannot run documentaries which you claim, or dramas which you claim are true stories, when you know full well they are not true. If you do that as a broadcaster or as a streaming service, you very much risk legal action and you risk being the subject of very, very serious damages payments.
And by the way, I'm just going to say one more time before we finish this that it could, of course, be the case that she does have a criminal record. And no one's uncovered it yet. I think that possibility is there. I didn't believe a lot of what she was telling me, and it may include that. But I find it.
Well, you would rather have expected Netflix.
I agree.
You would rather have expected Netflix to release that information.
I will caveat with that. If you were under the pressure Netflix had been under, you would make damn sure somebody saw it if you had that evidence, and they haven't done so far, which in itself may be very telling.
That's my point. That's my point.
I've got to leave it there. Thank you all to my panel very much indeed. Well, almost all of my panel. I appreciate the way that you've conducted it. Thank you very much indeed.
Yes to all of us.
Thank you.
Oh,
You're
she's just a gross fucking person. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I would think that Richard Gadd or Netflix, if they did have this, all these alleged like emails, phone calls, voicemail, I feel like he would have just released it. I mean, I would have. Especially if she's sitting there trying to say that none of that shit is true, and I know that it is.
The Eurovision Song Contest means many different things to many people. To me, it generally means sitting in a dark room and ignoring social media to prevent my head from literally exploding. But for reasons that will always baffle me, it's one of the biggest TV events in the entire world with hundreds of millions of deluded viewers. This year it was overshadowed, like so many things are, by protests about the Israel-Hamas war. And leading the charge was a charming non-binary gothic witch, their words not mine, called Bambi Thug. The Irish entry was ordered to remove pro-Palestine slogans from their costume, but didn't hold back in media interviews before and after the main event.
Fuck the EBU, I don't even care anymore. Fuck them. The thing that makes this as a contestants, the community behind it, the love and the power and the support of all of us is what is making change. And the world has spoken. The queers are coming. Non-binaries.
The queers are coming.
Oh my God.
See, well, thousands
the
of
queers are
pro-Palestine
coming.
demonstrators picketed the event in Malmo, demanding that Israel's act be removed from the competition and calling for a boycott. Personally, I would boycott Eurovision in its entirety, albeit probably for very different reasons. Well, Greta Thunberg was, of course, there and removed by police. That seems to be her full-time job these days, annoying people and getting arrested. Meanwhile, Israel's entry, a 20-year-old singer named Eden Golan, was loudly booed and heckled by the audience in the arena after being shunned by many of her fellow contestants in the build-up to the show. Whatever.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit to just ridicule a girl because she's Israeli. Woo! Head and go in, yeah. Woo!
Well, whatever your views on this Israel-Hamas war, it should surely be self-evident that it's ridiculous to blame it on a 20-year-old woman.
Exactly. Fucking attacking a 20-year-old singer because of some shit that's going on between Israel and the Gaza Strip.
Simply trying to perform at a song contest. And to the palpable fury of those who campaigned against her, it spectacularly backfired. Once votes from the viewing public across Europe and the world were added to the total, Israel surged up leaderboard. More countries gave Israel the maximum 12 points from public votes than any other entry. The song has now reached number 7 in the entire world on iTunes.
Good.
Israel supporters say it's emphatic proof of a silent majority. Critics say it shows Eurovision has no moral compass.
No, that's the that's the volume of a silent majority right there. We just can't speak up and say support for Israel, because if we say support for Israel, we're fucking Zionists, man. We're Jew-loving Zionists, man.
Well, one thing is certain.
That's terrible. That's horrible that we can't even support a 20-year-old artist who's got a beautiful voice, all because there's a war going on. That's just fucking horrible.
It lays bare one
horrible.
of the
Did you see some of that shit? Like, they were like, attacking the police convoys that were protecting her. They were like throwing rocks at the windows and shit. Come on now.
The hypocrisies of this protest movement. Many of the Be Kind Brigade were furious that the pro-Palestine Dutch entry was kicked out of the competition, even though he allegedly verbally abused a female producer. Bambi.
Exactly. There you go. There's a pro-Palestinian dude gets kicked off and everyone's outraged, but he was verbally abusing producers at Eurovision. But let's do that. Let's let them do that.
Performed the satanic imagery, wearing an X-rated bikini in the colours of a trans pride flag, which he'd earlier waved on camera. And many of the Eurovision superfans who called for a boycott are very stridently pro-LGBT, and the other letters, of course, I can never remember. The irony, of course, is that Israel is pretty much the only place in the Middle East where gay people have any rights at all.
Exactly. For those of you that don't know, this LGBTQIA43210 for Palestine, you guys do realize that they will as quickly murder you as you would just protest for them, right? You guys do understand that? You guys do understand that if you were a LGBT community representative and or participant, not saying anything bad about you, but you guys protest to free a people that would chemically castrate you if they could. Because you're gay. Because you're not allowed to be gay. Fucked up, isn't it? But everybody wants to stand behind the pro-Palestinian movement. Go ahead. I'm all for Palestinian. I'm all for it. Let's now. I personally know a lot of I know a couple of people from Palestine. I know some people from Lebanon. I know personally know a few people from Yemen. Now, that being said, I'm against Hamas. I'm not against Arabs. I'm not against Muslims. I am against Hamas. I am against any and all forms of terrorism. So if that means if I got to stand with Israel and I'm a Zionist because people want to call me a Jew-loving Zionist, by all means, call me a Jew-loving Zionist. I stand with Israel because they stand against terrorism. Point blank, period. I don't like terrorism at all. The things that have happened throughout the world are crazy. First, let me say that there is no genocide happening in Gaza. It is not. The numbers don't add up. The bullshit rhetoric that these pro-Palestinian people want to use, find something different, please. You make yourself look so disingenuous when you stand there and scream genocide. Please scream something else. I will stand in solidarity with Palestinian civilians, but I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, don't attack Rafah. Oh, don't go after Hamas. Oh, it's okay. Oh, they're tearing the Gaza Strip apart. Oh, they're doing that. No. We shouldn't be standing for terrorism at all in any fucking form. And then on top of that, if you really want your voice to be heard, stick to your guns, man. You guys all want to scream, oh, genocide. When there's real genocide happening in places, but you don't care for that genocide. You care for this one, this imaginative genocide that you guys have all fucking made up in your heads. You all want to buy into this stupid fucking thing. This stupid thought that genocide is actually happening to the Gazans, to like the Palestinians, and it's not. Why don't you go look to see what's happening in the Congo? Huh? Why ain't nobody looking into that? Huh? Why isn't anybody being like, yo, what's going on in the Congo with this shit? Like, why does it seem like there's people being genocided in the Congo right now? There are real fucking problems happening in the world, but you're all blind to it because you want to see some shit that's not really happening in Gaza. Gaza, Hamas is at war with Israel. That's it, point blank, period. Yes, citizens have died. Yes, civilians have died. Children have died. It's a fucking horrible thing. But it's a cost of war. It's the cost of doing business in war. You have to pay with people's blood. There's a reason why the saying is the rich wage war. When the rich wage war, it's the poor who die. There's a reason why that statement is the way it is. Because obviously, Hamas, billionaires. Hamas leaders are billionaires. They're not fucking oppressed. Stop saying they're an oppressed fucking people. You are more oppressed than fucking Hamas is. Hamas has got billionaires. Like legit billionaires. There's a reason why they say that when the rich wage war, it's the poor who die. Civilians are a casualty of war, and it's sad, but that's just what happens. But the hate on a 20-year-old fucking singer over it is just absurdity at its grandest.
I've got a pretty good idea about how a Bambi Thug concert would go down in Gaza. It definitely wouldn't be winning any public votes. Well, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, Bambi Thug went into fucking Gaza right now. It'd fucking be executed by Gazans. Go ahead. Any LGBT, go ahead and try to go up into Gaza and be like, I want your people to be free. You'll free them from the so-called cages that you guys say they're in, this open-air prison that you guys say they're in. Once they're released from that, they're just going to run up to you and murder you. How about they're going to probably beat the fuck out of you.
Now, comedian James
beat
Barr
you
said he was moved to
in
tears
the middle of the street,
by Eurovision
probably
this
to
weekend.
death.
Well, as was I, had I watched it. The thought of it reduced me to tears. Israeli writer and activist Hem Mazig, host of Novara Live, Michael Walker, and the drag artist Crystal, who boycotted Eurovision over Israel's inclusion. All right, well,
Are they
thanks
green?
all of you for joining me. James Barr, you
Is that
reduced
just a
to
fucking
tears.
green person? Fucking aliens!
You said I keep thinking
aliens
of all
are
the artists,
here!
delegations,
Holy
production, and
shit!
people working behind the scenes.
The
who spent
aliens
their
are
lives
invading
building up to
Piers
this
Morgan
moment,
uncensored.
only to be thrown to the wolves by the EBU not taking appropriate action. You said this was over the EBU now disqualifying Israel when the lyrics of the song were originally deemed political. Here's what I don't get about this. Why should Israel not be allowed to compete in Eurovision?
Because they've murdered over 33,000
Well, they were
people.
the subject of a terror attack.
But they've murdered 33. At what point do we? They've lost the moral high ground, Piers. This isn't okay.
Right.
What?
But just to be clear, a country that suffered a massive terror attack should not be allowed to have a contest at the Eurovision Song Contest.
I'm saying that if you murder 33,000 people.
What about October the 7th?
October the 7th is horrendous.
Right.
Awful. One of the
Why
worst
should that
attacks in
country
human
not be
history.
allowed to perform in a Eurovision Song Contest?
Because they have murdered. There's nuance here that you're missing. They've murdered 33,000 more people. You can't just excuse that by there was a terror attack. There's a line in the sand you have to draw.
Would you
here.
ban Ukraine for responding to Russia invading them?
I think it's a completely different
Would
conversation.
you ban Ukraine?
Piers, you're trying to equate two different things.
I'm asking you. Ukraine have killed a lot of Russians responding to the illegal invasion of Ukraine. Should they be banned by your criteria?
I mean, they haven't killed.
Well, hang on. I will come to you.
This is a good point. They haven't killed that many children. It's a completely different.
They have killed a
conversation,
lot of
Piers.
people.
But Piers, it's not as simple as that, and you know
Okay,
it.
so we're allowed to. So innocent people are allowed to die in wars, just not kids. If a kid dies innocently in war, it's fucked up, and they should be held accountable. But if an adult dies, it's okay. An adult non-combatant dies, it's okay. Oh, I didn't know.
It's not. Look,
I thought all innocent lives should be spared. Anyone that's not fighting in a war should be okay, right? That's what I thought.
There's
Your
hypocrisy, of
moral
course.
line on
Maybe
this
I
thing is
understand
wrong.
that, and there is a lot of hypocrisy, but this is quite a difficult thing to just answer. And a question like
Maybe
that is
I'm
not
just wrong.
helpful. It's divisive for no reason.
All right, Hen. I think there's a lot of hypocrisy.
Don't you think that all this is divisive for no reason? Because I think it is. I think it really is. I think it's super divisive, all of it. All of it is super divisive for no fucking reason. All of it. Because, like, what like what what do you accomplish with shitting on a 20-year-old singer? Like, what? That's not divisive.
Generally about all this, but I just think fundamentally, why would Israel be banned? I don't understand.
I mean, that's the level of the dehumanization that we have reached to. I mean, a British person would sit here and tell you that because of the actions of Israel, they should be banned from everywhere. I mean, a British person, have you looked at your history? Have you looked at what your country has done throughout the war? The world.
When we illegally invaded Iraq,
I know that. I agree.
Well, should we have been banned then?
Probably.
But you didn't boycott. You didn't call for a boycott.
I didn't call for a boycott.
I'm not even sure you were born
either.
Hang on, were you born then?
Was I born when?
2003.
Yes, I was. Thank you, though. I'm glad you think I look so
you
young.
were young,
Piers.
right?
This isn't about
But
me.
I opposed the Iraq War, for example, as editor of the Daily Mirror, and I don't remember anyone calling for the UK to be banned because of the invasion of Iraq.
Right, but that's what the dehumanization of Israel and Israelis has gone to, that a 20-year-old girl is being held in her hotel room. This Bambi thug is demanding that she would be moved from the room that she's at because she doesn't want to see her in her presence. A European girl asking a Jewish girl to leave to a different room because she doesn't want to see her. We know when that happened last in Europe. And you have a mob of tens of thousands of people sitting chanting outside her hotel room. You had helicopters around her. For what? For going to a music festival? To singing at a music festival, and then they're putting out the kafia, and they're upset that Israel and Israelis are triggered by that. Of course, the last time that people came with the kafia to a music festival was on October 7th.
Right.
And we know exactly what happened
And
there.
several hundred innocent young people were butchered
And
by
raped.
mass terrorists.
Yeah.
Right, Michael, let me bring you in. You wanted to jump in earlier. What do you think of this?
People want to act like it was just October 7th, and it really just there's more to it.
I found your line of questioning, why should they be banned because they've been subjected to a terrorist attack? I mean, no one's claiming that's why they should be banned. People are saying they should be banned because they are fighting what now looks to many people like a genocidal war, right? You've got 13,000 kids who have been killed. Now, the argument you...
Now let's divide that 13,000 by 7. Because it's been 7 months. And tell me what you get. It's like 1,800 something, right? I don't know. Some shit like that. But, it's not genocide. It's not. Go look up literal genocides. Like, seriously. Like, if nobody has yet, go look up what a real genocide looks like. Look at the Rwandans. I believe it was in 1995. Let's look it up. I believe it was in 1995. And Rwandan genocide. I think it was in 95, right? Or am I way off base? Am I way off base? 94. Between the 7th of April and the 19th of July in 94. It was a 100-day period of time. The actual number of fatalities is unclear, and some estimates suggest the real number killed was a little lower, but mostly accepted scholarly estimates are 500 to 800,000 Tutsi deaths in 3 months. In 3 months. They were averaging about 200,000 deaths a month. A month. That would mean 1.4 million Palestinians would have died already in that 7-month period of time. That, my friends, is a real fucking genocide. This right here. Not the bullshit you're seeing with the Palestinian fucking garbage. This is real genocide. Look at that. April 7th to July 19th in 94. It wasn't in 95. My bad. I was a year off. It was in 94. Attack type: genocide, mass murder, and genocidal rape. Estimated at 491,800 Tutsis and 10,000 Twa. 250,000 to 500,000 women raped during the genocide. They got graped. Graped during the genocide. So, yeah, this is genocide right here. What you're seeing happen in Israel-Palestine is not fucking genocide, my friend. It's a fucking war. That's what it is. Because think about it, man. I mean, even in Israel's weapons. They don't tell me they don't have the tool. They already admitted it. They have the tools necessary to have leveled Gaza in a matter of days. If this was really just kill everyone, because October 7th, October 10th, it would all have been over. Gaza would have been leveled, and Israel would be facing war crimes right now. That's what would have happened.
You seem to be making that.
But it didn't. You want to know why it's not happening like that? Because it's not genocide. I really do sympathize with all the dead people, all the dead civilians, all the dead women, all the dead children, innocently killed in the campaign to get rid of Hamas. But you can't really blame Israel for going after somebody for doing something. If anything, you gotta put some kind of fucking blame on Hamas. And the crazy part is that no pro-Palestinian fucking people want to do that. It's always just the Jew, the Jew, the Jew, the Jew, the Jew, the Jew, the Jew. It's never the Palestinian. Hamas has no part played in any of this. None of it. Right? That's what everybody wants to say. Everybody wants to say that they don't have no part in this. Hamas is just being Hamas. You can't hate a zebra because it has stripes, right? So why hate Hamas for being terrorists? It's what they do. Right? That's just so and then on top of that, they're like, oh, well, Israel responded bad. How are they supposed to respond? Please tell me how the fuck they were supposed to respond. I feel like they responded the most justified way. They had a terrorist attack that killed them. Then the terrorists came out and said, hey, we're going to keep doing that over and over again until all the Jews are dead. So you just took it upon yourself to dismantle that organization. That's what you should have done. That's what anybody living anywhere's government should do if your people are being told they're going to be genocided. Yes, your government should stand up and protect your ass. It should. And I fully commend them for doing that. Have they committed maybe some atrocities that, maybe a war tribunal will say that Netanyahu committed some war crimes? Maybe their campaign hasn't been completely above water, but fuck, man, as densely as Gaza's populated, I feel like Israel's taken every single fucking precaution to try to dumb down the amount of deaths, civilian deaths. I mean, they've done a better fucking rate at doing that than Hamas has done, because Hamas hasn't done shit. Its leaders are billionaires. They could do whatever the fuck they want. They're not oppressed. Hamas isn't oppressed. The Palestinian people, on the other hand, are, because they had a government body that chose to go to war instead of helping them. Like, come on now, man. They took infrastructure and made bombs and shit out of it. Let's go, man. Like, what the fuck are we talking about now? We're talking about some stupid fucking shit. Dumb fucking shit. Dumb shit. Fucking dumb.
There was, why are we bringing politics into Eurovision? We didn't kick out Britain during the Iraq War. Now, I was too young to have an opinion on it then. Probably I would have agreed if people had said we should have done that then. But what we do have is a very recent example of us saying Russia can't engage in this competition.
Such a false equivalence.
Well, it's not a false equivalence. And the reason I said is actually I think there's a stronger case for kicking out Israel than there is for Russia. And
there is no case to kick them out of a fucking singing competition.
The reason I say this is very specific. Israel has killed more civilians by quite a considerable degree in 6 months.
According to whom?
Gaza,
the UN says that the numbers are false. Today they came out and said, fog of war, they can't tell if the numbers are right.
There are two different sets of numbers going around at the moment. So one is how many people have been identified.
Yeah, they said that the UN came out and said 14,000, and they changed that to 7,000. The numbers have been conflated, but honestly, nobody can tell because of the fog of war. You cannot tell how many civilians and how many Hamas have died. And on the other flip side, Hamas doesn't wear uniforms, so Hamas could be misconstrued. Some Hamas combatants, not all of them, can be misconstrued with the civilian population. That's what they do because they're fucking roaches and hide amongst their people.
Right, so sort of names, social security numbers. Now, if you're looking at names and social security numbers, it's 8,000 kids, 5,000 women, right? Now, the
that is
UN
identified immediately, right? After every attack, they know exactly that the exact same number of...
That's what I mean. After every single death, after every single attack, you know exactly how many people died.
No, hang on. Look, I'm moderating this. Here's what I would say. Let's not quibble about how many thousands of civilians. A lot of civilians have been killed
been a good amount.
in Israel's response to a terror attack.
Who gives a fuck about
now,
the numbers?
The Russia illegal invasion of Ukraine, to me, the idea that that is not as bad, given they illegally invaded a sovereign democratic country and have ravaged large parts of it, stolen a third of
And you're literally saying it's not that bad.
Ukraine, killed countless civilians in the process. Why would you somehow think that that is morally less disagreeable than what Israel's been doing responding to a terror attack?
Well, so both are absolutely terrible, right? Russia's invasion of Ukraine
was illegal.
Was a war of aggression. It was illegal. They have killed less civilians than Israel have killed.
Aggressive as fuck and illegal. Putin invaded Ukraine for sole purposes of taking land. That was it.
But they have killed a lot of soldiers, and those weren't people who wanted to go fight the Russians, right? I don't think actually provoking a war with a country and then killing a lot of their soldiers, you know, that's morally outrageous.
Done worse?
Okay, well, the reason, I'll put it this way, because I think
you said it was worse. I'm curious why.
I'm saying there is more reason why they should be kicked out, because I think the biggest evil and why so many people.
Please tell me what Eden Golan did to get the fucking amount of backlash she got for being at Eurovision.
People right now are incredibly passionate that Israel.
Because to throw all of that, to throw an entire fucking war and an aggressive, crazy ass amount of people dying in it. I mean, not crazy. It's a lot. I just gave you numbers to shit that I feel is a lot worse. To have a small part of your population killed, innocent people killed, not enemy combatants, innocent people, is egregious. It's gross. It really fucking is.
Shouldn't be engaging in these kinds of competitions. It's because people don't care that much about politics. They don't like to see.
But to throw all the weight of that at one girl who's just at a competition because she's a good fucking singer and has a beautiful voice, to put all of that and direct it towards her is fucked up. It's fucked up.
Women and children bombed, right? They don't like to see people kicked out of their homes time after time
after time.
But they're
not as bothered by seeing innocent Ukrainians killed.
Well, the issue with Ukraine, right, was that our government was pretty much in line with a fairly moral position, right? So most people on the left thought that there were some exceptions, but most people on the left thought Russia's invasion of Ukraine was completely outrageous. And then what did our government do? They put sanctions on the Russian regime, right? Now, most people on the left, and actually the general population more generally, if you look at polling, it's much more representative than who votes in Eurovision contests, right? People are incredibly outraged at what Israel is doing because they are seeing civilians being killed. They're seeing.
Were you outraged by October the 7th?
Yes.
What did you tweet about it?
So my position on October the 7th is, I think.
What did you tweet about it?
Well, I tweeted very early on that Palestinians have a right to self-defense, which they do.
Well, what did you tweet about the terror?
There it is.
I can't remember exactly.
Anything?
Well, I tweeted that they shouldn't have killed the civilians, right?
Well, what did you tweet about the October the 7th terror attack?
Well, okay. This isn't particular.
Nothing. And I bet you half the fucking people that are standing with Palestine right now, if you go back on October 7th, they didn't say nothing. They said nothing. You want to know why? Because for some reason, people just think it the world over, man, that being a fucking anti-Semite is just, that's just the tits, man. Like, that's just, that's the best thing in the world. Just be a fucking anti-Semitic bastard. Like, why? What the fuck did Jews do to everybody for them to hate them so fucking much and openly? Take this back to fucking September, and I don't care what any of you little fuckbag faggots want to say online. Sorry for using the F word. I'm fucking angry. But seriously, I don't care what any of you fuckbags are going to say online. Take this back to September, the month before this shit happened. All this anti-Semitism shit, you would have all fucking been canceled. Every fucking last one of yous would have been fucking canceled, banned, taken off your fucking platforms. You would have all been fucking dismantled for being anti-Semitic. But now, all of a sudden, because a fucking terrorist attack that the Jews want to stand up against, everyone fucking hates Jews again. What the fuck is this? We are not in the 40s, and it was not okay for this shit to happen. When segregation was fucking happening, and African Americans had to use separate fucking toilets, go to separate fucking schools, sit at the back of the fucking bus, don't be around white people, that shit was fucked up. That was fucked up, and we stopped it for a fucking reason. Now the fact that everybody wants to flip that now and just turn it into the Jewish people, it's suddenly just fucking K, right? It's not. It wasn't okay to do it to any of the fucking races we did it to before. It's not fucking okay to do it to them now. It's that fucking simple. It's not okay. It wasn't okay to hate black people and have them use separate fucking water fountains and all this other shit. It's not okay to be like that towards fucking Jewish people. It's not. And if you think that it is, you're just as fucking delusional and fucked up as the next piece of shit sitting next to you.
I'm just curious.
That's my hot take on it.
Well, I don't really understand the line of questioning. If you're asking me,
the line of questioning is asking if you condemn the killing of civilians.
You're saying that
Hold on. Yeah. Sorry about that. I had to take a phone call real quick.
everybody was outraged by Israel's response. Okay, a lot of people.
And see, and I'm not being a bastard. The person that just fucking called me, person that I just took a personal fucking phone call from, is Yemeni. He lives in Yemen. He visits there a lot, quite often, and he's actually a good friend of mine. So it's not like I just fucking hate people that are Muslim or any of this fucking. Fuck all that shit. That is not what it is. I'm just mad that fucking people want to treat Jewish people like a bunch of fucking assholes for no fucking reason. No good fucking reason, man. Jewish people aren't the Jewish government. I can understand not liking the Jewish government for the fucking the things that they're doing and the way that they're enacting this war. It might be a little fucked up. Yeah, it might be. That's why I said it might. Netanyahu might get some war crimes after this. Yeah, it's possible. But still, the response and for what happened is just, I feel, is justified.
People are, I get it. But were you as outraged?
Are they losing morale right now for the war? Yeah, because it's taking a really long time.
By what happened?
And the reason why it's taken so long is because that they don't want to fucking have to do that shit, man. They don't want to have to just, indiscriminately bomb.
On October the 7th. And if so, you're in a public platform. Yep. You're well known. You have a lot of followers. What did you tell your followers about it?
So I think the ultimate route of what is going on.
Answer the question.
No, well, I don't. I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer the question as I want to answer it. Okay.
You're not going to answer the question.
Well, I'm going to say what I think about this particular issue, which you're asking me about.
Why don't you come? First of all, answer my question. Then expand.
So what is the question?
What did you say publicly about October the 7th terror attack?
So first of all, I said something along the lines of Palestinians have a right to resistance.
That was your response.
Yes.
So you thought it was just.
And that's another thing. What Hamas did on October 7th was not a sign of resistance. Resistance would be Resistance would be going to war with the people that you feel like you need to go to war with. Example would be resistance group storming a fucking IDF camp or something like that, or an IDF outpost and like attacking the IDF at a checkpoint or something like that, or going through all the checkpoints that the IDF had in the West Bank and shit like that, and just like killing IDF soldiers. That's a fucking blowing a fucking an IDF building up or an IDF barracks up. That's a sign of fucking resistance. because you're going at the governmental entity, you're going at a military power, you're doing it in a resistance type way, as opposed to resist the fucking the IDF regime or whatever, the Zionist regime, whatever you're gonna call it. That's resistance. You know what I mean? Like hitting the checkpoints with all the IDF soldiers, not just running in to fucking music festivals and neighborhoods and just killing innocent fucking people and kidnapping them and killing their children and all the fucked up other shit that Hamas did. That isn't fucking resistance. It's not resistance in any kind of fucking way. It's not. It's terrorism. It's not resistance.
Can you let me finish a sentence? Okay,
I'm stunned by what I've just heard.
It's because you're not letting me finish a sentence.
You think that 1,200 people being butchered, raped, burned alive, babies being kidnapped, Holocaust victims being kidnapped. You think that's somehow justified?
No, you haven't let me finish a sentence.
You said that your first response was to say Palestinians
Can you
are allowed
please
to
let me
resist?
finish a sentence? This seems a little bit pointless, okay? I have a very coherent position. If you would like to listen to it, I could have expressed it in about 20 seconds, but you kept interrupting
You said that
me.
was your response.
Okay. You didn't let me finish the sentence. Okay. Palestinians do have a right to resistance. That's enshrined in the UN, sort of in international law. They don't have a right to target and kill civilians. So the moment it became clear that they had targeted and killed civilians, I condemned that. I think you shouldn't. I don't think any. I don't think any
was it a
cause-
terror attack?
I don't think any cause. Yes, I think it was a terror attack.
Okay, are Hamas a terrorist organisation?
I think pretty much. I mean, there are levels of it.
All right, okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
The bar
That's
is so
good.
low that we would accept even that. I mean,
Well, let me look. We're going to lose Crystal. Let me bring in Crystal, who is a drag artist. Sadly, not in your costume. I noticed, Crystal. A little bit disappointing for people like me that love a good drag queen. But you boycotted Eurovision over Israel's inclusion. Why?
Wait, did Pierce just say he loves a little drag? I mean, hey, Pierce was liking the drags. That's cool. That's cool, Pierce. I respect that. At least you're honest.
You know, for the reasons that have already been outlined, I'm outraged by Israel's behavior in Palestine, and I think that when you are killing innocent civilians, you shouldn't get to promote a cultural
So
message.
just to be
about
clear, every
inclusion.
country in the world that kills innocent civilians should be banned from Eurovision. Who could qualify?
I think we are in a very specific situation
be
this
a lot
year
of them.
because.
Well, no, hang on. I'm just taking your criteria. If killing
No,
innocent, if killing
don't
innocent
wanna- I don't wanna-
civilians is your position, that's fine. I respect it. But how many countries in Europe do you think have killed innocent civilians in the last 20 years who, by that criteria, should be banned from Eurovision?
We're seeing mass casualties on a scale that is pretty unprecedented in modern history. So I think it's justified.
Okay, you presumably, are you aware of the Iraq War? Are you aware of the Afghanistan War? Are you aware of what's happened in Syria?
I am, Pierce.
Are you
know,
aware
I
of what's
wasn't
happened in
living
Yemen?
I wasn't living in the UK, and I wasn't even actually aware of Eurovision
far bigger
when,
death tolls
when
have been
the Iraq
seen.
War was taking place.
Far
so I don't
bigger
really have
death
a
tolls have
position
been
on
seen
these
in
days,
all over the world now in the last 20 years. It just never got its attention, which does come back to one sentiment that Jewish people feel, which is they get singled out. And it's actually hard not to conclude that when you hear people just airbrush all these other conflicts like they never happened.
I mean, you just said that I did that, but I didn't do
Well,
that.
by all means, correct me if I'm wrong.
I wasn't living in the UK during the Iraq War. I hadn't even heard of Eurovision. So frankly, I don't have a position on
But as an
the UK.
artist, targeting a young 20-year-old woman who's living her dream, representing her country at Eurovision.
I would say that
targeting
anyone
someone
who
like that,
targeted.
why?
Would you like me to answer? I would say that anyone who targeted her personally is. I think that's a mistake. I do see, however, that she was representing her national broadcaster and essentially there as a propaganda tool for the Israeli government, singing a
We're
song
talking
that was.
propaganda tools. Ollie Alexander, the UK's contestant, who managed to get no points in the public vote, which is quite an achievement, actually, although from what I hear, he's dreadful. And Bambi Thug, they've supported the Queers for Palestine movement, which is such a touching movement, given that actually if you were openly queer in Palestine, Hamas would have you thrown off a roof. What is the Queers for Palestine
I've been
movement all
saying
about?
this, man.
Well, I don't think that the right to life.
Dude, I've
I
been
don't think
saying
the right
that.
to.
I've been saying, like, yo, any of you guys that are screaming, free, free Palestine, free, free Palestine, they'll fucking throw your ass off a roof as quick as you'll help them. They'll just toss your ass to the side like you're nothing. Like, seriously, they will. They will. They definitely 100% would.
Queer liberation is not more important than the right to life, and I think that's just a reasonable position to hold. You know, if you're queer right now in Palestine, you're not going to die because you're going to be thrown off a roof. You're going to die because of an Israeli bomb. So.
Did you ever care about them
I think this is a disingenuous line of questioning to say that we're suddenly caring about queer people in Palestine when those people
So
are
you
being
only care about them
blown
being
up
killed
right
by
now.
Israelis. You didn't care about them being persecuted before Israel
Nope.
responded to the terror attack.
Nope.
What? No, I didn't say that.
But gay people being killed left, right, and centre in Palestine.
Yeah, and I condemn any government
Have
that
you said
murders
anything
gay
about
people. Of
gay
course I do.
Palestinians?
Did you go on television programs like this and publicly
No!
You know, I
express
would
your
go on a
outrage? Did you
television program.
pull out a
You would now that he's saying something, but before when you were queer and in Palestine and you were getting murdered constantly, yeah, I bet you he didn't.
When I'm
of
given the opportunity
competitions?
to do so.
Did you pull out of competitions and
Frankly,
protests?
no one asked for my
Bet you he
views
didn't.
on Iran's treatment of gays or Russia's treatment of gays.
But now they're
asked you to
asking you.
discuss
That's the
my
interesting
boycott
part.
of
No,
Eurovision.
I think I'll defend what Chris was saying there. I'm the same. You know,
Supposed to
sometimes you forget to
autofocus.
tweet things and others you don't.
Where's
but
the
ultimately, we're not
autofocus
that
at on
narcissistic.
the
We're not that
camera?
narcissistic that we
Where's
think
my
that
autofocus?
We're rights are more important than the actual lives of
Autofocus
people.
me.
Like people's
What
lives
did you tweet on
are
October the
more
7th?
important. I was horrified. I
did
don't
you
remember
tweet?
exactly what I tweeted, but I was absolutely disgusted.
Do you remember the kind of general
Autofocus.
context of
Well, the
Focus.
context would have been how disgusted I was. It was
Yeah?
awful.
You did?
I have friends that work in the music industry. It was at a music festival, Piers. It was horrendous and so upsetting. But it's really hard to talk about it because as soon as you say anything, you're thrown under a
On a
bus by
serious- on a
someone
serious point, James,
arguing
why-
lots
on a
of
se-
ridiculous conversations about the war in Iraq. Like, of course we should have
The
been
war-
told
Here's
because
my
of
point.
that.
Here's my point. Once you bring politics into these things, where do you
Politics
stop?
was always in
Where-
Eurovision,
yeah,
and I
but-
think that's the lie here.
Yeah, but
I think
where-
the
okay.
EBU is so entrenched with national broadcasters
Okay,
who
I
are
don't disagree.
entrenched with
Listen,
public.
I think the whole thing's a lot of crap. I wouldn't watch Eurovision if you literally held a gun to my head, ironically. And of course, a lot of politics is in play in there. But if you're going to start singling out countries for elimination and boycotts and treat young women like that,
No one should be
reprehensible
treated like that.
manner.
No one, because
if you're
and
do,
all of it, but it wasn't just.
Yeah, but you were crying over
but
the
listen
fact
to
there
me.
wasn't a boycott of that young woman.
That's not exactly
Don't
what I
shed
said.
crocodile
I was
tears
crying
now.
about all of the
Piers, can
people
I
that
ask you
are
a
working
question?
for that event who are unfortunately beheld by the decision that the EBU didn't make, and therefore look bad as well.
Right.
And actually
You weren't
that
crying for her. You were crying for the fact she wasn't
I genuinely do
What
feel
did-
very
you
sorry.
wanted
for
the
her.
ban.
As soon as you're very
Nah.
obsessed with what people tweet on any particular
Yeah.
day, what did you tweet when Russia were kicked out of the Eurovision Song Contest?
Exit.
I think it was completely justified.
You think it was completely justified? So
Yes.
you are happy with politics being brought into Eurovision?
No. Here's my point about
No.
about
That's
Russia.
political, right? I agree that it was good that they were
I
kicked
think
out, but
if
that
you
was
illegally
political.
invade a sovereign democratic country,
What about
in
if
Europe,
you- what if-
absolutely you should
What
be
about if
banned.
you
Hell
illegally
yeah.
I thought they
occupy?
shouldn't compete in sport.
What about
Oh,
if you
yeah,
illegally
you
occupy?
illegally invaded a sovereign country. Yeah, your country shouldn't be able to partake in anything like that if that's what you're doing.
But if you
Gaza was
illegally
not
occupy-
occupied, though.
okay,
Stop
so-
with this. Come
so-
on.
It'd be different if fucking Ukraine ran up into like Russia and just started like murdering civilians, and then Russia invaded them. That'd be completely different.
Everything is just
Right.
you love to throw in facts.
But it's not. Putin was just like, how else can I make up for having a small dick? Oh, I got it. Let's make the land bigger since I can't make my dick bigger. So let's just make the land bigger and let's just snatch it all up. Because that's all that was. There was no like preemptive Ukraine did something, so Russia responded. This was a terrorist attack that Israel responded to.
So they're just wrong.
Everyone-
and it's all
every
false.
single
and we have a
person-
gay
you're
British
just-
guy, a drag
End of
queen,
it.
being
End of
out
it.
here advocating for
That's the
Hamas,
end of
okay,
it.
not supporting
Okay,
Hamas.
that is
but
not what I've said. I
you
have
didn't
never
say that.
once said that.
Making
I
the case
would
for them,
never
I don't
say
care.
that.
Okay, sure, you condemn Hamas.
After this video, we're going to throw this up because I'm gonna have to go to the store and grab some Red Bull. I'm like out of Red Bull, and that's like a sin.
But at the end of the day, all you care about, you said it, and the drag queen said that
We're
both
gonna
of
take
you.
a minute after this, probably like 15, 20-minute break because we're 4.5 hours now. We'll take like a 20-minute break. I'm gonna leave the stream up, just playing some music on the Be Right Back screen, or we'll do the starting soon screen or something. I just gotta step out and I gotta go grab some more Red Bull. I gotta get my daughter situated. I gotta do a couple things.
That all you care about is what people tell you to care about, right?
That's not what we said.
You said, why didn't you speak about Iran? Why didn't you speak about gay people being killed in Iran? Why
I
didn't
have
you speak
spoken about that.
Why didn't you speak about?
No, we don't keep hearing about anything. All we keep hearing about is poor Palestine. Poor Palestine and the oppressed Hamas. I don't know. What am I supposed to know? I don't know. People be acting like I have like the into people's like secret most inner thoughts. And then if I can't justifiably tell somebody else's inner thoughts, I must just not know shit.
I've spoken about that a lot. I've spoken about...
Let's go ahead and just watch this shit. I'm getting sidetracked. I don't even know what I'm going to sidetrack. That's why I just like take my phone and I usually just go... Stupid people. And no, I'm not an iPhone user. I am a Samsung Ultra user. I think iPhones are trash.
Gays being thrown off roofs a lot.
Palestinian gay person that was beheaded in the West Bank 2 years ago. Why didn't you talk about all of this?
Let's bring this back
because
to...
all you
No, because everybody just wants to talk about the trendy thing. Nobody gives a fuck about what's happening. Nobody gives a fuck about people dying in the Congo right now? No one cares about it. I see it, but no one cares about it. No one wants to talk about the 377,000 plus dead from Yemen, from a genocide in Yemen. We want to talk about the 500,000 Syrians dead, innocent people. The 500,000 innocent people that died in Sudan. People don't want to talk about any of the 5.4 million that have died in the Congo. People don't want to talk about anything that isn't Palestinian guided. That's it. That's all it is. If it's Palestinian children and women and adults, you want to thump that shit till there's no fucking tomorrow. But the second something comes into that narrative that can prove it wrong, holy shit.
Let's just feeding.
I want to bring this back
to be anti-Israel. That's what it is.
Because they don't give a fuck. They don't care. Nobody gives a fuck about what's really going on. They just want to know what's going on with Palestine.
I am not anti-Israel.
I
I'm
want to bring this
anti
back
the
to
death
international
of
law, because I think you made a
civilians.
really important point there, where the reason that you think it was sort of justifiable for Russia to be kicked out of the Eurovision Song Contest was they had, it was a war of aggression. That's one of the ultimate war crimes. Now, another really important war crime is occupying someone else's territory and settling your people there, moving in your people. Now, whatever sophistry you might try and employ, I think you're going to struggle to deny that the West Bank is under Israeli occupation.
So there's
and they
Hamas
are
in the West
constantly...
Bank? You're saying that there's Hamas in the West Bank?
No,
they're attacked?
no,
so it's Gaza, right? We're talking about Gaza.
No.
Don't confuse. Don't conflate. Speak about
okay.
each area in specifically. We're speaking about Hamas attacking from Gaza, not about the West Bank. Leave the West Bank, please.
We're actually now...
Speak about Gaza.
But maybe it's you guys who should leave the West Bank. Right, okay. It is, if we're talking about international law, which I think is very important, we need a framework
It is important.
as to how we can understand the world and how we can hold people to account. Now, you're absolutely right. Russia did conduct a war of aggression against Ukraine. That was against international law. Israel has also been conducting an illegal occupation for 57 years.
In a different area.
Yeah. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter what area you're committing your international war crime, right?
Wait, so there is a Palestinian state? It's in the West Bank and Gaza? Or is it... any
I'm
war
talking
crime
about...
that you commit?
I'm saying it's uncontroversial that Israel's been breaking international law for
here's my
57
response
years.
here's my response. The UK broke international law with the illegal invasion of Iraq. That was 2003.
Yeah.
That's a much shorter time period than the one you're talking about. So why...
No, because it's not a shorter time period. This is important, because I'm not talking about something that happened 57 years ago. I'm talking about something that's been happening for 57 years.
Right.
So Israel is still expanding settlements in the West Bank. I wanted to clarify that.
And for the record...
Okay, wait a second.
Years. I'm not talking about something...
Shorter time broke international law with the illegal invasion of Iraq. That was 2003.
Yeah.
That's a much shorter time period than the one you're talking about. So why...
No, because it's not a shorter time period, this is important because I'm not talking about something that happened 57 years ago. I'm talking about something that's been happening for 57 years.
Right.
So Israel is still expanding settlements in the West Bank. I wanted to clarify that.
And for the record, I've been challenging them about the expansion of settlements. I think it's completely indefensible, right?
Yeah, it is. It is 1,000% indefensible that they have been trying to expand more and more with their settlements.
I think the issue whether they're committing war crimes in their response to the October 7th attack has yet.
Exactly. I was just saying that. You guys can vouch. Before he said it, I was even saying that, yeah, Netanyahu may have committed war crimes. That's yet to be seen yet, but he may be on the tip for some shit when it comes all down to it.
Is a war crime as well, right?
I believe expanded settlements are completely wrong.
It's a war crime.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but
I don't know if expanding settlements is a war crime right now, but I do know that it's fucked up to be doing.
I think it's completely wrong. But I do think that we need to focus back on this, which is Israel is being punished in this debate because of its response to a terrorist attack. Russia illegally invaded Ukraine. There was no provocation from Ukraine whatsoever. I mean, there were political posturings, but nothing that warranted an illegal invasion of their country, right? So to me, there are completely different things. And I just wonder how far you take it. If you start to say, as Crystal said, that actually if you kill innocent people, you shouldn't be allowed to compete in Eurovision. Okay, well, that's pretty much most countries in Europe would have blood on their hands. The ones who took part in the illegal invasion of Iraq, France, Germany, and so on and so on. So my point is, once you fly this moral halo over an event like that, there is rank hypocrisy.
But I don't understand how you can both make that argument and then also back Russia being expelled. Either you have a non-political Eurovision or you have a political Eurovision.
No, I think if you're having a political Eurovision, well, because I see a moral distinction.
As I'm saying, is Israel has been breaking international law for 57 years.
But that's you're talking.
The UK break international law.
I think the war in Iraq was illegal.
Okay,
yes.
so you think now, does the UK has any issues at all?
So the issue here, I think,
is there any issues with international law that the UK
continuous? So I'm not aware of the UK. I mean, I'm happy
you're
to
not
be
aware
told.
of anything.
I'm not aware of the UK currently breaking international law. I think we have done in the recent past. I think Israel is currently breaking international law, and they have been, wouldn't it? For 57 years.
And you don't think any of the countries in the Eurovision in Europe are not engaging in any violation of international law in Darfur, in Africa, in Asia, anywhere around the world? You think there's no engagement at all? All those countries are perfect. There's only one country that has an issue, and it happens to be the Jewish state.
I don't think any country is perfect, actually, and I think.
I don't think the UK is perfect.
Do you think America's broken international law?
Well, I mean, I think the war in Iraq was illegal.
Okay.
For a
so
start.
America's hosting the next World Cup, for example, right, with Mexico and Canada. Should that be boycotted?
But then,
or should it be boycotted?
We're going back to the same issue, which is it happening?
We are,
right?
yeah.
Is it
We're saying how far do you fly the moral flag?
Is it happening right now? Right. So Israel has continuously been breaking.
Did you start caring about Israel
expanding
the last 8 months, or did it start before? Did you advocate for Palestinians before?
So I advocate for people following international law, and as I keep saying,
I'm sure if we'll measure your tweets, you have been heavily focused on Palestine, right? In the last how many years you've been doing this work?
I mean, heavily focused.
So to pretend that it's about the war that is happening right now, to pretend that it's about the occupation in the West Bank.
For the last 10 minutes, I've been talking about the occupation in the West Bank, and you're saying, well, if you tweeted about it before October.
Right, but I'm saying your interest is not started because of the war. You're saying because there's a war right now, that's why you think Israel should be banned. Did you support the BDS movement before October?
Yeah, I support the BDS
movement. You did, exactly. So you supported boycotting Israel long before the war that is happening right now.
Okay.
So how is that making any sense?
Okay, so
because you're saying you care about it because of the war, right?
Do you want me to explain? Do you want me to explain?
Yeah, please explain.
So I think lots of people have this question. Why do progressives and young people care so much about Israel and Palestine? Right, relatively small part of the world. Now, I would say the reason is, one, that Israel is heavily backed by, for example, our government, so people feel implicated. Somewhat different to what's going on in Sudan and Darfur, where our government sort of opposes
is there other countries you support, the UK support, or is it just Israel?
Let me finish.
No, just say, but make sure that you include all the facts.
Okay, well, I think this would be simpler if you let me finish my sentence.
No, but
you can say
the point is that we're talking about a single standard.
Let him finish his point. I'm going to explain why. Before October the 7th, you're quite right, lots of people cared about the Israel-Palestine issue. The reason is they think that our government, and I think this is true, has given Israel pretty much unconditional support to continuously break international law and expanding settlements in the West Bank. And one reason why people find this so sort of objectionable is because it's
the UK
done on the basis of
The Eurovision Song Contest means many different things.
I hit the wrong button.
Many different things to many people. To me, it generally means sitting in a dark.
No, I don't have a position on.
I want to bring this back
to be on
the occupation.
So there's
and they
Hamas
are
in the West
constantly.
Bank? You're saying that there's Hamas in the West Bank?
No,
they attacked?
no.
No, so it's Gaza, right? We're talking about Gaza.
No,
Don't confuse. Don't conflate. Speak about each area.
A sovereign democratic country.
What about if you're advocating for Hamas? Okay, not supporting Hamas.
Okay, that is not what I've said. I have never once said that.
Making the case for them. I don't care. Okay, sure, you condemn Hamas, but at the end of the day, all you care about, you said it, and the drag queen said that, both of you, that all you care about is what people tell you to care about, right?
That's not what we said.
You said, why didn't you speak about Iran? Why didn't you speak about gay people being killed in Iran? Why
I
didn't
have
you speak
spoken about that.
Why
I've
didn't you
actually
speak about
spoken
Abu
about that a lot.
Bakr,
I've spoken about gays being thrown off roofs a lot.
Palestinian gay person that was beheaded in the West Bank 2 years ago. Why didn't you talk about all of this?
Let's bring this back
because
to
all you do is just feeding.
I want to bring this back
to be anti-Israel. That's what it is.
I am not anti-Israel.
I
I'm
want to bring this
anti
back
the
to
death
international
of
law because I think you made a
civilians.
really important point there, where the reason that you think it was sort of justifiable for Russia to be kicked out of the Eurovision Song Contest was they had, it was a war of aggression. That's one of the ultimate war crimes. Now, another really important war crime is occupying someone else's territory and settling your people there, moving in your people. Now, whatever sophistry you might try and employ, I think you're going to struggle to deny that the West Bank is under Israeli occupation.
So there's
and they
Hamas
are
in the West
constantly.
Bank? You're saying that there's Hamas in the West Bank?
No,
they attacked?
no.
No, so it's Gaza, right? We're talking about Gaza.
No,
Don't confuse. Don't conflate.
talking-
Speak about
okay.
each area in specifically. We're speaking about Hamas attacking from Gaza, not about the West Bank. Leave the West Bank.
We're
please.
actually now.
Speak about Gaza.
But maybe it's you guys who should leave the West Bank. Right. Okay. It is, if we're talking about international law, which I think is very important, we need a framework
It is important.
as to how we can understand the world and how we can hold people to account. Now, you're absolutely right. Russia did conduct a war of aggression against Ukraine. That was against international law. Israel has also been conducting an illegal occupation for 57 years.
In a different area.
It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter what area you're committing your international war crime, right?
Wait, so there is a Palestinian state? It's in the West Bank and Gaza? Or is it... any
I'm
war
talking
crime
about...
that you commit?
I'm saying it's uncontroversial that Israel's been breaking international law
Michael,
for
here's my
57
response
years.
here's my response. The UK broke international law with the illegal invasion of Iraq. That was 2003.
Yeah.
That's a much shorter time period than the one you're talking about. So why?
No, because it's not a shorter time period. This is important because I'm not talking about something that happened 57 years ago. I'm talking about something that's been happening for 57 years.
Right.
So Israel is still expanding settlements in the West Bank.
We went back a little bit on
For the
that,
record,
just 'cause
I've
I
been
forgot
challenging
where
them
we
about
were,
the
guys.
expansion settlements. I think it's completely indefensible.
I clicked the wrong button and lost where we were.
Right? I think the issue whether they're committing war crimes and their response is completely wrong. But I did bring political posturings, but nothing that warranted an illegal invasion of their country. Right? So to me, they're completely different things. And I just wonder how far you take it. If you start to say, as Crystal said,
break so I
that
can go to
actually
the
if you
store
kill innocent people, you shouldn't be allowed to
be
compete
back.
in Eurovision. Okay, well, that's pretty much most countries in Europe would have blood on their hands. The ones who took part in the illegal invasion of Iraq, France, Germany, and so on and so on. So my point is, once you fly this moral halo over an event like that, there is rank hypocrisy.
But I don't understand how you can both make that argument and then also back Russia being expelled. Either you have a non-political Eurovision or you have a political Eurovision.
No, I think if you illegally, well, because I see a moral distinction.
As I'm saying, is Israel has been breaking international law for 57 years.
But that's you're
Did
talking.
the UK break international law?
I think the war in Iraq was illegal.
Okay,
yes.
so you think now, does the UK has any issues at all?
So the issue here, I think,
is there any issues with international law
is
that the UK
continuous? So I'm not aware of the UK. I mean, I'm happy
you're
to
not
be
aware
told.
of anything?
I'm not aware of the UK
right.
currently breaking international law. I think we have done in the recent past. I think Israel is currently breaking
the flights to
international
Rwanda
law,
would
and
be
they
a
have
question mark,
been
wouldn't it?
for 57 years.
And you don't think any of the countries in the Eurovision in Europe are not engaging in any violation of international law in Darfur, in Africa, in Asia, anywhere around the world? You think there's no engagement at all? All those countries are perfect. There's only one country that has an issue, and it happens to be the Jewish state.
I don't think any country is perfect, actually. And I think,
I don't think the UK is perfect.
Do you think America's broken international law?
Well, I mean, I think the war in Iraq was illegal for a
so
start.
America's
Clearly they
hosting the next World Cup, for example, right, with Mexico and Canada. Should that be boycotted?
But then,
we shouldn't be boycotted.
We're going back to the same issue, which is it
well,
happening?
we are,
right?
yeah.
Is it
We're saying how far do you fly the moral flag?
Is it happening right now? Right. So Israel has continuously been breaking.
Did you start
international
caring
law by
about Israel
expanding
the last
settlements.
8 months, or did it start before? Did you advocate for Palestinians before?
So I advocate for people following international law. And
Right.
as I keep saying,
Right.
as I
I'm
keep
sure
saying,
if we'll measure
Israel,
your tweets,
Israel
you have
has
been heavily focused on Palestine, right? In the last how many years you've been doing this work?
I mean, heavily focused.
So
would be
to
a
pretend
odd
that
thing
it's
to
about the
say.
war that is happening right now, to pretend that it's about the occupation in the West
For
Bank.
the last 10 minutes,
it's
I've been
not
talking about
that.
the occupation of the West Bank, and you're saying, well, if you tweeted about it before October...
Right, but I'm saying your
position doesn't
interest
really
is
make any
not started
sense.
because of the war. You're saying because there's a war right now, that's why you think
Well, so
Israel
lots
should be
of
banned.
people-
Did you support the BDS movement before October?
Yeah, I support the BDS
You did,
movement.
exactly. So you supported boycotting Israel long before the war that is happening right now.
Okay.
So what? So when? How is that making any sense?
Okay, so...
Because you're saying you
want
care
me to-
about it because...
This dude looks like a little Hassan Piker. He looks like Hassan.
Do you want me to explain? Do you want me to explain?
Yeah, please explain.
So I think lots of people have this question. Why do progressives and young people care so much about Israel and Palestine? Right, relatively small part of the world. Now, I would say the reason is, one, that Israel is heavily backed by, for example, our government, so people feel implicated. Somewhat different to what's going on in Sudan and Darfur, where our government sort of opposes
Is
the
there other
leaders in
countries you
Sudan.
support, the UK support, or is it
Okay,
just Israel?
let me finish.
No,
what
just
I'm
say,
saying.
but make
Right.
sure that you
Now-
include all the facts.
Okay, well, I think this would be simpler if you let me finish my sentence.
No,
and
but
then you
the
can say
the
your
point is that we're
sentences.
talking about
I'm going to
a
explain.
single
so I'm
standard.
going to
Okay,
explain.
let him finish his
I'm
point.
going to explain why. Before October the 7th, you're quite right. Lots of people cared about the Israel-Palestine issue. The reason is they think that our government, and I think this is true, has given Israel pretty much unconditional support to continuously break international law and expanding settlements in the West Bank. And one reason why people find this so sort of objectionable is because it's
the UK has
done on the
opposed
basis of
the settlements.
ethnicity.
The
right?
UK
we
the UK
rightly
has
have a
opposed
big
the
taboo
settlements
when
for
it
a long
comes
time.
to
For
racism,
years.
kicking people out of their homes because of their ethnicity and replacing them with people of another ethnicity. Now, that's been taboo for a long period of time.
What ethnicity are you talking about?
Jewish and non-Jewish.
Jewish is an ethnicity.
Well, I don't know what you want to call it.
So,
I mean, it's a basis
and
of citizenship.
Palestinians are not are an ethnicity as well. They're not Arabs.
Well, it doesn't. So
is it Jews versus?
Okay, so-
tell me your world of the race science here. I'm trying to understand.
Well, no, so I'm talking about Israeli law.
So the
right?
issue is with Jews, right?
No, the issue is with the fact I'm explaining how the colonization of the West Bank works.
Where did the Jews came
which is,
from?
Well, this is a completely separate question.
No, it is important.
I
You're talking about ethnic cleansing and replacing population with other ethnicity. You're talking about Jews as an ethnicity replacing Arabs,
Okay,
right?
well, you
So
might be
tell
talking
me where
about
the Jews
2000
came from.
So you might be talking about 2,000
Where
years ago.
did the Jews
It
came
doesn't
from?
make a difference.
Because
it
if you're
doesn't make a
colonizing
difference
and
where
you want to
anyone
liberate-
came from.
It
No one
does.
wants to
You're
see-
talking
no,
about liberating the
because
land. I'm with you. You're talking about liberating the land
So
of
you
Palestine.
think when you
Who
kick
is-
a
who is
Palestinian
the
out of their home and
original
replace
people?
them with a Jew, that's
no,
liberation?
I'm asking you. You're talking about liberating the land from Jews, right? From the ethnicity of Jews. You're saying
I'm
the
not-
Jews
no.
replace Palestinians, and
No,
fine.
I'm talking about the
who
act
is the
of
original?
replacing
Who is the original
Palestinians in the West
inhabitants
Bank
of this
with
land?
Jews.
Okay.
It's completely irrelevant.
Right.
And
The
international
interesting
law is
criticism,
irrelevant.
we're moving slightly off topic, which is there is an interesting question about the double standards of this, right? I mean, you raised it about Russia and so on. And James, I mean, where is this line going forward? There's been a huge kerfuffle here, right? I feel very sorry for this young female singer who had her big night ruined.
But you have to feel sorry for all of the other performers who've also had their dreams ruined too. Because everybody has been affected by this. Everyone is affected by
But
this.
they were affected
people
by the
in
specific...
Israel, people in
Yeah, but they
Gaza,
were
people around the world are all affected by this, no matter what side you're
by
on. Or if you're
Eurovision.
trying to both sides it, wherever you're at.
By Eurovision.
No, by the
But
situation.
that's my point.
And the boycott thing, like, everyone is entitled to boycott something if they wish to. That's totally fine.
But targeting a young woman like that...
We've condemned that, Piers. We don't need to keep coming back to it. That's obviously awful. You shouldn't target anybody.
On a separate issue, what about the fact that some of these people putting their halos on, right? The Bambi Thug, who put on what many thought was a satanic performance, right, involving a lot of spells, black magic, dark clothing, satanic symbols, voodoo dolls.
Do you believe in all of this?
I just think it's odd, given there's such a very young audience watching around the world.
Yeah, she's,
Kids,
like,
right?
weird.
And then
You never
the
watched the Disney?
don't we
I
have
don't
the
know about
Finland
that.
contestant, right? I mean, I only caught up with this on social media, thank God. But imagine watching this with your kids, with the Finland contestant, who just basically strips naked, right, on a show televised around the world to literally millions of kids watching this.
I mean,
is that right?
I don't think that's entirely true. I'd like to see the actual statistics on how many children were watching. Because
Actually,
obviously in
millions of kids
mainland
watch
Europe,
it.
this is after 9 p.m.
Millions of kids watching.
This song was also
Have you
a
ever
lot
been to Europe?
later.
Do you know what time kids go to bed in Spain,
Oh my
Italy?
God, Piers.
Do you?
I think it's ridiculous.
Literally 10 o'clock.
People have seen Disney films, right, where they've got
What,
evil
when men get their
black
dicks out
magic.
like that?
No, and it was mostly covered, wasn't it? It was,
No, not really. No.
I think it pretty much
No.
was.
No. And
Well-
also, there was a terrible, by the way, an absolutely appalling piece of misgendering. I don't know if you noticed it. It came from a very surprising source. Let's take a look.
He's done it! Switzerland have won the 68th Eurovision Song Contest. What a worthy winner. Love.
People make mistakes all the time.
But I thought it was non-binary they, them.
Yes, they are non-binary.
Graham Norton, who's gay, called
yes,
that
well,
person
I'm sure
he.
Graham made a mistake. It happens. They
I don't know if you noticed it. It came from a very surprising source. Let's take a look.
He's done it! Switzerland have won the 68th Eurovision Song Contest. What a worthy winner. Love.
People make mistakes all the time.
But I thought it was non-binary they, them.
Yes, they are non-binary.
Graham Norton, who's gay, called
yes,
that
well,
person
I'm sure
he.
Graham made a mistake. It happens, but it's when it's a deliberate
attack. Should he be banned from ever hosting again?
I mean, what a stupid question. Of course not.
Wow, I would be. I'd be cancelled.
You would have done
People
it
like you
deliberately
screaming away
because you'd have,
Oh, yeah.
gendering is the
because
worst
you'd
thing
have gone
in,
in
the
there
world.
and you.
Yep. If you misgender someone, they want to scream it from the rooftops until they just don't.
Deliberately misgendered
Do you know
them
what my
3
new
or
rule
4
is?
times.
I honestly have a new rule. If there's only one of you looking at me, I can't call you a plural.
That's your new rule?
Has to be.
But you
Has to be.
used the correct pronouns earlier.
If there's
with
you
Bambi
looking
Thug.
at me and you demand to be called they, I demand to be called my pronouns, hot, hotter, hottest.
I'm afraid those don't fit.
Am I going to have that?
No.
He said, I demand to be called my pronouns, hot, hotter, hottest.
I'm afraid not.
Okay, final point to you, Michael. I know we've got to wrap this up, but just on that point, never mind the Israel component of this, has Eurovision just become pretty unpleasant fare for kids?
I'm not a Eurovision expert. I'm a similar position to you, so I don't know how much has changed over the years.
Do you think it's absurd?
I saw Ollie Alexander's performance. I thought it wasn't quite as good as George Michael's sort of
It was
situation
terrible.
in a toilet.
Him in the
but-
toilet. I mean, what's he doing? UK contestant.
I think it was amazing.
I've got no idea if it's got ruder than it used to be.
If it was amazing,
this is what
why did
Eurovision
nobody
has
vote for
always
it in the entire world?
been. Bucks Fizz with the skirts being ripped off, Poland with the butter churning. This is part of Eurovision.
Some
it's an
idiot
expression.
in a urinal
Why don't you
representing
enter?
my country.
Why don't you enter
Disgraceful.
them, Piers?
I couldn't do worse than him.
Why don't you
He
enter
got
like
literally
cheer?
no public votes.
Just wear the same suit.
He literally got the infamous nul point. The entire world went, what is this crap? You may as well be having that crap. Anyway, on that bombshell, great to see you all.
I give you
Thank you very
points.
much. I think we're all agreed Eurovision's become an absolute waste of time. I mean, the one way to solve all this problem is to cancel it. Just get rid of it. Eurovision, problem solved.
Can we cancel your show first?
Absolutely not. We cancel you, though. Thank you to my panel.
Cancel
Appreciate
that
it.
little fuck. Ugh. All right. Well. Shadow Dingo. Who the fuck is Shadow Dingo? I don't know you. All right, yeah, I am gonna get out of here, and I'm gonna go to the store and grab a drink and do stuff like that, and I will be back to play some Star Ocean Second Story R and talk some crap and whatever. Thanks for being here. If you want to support the stream, you can so in the description through Streamlabs. I love you all. Thank you for being with me. Could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with me. I thank you, and I will be back in just a little while to play some Star Ocean. Love you all, and I'll see you in a little bit.